Earl Joseph. A suspicious bag was reported to Jefferson County Sheriff's Office deputies in 2019 by a homeowner in Jefferson County, Tennessee, near the shore of Douglas Lake. When deputies got on the scene, they discovered that the bag, which was actually a golf bag, contained a man's body remains. Initially, the ethnicity, age, and even the duration of the John Doe's death remain unknown to the investigators. In 2020, authorities took the case to the DNA Doe Project, where they provided identifying support. Eric Hendershot, a member of the team, said this: "Early on in the research, we were able to identify one set of his grandparents rather quickly. However, identifying his other set of grandparents took almost another year. A team had found an obituary that connected a number of DNA matches and was able to identify the John Doe's biological parents, but the obituary did not list any children. A biological relative confirmed that all of the children in the family had been placed up for adoption and provided information that the DNA Doe Project team said helped them resolve the case. In January of 2023, it was announced that the John Doe is Earl Joseph Pizzoferrato of Knoxville, Tennessee. The fact that he was put up for adoption made his identification much harder. The investigation into what exactly happened to Earl Pizzoferrato remains ongoing. Anyone with information regarding this case is asked to call 1800 TBI FIND. That's 1800 TBI FIND. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Gary Lee Haney. A duck hunter found a male's human remains entangled in fishing line on the tide flats at Spencer Island, south of Marysville, Washington, on January 3, 1979. Because he was the first John Doe discovered that year, the victim was given the nickname 79-1 by the Snohomish County Coroner's Office. Robert Phillips, the coroner for Snohomish County, was unable to ascertain the John Doe's fate. The man's identity was still unknown in March 1979. Thus, he was laid to rest in Cypress Lawn Cemetery in Everett, Washington, by the Cassidy Funeral Home. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office later returned to the scene where the remains were found, but did not find anything useful. In the years that followed, the case grew cold. In 2008, Detective Jim Scharf, with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Team, and retired Snohomish County Superior Court Judge Ken Kuser, began re-examining the unidentified persons case. With the emergence of new DNA technologies, the team was interested in exhuming the remains with the hopes of obtaining DNA samples that were not taken during the initial exams. The process of identifying and reviewing the cases, obtaining exhumation permits, and conducting DNA testing can take years. In July of 2015, the John Doe's remains were exhumed from the Cypress Lawn, with representatives from the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office and the Medical Examiner's Office in attendance. The remains were then transported to the Medical Examiner's Office for further examination and given the name Spencer Island Doe. Also, in July of 2015, forensic odontologist Dr. Kyle Tanaka took dental radiographs and uploaded them to NCIC and NAMUS in the hopes of getting a dental match with a known missing person. NCIC is the FBI's National Crime Information Center database, which is a computerized index that tracks crimes and missing persons and allows other law enforcement jurisdictions across the country to view details about the case and compare them against their own missing persons cases. No NCIC dental matches were made. In April of 2016, forensic artist Natalie Murray took measurements and photographs and drew a facial reconstruction of what the John Doe may have looked like in life. In April of 2016, Dr. Kathy Taylor, the Washington State forensic anthropologist at the King County Medical Examiner's Office, performed an examination of the remains and estimated that they belonged to an adult male with Caucasian ancestry between 5'2" to 5'6" in height and between 57 to 61 years old. In September of 2018, a section of the right femur was sent to the University of North Texas Health Sciences Center for DNA extraction and was uploaded to the FBI's Combined DNA Index system. From 2018 to 2021, the Snohomish County Medical Examiner investigators ruled out numerous missing persons by circumstances, testing, and dental records. In 2021, the Medical Examiner's Office began collaborating with Othram Inc. to obtain an advanced DNA profile suitable for investigative genetic genealogy. In January of 2021, a section of the femur bone from Spencer Island John Doe was sent to Othram. The funding for the laboratory work in this case was generously provided through DNAsolves.com. In May of 2021, Othram successfully obtained a DNA extract that was sufficient for testing after multiple rounds of extraction and human enrichment. Biogeographical analysis of the DNA profile revealed that the John Doe was in fact Caucasian. The Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office uploaded the Othram DNA profile to genealogical databases that allow law enforcement to search and obtain several matches. Adam Wilcoxon built ancestry trees from several of the top matches and found a male who went missing in the Everett, Washington area in the late 1970s named Gary Lee Haney. DNA reference testing of Gary's half-sister ultimately confirmed that Spencer Island Doe was Gary Lee Haney, who was about 29 years old when he went missing. The identification was made in March of 2023. Gary was apparently not reported missing, or at least investigators found no record of that. He was born in Topeka, Kansas, and traveled the world with his mother and adoptive father, who was in the Air Force. Gary loved the Beatles and to play the piano. His parents both passed away when he was young, and he got estranged from the rest of his relatives, so the only photos of him are as a child. The circumstances of his disappearance are not known. Gary's cousin, Hal Thane from Texas, was able to provide a lot of information. He said it is a relief and closure to know about Gary. He also said that Gary Lee Haney was born Gary Joseph Condomiti on September 23, 1950. His mother, Bernice Schaefer, and his biological father divorced when he was very young. Around 1955, his mother remarried to Sheldon Lee Haney, who adopted him and renamed him Gary Lee Haney, legally changing even his middle name to match his stepfather. Hal Thane, now 71, saw his cousin Gary in person, maybe twice in his life when they were both kids. His uncle Sheldon served in the Air Force, so the family lived in places all across the country from Kansas to New York City. His clearest memories of his cousin are captured in a few precious black and white pictures. Young Gary cradling a Cocker Spaniel puppy. Young Gary holding a bigger dog's leash beside his mother in a pale dress and his stepfather in a white dress shirt and slacks. Young Gary with his front teeth peeking out from a half smile on what looks like a school picture day. Hal Thane said Gary had some sort of a mental disorder. Given what he knows, he wonders if Gary lived with autism. He'd heard another family member describe him as schizophrenic in adulthood. Gary's biological father, Joseph Condomiti, passed away at a Missouri Veterans Hospital when Gary was about 16. Then his mother passed away when he was 19. In the meantime, his adoptive father completed his military duty and worked for Boeing until he was prepared to retire. From the early 1970s until at least 1990, he resided in the Everett area. Please give the Snohomish Police Department a call at 360-568-0888 if you have any information. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Ziegert. On March 24, 1968, Lisa Ziegert was born in Holyoke, Massachusetts, to George and Diane Ziegert. Sharon, Lynn, and David were her three siblings. In 1974, Lisa relocated to Agawam, Massachusetts, together with her family. In 1986, she earned her diploma from Agawam High School. She participated in the concert band in high school, playing flute and tenor saxophone. She had also been a drum majorette for the school's marching band for 2 years. Lisa worked for the school newspaper and literary magazine. After school, Lisa became a member of the National Honor Society and the American Field Service. In 1990, Lisa received a degree in elementary education from Westfield State College. Lisa was a communicant of Sacred Heart Church and taught confraternity of Christian doctrine classes there. Lisa loved to draw and often gave pieces of her artwork to her friends and family. She remained close to her family as a young adult and had a close group of friends. She had a boyfriend named Blair. He co-owned a house where many of their friends lived together. Lisa became a teacher's aide in the special education department at Agawam Middle School. Unfortunately, it did not pay well, so she had to get extra work. One of those jobs was working as a clerk at Brittany Card and Gift Shop. She also worked at the Perry Lane Camp for 4 summers. It is a summer camp for residents of Agawam. April 15, 1992 started like any other day for 24-year-old Lisa Ziegert. It was just a few days away from Easter. After a long day of teaching special needs students, Lisa hopped in her car and drove over to her night job at Brittany's Card and Gift Shop in Agawam. The 24-year-old with dark curly hair, freckles, and blue eyes was scheduled to work until closing time at 9 p.m. Lisa spent most of her shift putting helium into balloons as shoppers filled their carts with gifts and decorations for the upcoming holiday. At around 5:30 p.m., an unexpected visitor walked into the store, Lisa's sister, Lyn. It was a rare chance for the siblings to catch up. They chatted about Lisa's job at the school where she was beloved by students and her future goals. After about half an hour, Lyn left the store and drove home, glad that all seemed well with her sister. The following morning, Lisa's co-worker, Sophia Maynard, showed up as usual to open the shop. When she spotted Lisa's white Chevy Geostorm in the parking lot and saw that the store's open sign was still outside the door, alarm bells started ringing in her head. The front door was unlocked and the lights were on. A radio was playing in the background. Sophia called out Lisa's name but received no reply. She walked up to the cash register and saw that Lisa's car keys and purse were left behind. When Sophia walked into the storeroom to look for her friend, she noticed that the back door was open and several boxes had toppled over. Sophia began to panic. She ran out of the store and across the street to Alvin's sandwich shop. "Something's wrong," she shouted. "Call the cops." Minutes later, officers arrived at the store and found evidence of a struggle. There were shoe markings on the back door and a small amount of blood in the storeroom. The police theorized she had been taken out the back entrance and into an alley. 2 doors and a card rack were removed by police and taken as evidence. Interestingly, the cash register was undisturbed. It did not appear to be a robbery. Local officers, aided by Massachusetts State Police detectives and the FBI, spent hours scouring the banks and watery depths of the Westfield River on foot and from the sky with a state police helicopter. They could find no trace of Lisa. Lisa had not reported to work at Agawam Middle School, which was unusual enough that the school called her mother. Her family then also started searching for Lisa. A police officer said that he saw that the lights of the shop were still on at about 3 a.m., a few hours before Sophia entered the shop. He did not call it in because he had to transport a prisoner. Lisa was last seen when she spoke to the owner of the carpet store next door for about 15 minutes around 7:35 p.m., an hour and a half before her shift ended. They commiserated over the parking problems at the shopping center caused by people using its lot when going to the nearby bowling alley instead of the stores in the center. Before he left, he told Lisa he would not be challenging any drivers because there are a lot of crazy people out there. The last transaction in the shop occurred at 8:20 p.m. Another customer arrived at the store at 9:05 but found it empty. She thought she heard a noise coming from the back of the store but left without investigating it. This meant that Lisa vanished sometime between ringing out the purchase at 8:20 p.m. and when the customer arrived just after 9 p.m. On April 17th, Agawam Police Lieutenant Robert Campbell told the press that the chances of Lisa simply walking away from the store were slim. He announced that the case was considered a kidnapping as their investigation had ruled out any other possibilities. 3 days after Lisa went missing, on April 19th, it was Easter Sunday. All 12 churches in Agawam passed out white ribbons for their congregants to wear. It was a sign of hope that Lisa would soon be found and of support for her family at their services that morning. Later that day, at around 2 a.m., a man was hiking with his dog along a mud-caked path in the woods 4 miles from the gift shop when he stumbled upon what appeared to be a partially clothed body of a young woman. Based off of the clothing of the body and a charm bracelet on her wrist, the woman was quickly identified as Lisa Ziegert. Lisa had suffered 7 stab wounds around her shoulder and throat, some more than an inch deep, and another knife wound to her upper left leg. Her light blue denim skirt and blood-soaked white blouse were pulled down toward her ankles. The cuts on her hands led detectives to think she had not gone down without a fight. An autopsy would later confirm their hunch that she had been assaulted by a man. Police discovered male DNA and blood all over her clothes and body. After visiting the crime scene, Agawam Police Detective Wayne Massey sped over to the Ziegert house. He feared that if he slowed down at all, he would lose his nerve and leave the difficult task of informing Lisa's family to someone else. He tried to think of the least offensive word he can use to tell them that Lisa was not alive anymore. It turned out he did not have to come up with a euphemism. When Lisa's mother opened the door for him, she already knew based on the fact that he had come to their home. Lisa's funeral took place at Sacred Heart Church. More than 900 people were in attendance. Joseph O'Neill, the owner of Brittany's card and gift shop, made the decision to permanently close the store. He had been considering doing so for some time, but the dismay he felt knowing Lisa had been taken from the store and the grief he felt over his employee's demise finalized his decision. After the crime, fear spread through the town. Young women from Agawam and the surrounding communities signed up for self-defense classes in droves and insisted someone walk them to their cars at night. Within 2 days of the discovery of Lisa's body, more than 300 women had filed permits to carry firearms or mace. Police offered check-ins at businesses that were open late to ensure the safety of the people working there. All 8 members of the Detective Bureau at the Agawam Police Department were put on the case. The FBI provided resources for the investigation, and the Connecticut State Police were brought in because of the proximity of the site where Lisa's body had been found to the state border. Lisa's case was worked on nearly constantly with investigators working shifts of 18 hours or longer, spanning every day of the week. Investigators received many calls from residents with possible leads. One of those leads led them to Gary Shara. Let me explain what that lead was. It started with Noelle Deslauriers. She was a 22-year-old nursing student living with her parents in nearby Long Meadow at the time of Lisa's slaying. She was gripped by Lisa's case. Day after day, she sat glued to the TV coverage of the case as police searched for the perpetrator. 9 months later, in January 1993, Noel was in a patient's house working as a home health aide when a breaking news update shot across the television screen. There was another local case that was unfolding in real time. Reporters were interviewing a man who said his infant son had been abducted. Noel realized she knew the man. The infant's father was Gary Shara, whom she had briefly dated while they were students at Longmeadow High School in 1986. A few days after seeing him on the television, Noelle was surprised to pick up the phone and hear Gary's voice on the other end of the line asking her out to dinner. They had not seen each other since high school, but she remembered Gary fondly and agreed to meet him a few days later at Collegian Court. It's a historical restaurant and banquet hall in Chicopee, Massachusetts. During dinner, Gary pulled out his wallet and showed Noel a photo of his infant son. 1 month later, the mystery of the boy's abduction was solved when police found Gary's son living with his mother across the country in Seattle. Suddenly, what was once a kidnapping case was chalked up to a messy custody dispute. Through her attorney, Gary's wife, Joyce McDonald, made a startling claim to Agawam detectives. She told them that Gary was responsible for taking Lisa's life. She added that he had an obsession with the case. Agawam police had never heard of Gary Shara before. He had no criminal record and there was not any evidence linking him to the crime. Since the beginning of the investigation, detectives had been flooded with tips from angry former wives and girlfriends who tried to pin the crime on the men who had done them wrong. Detectives quickly placed Joyce's allegations against her ex into that category and dismissed the tip. Even her own family did not take Joyce's claims seriously. She had a long history of alcoholism. At least one relative, according to news reports, said she was convinced Joyce was just being a crazy drunk. Weeks, months went by without a prime suspect in the case. When months turned into years and no other similar crimes were committed, residents began to relax, all but forgetting it seemed that the perpetrator was still on the loose. Mark Pfau worked the case from the beginning, starting in 1993 as an Agawam police officer with a 4 p.m. to midnight shift, during which he fielded phone calls and read the volumes of information about Lisa's slaying. In 2001, Mark had been recently promoted to detective sergeant and took the reins of Lisa's case. He was determined to revive it after the original lead investigator retired. Mark scanned through everything in the files. As a result of Joyce McDonald's claim, Mark asked to interview her former husband, Gary. Gary had declined an earlier request to sit for an interview, but this time he agreed. When Gary showed up at the Agawam police station a few months later in 2002, he was polite and cordial. After Mark asked him to submit a DNA sample to clear his name, things turned sideways. Gary refused to give a sample, saying he was scared of being secretly cloned. In the meantime, Lisa's family kept pressuring the police for answers. Her mother, Dee Ziegert, appeared on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries. It led to a lot of new leads, but none of them were fruitful. Lisa's mother also organized charity golf tournaments to raise money for college scholarships and took part in candlelight vigils in her daughter's memory. "We want people to know that we will not forget. We will not give up," she told a reporter. "Someone knows something, and we hope that they will have the courage to come forward." By March 2015, Noelle Delorier found herself alone and struggling through a messy divorce. Heartbroken, she isolated herself for several months until her friend invited her to another high school reunion dinner. Gary Shara was there at the reunion. There, Noel and Gary talked all night and soon after started dating. Noel believed she had finally met Mr. Right. Gary had a steady job as a shuttle driver for Enterprise Rental at nearby Bradley International Airport in Connecticut. He loved animals and was especially good with children. Noel thought he might be overcompensating because he had no contact with his own son who was living with relatives in Seattle. An orphan like the fictional Bruce Wayne, Gary had a deep affinity for Batman movies. He had a collection of Batman t-shirts. Gary's adoptive parents had taken custody of him as a small child after he had bounced from foster home to foster home in California. The family eventually moved to Western Massachusetts for Gary's high school years. Soon after they started dating, Noelle began to notice odd behavior from Gary. It seemed as if he suffered from anxiety around crowds. When they went to the Boston Marathon, he refused to walk through the police checkpoint, and he was white with fear. As time went on, Noel began to wonder whether perhaps it wasn't the crowds he was trying to avoid, but police. One day, Noel recruited Gary to chauffeur her wheelchair-bound patient to the girls' senior prom at a local country club. After the dance, the teen struggled with a disability ramp and nearly fell out of her chair. Gary rushed to the girl's aid and saved her from landing onto the concrete sidewalk. The patient was okay, but protocol required Noel to call 911. When police arrived, Gary was nowhere to be found. Noel later learned he had hidden behind the transportation van while the officers interviewed her about the incident. By 2016, police were solving one cold case after another, thanks to advancements in DNA evidence. With Lisa's case, That meant they were able to put together a digital composite image of the perpetrator. A man of European extraction with some freckling dark eyes and black or dark brown hair. District Attorney Anthony Gallooni said, "All evidence and leads previously developed in this case are now being evaluated in view of this new forensic development. The technology that we have put to use is at the leading edge of the industry." With their mission renewed, State Police Trooper Noah Pack and Detective Sergeant Mark Pfau once again began poring over the stacks of case files. They focused on 11 suspects who matched the new digital composite and had refused to provide a DNA sample when questioned. After taking the case to a grand jury, Anthony Gallooni received a court order granting him permission to force any unwilling suspect to provide a DNA sample, including Gary Scherer. On Wednesday, September 13, 2017, Noah Pack visited Gary's residence in West Springfield, Massachusetts. He lived with a roommate in a 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor of a large 2-family home. At the front door, Noah told the roommate he was there to see Gary. The man told Noah that Gary was not home, but said he would relay the message. Later that day, Gary called Noel and asked if he could stay at her place for the night. Noel found the request a bit odd. Gary never spent the night at her home during the week while he was working, but he told her that the traffic around his street was intense because of the hordes of visitors flocking to the gates of the Big E Fair nearby, and he was worried about being late to work the next morning. Gary arrived at Noel's home 20 minutes later, and they settled into a relaxing evening of dinner and TV. The next morning, she woke up before dawn and got dressed for work while Gary slept. When Noel returned home at 4:30 p.m. after an exhausting 10-hour shift, she noticed Gary had left his wallet, his watch, and a handful of coins on the kitchen counter. She tried calling his cell phone, but the device was shut off, so she couldn't even leave a message. Noel then noticed a clipboard belonging to Gary on the coffee table. Attached to it was a letter with Noel's name written on top in Gary's handwriting. Here is what he wrote, with a few words changed to accommodate YouTube guidelines. "You're going to find out some awful things about me today. They will tell you I abducted, assaulted, and took the life of a young woman approximately 25 years ago. It is true. All of it. I had no intention of taking her life when I grabbed her, but events spun out of my control. And in the eyes of the law, it is all the same. I have never regretted anything so much. I always knew one day would catch up to me, and now it has. I received a text from my roommate last night that the state police were at the house with important papers for me. That will be a warrant to take DNA, and that will send me away for life. I have never really been or felt normal. From a young age, I was fascinated by abduction. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible. I've never forgiven myself for that. I also never did anything of the like again. I hated what happened. I despised myself. I thought of turning myself in 100 of times over the years, but I am truly a coward. Today, it will all end. I will either take my own life or face the music, as it were. Gary Scherer." The next 2 pages included Scherer's last will and testament and also a letter to Lisa's family. In the letter, he expressed remorse for the slaying and wrote that he could never apologize enough for taking their daughter and sibling's life. "I neither expect or deserve your forgiveness," he wrote, "but I hope knowing who I am and knowing I am gone will bring you some closure and peace. I am truly so sorry." At first, Noel didn't believe it. She thought that he was having a psychotic breakdown and that he had only imagined committing this heinous crime. Even though she had her doubts, Noel knew she had to give the letter to the police. She scrambled into her car and drove to the Massachusetts State Police Barracks in Westfield. Noel ran into the station and asked to speak with someone working on Lisa Ziegert's case. Investigators were stunned when she showed them the letters. They had believed DNA would identify the perpetrator, but they never thought they would see a confession before a DNA test was performed. Police interrogated her into the night, asking hundreds of questions. Most important of all, where was Scherer? After saying she was afraid that he took his own life and was hanging from a tree somewhere, Noel added that she still loved him very much. In Agawam, Mark Fow got a call from the state police, jumped into his squad car, and raced to the barracks to read the letters for himself. He stayed silent as he digested every word. To Mark, the letters did not reveal a full confession. After all, Shara did not detail much about the crime, but it was clear to the veteran detective that Shara was attempting to clear his conscience. Mark Fow then reflected on a visit he had paid to Joyce McDonald's relatives in Seattle, where they told him she had received a music box, like the one sold at Brittany's card and gift shop from Shara on the night Lisa's life was taken. Detectives pinged Shara's cell phone and tracked its GPS coordinates to Stratford Springs, Connecticut. It was just past 10 p.m. when police found his black Honda Civic in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Hospital. There was no sign of Shara, but he had left a note on the dashboard. To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. Ball, Mass State Police. Thank you. Hours earlier, Shara had swallowed a fistful of ibuprofen, but he immediately grew scared and walked into the emergency room where doctors pumped his stomach and admitted him overnight. He was then put into the critical care unit, and once detectives arrived, they placed him under arrest as a fugitive from justice. Noel waited outside her home while investigators searched each room for evidence. They took Shara's tooth and a full syringe of insulin used to treat his diabetes. They even searched the well under her house and the cereal boxes in the kitchen cabinet. In the end, the DNA results were conclusive. Saliva found on Shara's toothbrush tied him to the decades-old crime. In 2017, 48-year-old Shara was extradited from Connecticut back to Massachusetts, where police formally charged him with the slaying, aggravated assault, and abduction. It took Noel several months to work up the courage to visit Shara at the Hampton County Correctional Center. She waited for him on one side of a plexiglass partition until he arrived in a red jumpsuit and sat on a stool on the other side. Over the jailhouse phone, he attempted to make small talk, telling her that the food was not so bad and that his brother had sent him some books. After listening for several minutes, Noel stared into his eyes and unloaded. She yelled at him, and all he did was gaze back blankly. He remained silent. Gary Shara, 50, entered a guilty plea in court in 2019 after first entering a not guilty plea. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Moving on to the next case. Martin Weiberg. Australia's Sandy Point is a coastal town in the state of Victoria. It is located close to the Gippsland Lakes entry on the nation's southeast coast. Sandy Point is a well-liked resort for beachgoers and lovers of water sports because of its stunning sandy beaches. In addition, there are chances for outdoor activities like bird viewing and fishing in the region. A shocking find was made by a snorkeler near Sandy Point's shallow inlet on Christmas Day in 2017. The snorkeler found human remains on the ocean floor. The remains were devoid of tissue, clothing, or personal effects. Remarkably, almost the entire skeleton was uncovered in a near-perfect condition beneath the sand. With no context or clues to the man's identity, Victoria Police reported the finding to the coroner and transferred the remains to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. As the team of experts began their scientific tests, they were able to infer some characteristics of the unknown person. The forensic anthropologist determined that the remains belonged to a Caucasian male aged between 21 and 37 years who stood at approximately 170 centimeters tall. The forensic odontologist who delved into the dental restorations noticed that work done on the teeth hinted at the fact that the person lost their life a very long time ago or were not from Australia. The man's upper jaw was recovered, but not the lower jaw. Radiocarbon testing was not able to illuminate the timeline. It indicated a 95% probability that the individual remains. The DNA profile information was compared to the Victorian Missing Persons DNA database, but no match was found. The DNA profile was also uploaded to the National Criminal Investigation DNA database for identification purposes with no match. Since he could not be identified, the man was named the Sandy Point John Doe. At one point, there was speculation that the remains could have been those of Martin Weiberg. Martin was a ship's carpenter aboard the SS Avoca, who in 1877 managed to steal 5,000 gold sovereigns that would be worth $1,000 today. Martin was caught and arrested on October 29, 1878. He spent 6 weeks in custody and went to the Tarwin River to show police where the rest of the gold sovereigns were hidden. During the search, Weiberg punched one of the officers in the stomach and ran into nearby bushes. He managed to evade police capture for 5 more months. Weiberg met up with police again on a bush track near Eagle Point in Painesville, Australia. He was arrested, taken to Melbourne, and sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. Once released, Weiberg traveled to Hobart and purchased a yacht. He sailed the yacht back to Waratah Bay in Gippsland, parked the yacht, and rowed a small boat to shore to collect supplies. But when he tried to row back to the yacht, the weather turned bad. His small boat was found washed ashore the next day, and Weiberg is presumed to have drowned. But his body was never found. Of course, the only way of finding out if the remains belonged to Martin Weiberg would be modern DNA technology. The Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine was determined to discover the identity of this unknown man. Recently, they embarked on a program to explore the use of forensic genetic genealogy to solve several Australian cold cases, including this cold case. Forensic evidence was sent to Otham's laboratory in the Woodlands. Texas and Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Once Othram developed the DNA profile, it was returned to investigators who then uploaded the profile to genealogical databases. The investigative research resulted in a compelling lead that Sandy Point John Doe was Mr. Christopher Luke Moore, a Gippsland farmer and World War I veteran who was thought to have drowned in Waratah Bay in 1928. He enlisted for the war, aged 18, serving for more than 18 months for the 10th Field Artillery Brigade. Historic police and colonial documents revealed that Christopher was at Waratah Bay with his parents, Cornelius and Charlotte, brother Francis, wife Elizabeth, and toddler Mary, when he got into difficulty in the waves on December 30th, 1928. A beachgoer tried to save him, but the tide was too strong. Cornelius Moore spent 10 long days searching the coastline for his son without success. Unearthed historical records unveiled an interesting twist. Mere weeks after Christopher's potential drowning, a local Sandy Point farmer discovered a mandible at Shallow Inlet. Christopher's father, recognizing the distinct dental work, confirmed the mandible as his son's. The colonial inquest held on January 24, 1929, officially validated this identification. Recently, the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine's findings were shared with the state coroner. A possible grandniece of Christopher Luke Moore was identified, residing in Gippsland, Australia. Police contacted this vital link to history, and she graciously cooperated, confirming the family's account of Christopher's drowning and the subsequent recovery and burial of his mandible. To establish an irrefutable familial connection, the grandniece provided a DNA sample. Confirmatory DNA analysis was used to establish the truth. Sandy Point. In fact, Christopher Luke Moore was John Doe. In July 2023, the discovery was made. It is verified from the family's testimony that Christopher drowned by accident and that there was no criminal activity. A 95-year-old case has finally been resolved thanks to the work of Othram and the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. Moving on to the next case. Yara Gambirasio. A young girl's abrupt disappearance in late November 2010 rocked the close-knit hamlet of Brambati di Sopra. It's a tiny village in northern Italy, on the edge of the Alps. The ensuing inquiry is regarded by many as one of the biggest in Italian history. This is the bizarre tale of Yara Gambirasio, which enthralled the country. Yara Gambirasio, 13, was raised in a big, loving household. She was one of 4 children to parents, Fulvio and Mora. Her father worked as an architect and her mother as a teacher. Their respective families had lived in the area of Brambati di Sopra for generations. It was a quiet town with 8,000 residents. Despite being only an hour from the fashion capital of the world, Milan, life in Brambati di Sopra could not be more different. Time moved slowly there, and the scenery is quintessential rural Italy with cypress-lined streets and views of distant mountains. It seemed like the ideal place to raise a family. On Friday, 26th of November 2010, Yara said goodbye to her family and set off to the local gym where she trained for gymnastics. She left at 5:15 p.m. to walk the short couple hundred-meter route like she had done countless times before. Yara needed to drop off a stereo for her instructor, and then she would be right back home. When 2 hours had passed and Yara had still not returned, worry set in for her parents. Yara's mother, Mora, dialed her number, but the call went straight to voicemail. They waited until 7:30 p.m., hoping their daughter would walk through the door with an explanation of something that was keeping her busy until then. Unfortunately, she was still not home, and Yara's father, Fulvio, called the police. The call went through to Letizia Ruggeri, the magistrate on duty in the nearby city of Bergamo. The experienced magistrate wasted no time in getting authorities out and searching for the missing 13-year-old girl. When retracing her steps, the investigators found out that Yara made it to the gym that day where she saw her instructor. They had done a light training session in preparation for an upcoming competition before Yara left and started the journey back home. The last time anyone had contact with Yara was at 6:44 p.m. when she sent a text message to close friend Martina. She told Martina that they could meet up early the next weekend before the gymnastics meet. There were a few witnesses who claimed to have seen Yara talking to 2 men near a red car, but this could not be confirmed. They were not completely certain that it was, in fact, Yara. Tracker dogs were brought to the gym to try and trace Yara's route home. Instead, the dogs led their handlers in the opposite direction towards Mapallo, a small commune located less than 10 minutes from Brambati di Sopra. Yara's phone records confirmed that her phone had been in Maplo at 6:49 that evening. As is standard procedure in missing persons cases, the family is always questioned by authorities. Each member of the Gambirasio family was thoroughly interviewed, which meant the investigators were able to rule them out as potential suspects. Mora and Fulvio were respected members of the community, and Yara was loved dearly by them and her 3 siblings. Letizia Ruggeri authorized wiretaps on hundreds of cell phones belonging to possible suspects and had her team try to track down the 15,000-odd devices that had passed through Maplo on November 26th. This led to the identification of their first suspect, a Moroccan man named Mohammed Fikri. A conversation had been overheard where Fikri asked God for forgiveness and mentioned something about not being responsible for taking her life. At the time of Yara's disappearance, Fikri was working in Mapello on a building site. By the time investigators believed he may be linked to the case, he was already gone. Fikri had boarded a boat heading for Tangiers, a city in northwestern Morocco. The Italian authorities weren't going to give up that easily and set out to intercept the boat. The mission was successful, and Fikri was arrested. His van was subsequently searched, and lo and behold, a mattress with dried red stains was discovered inside. It seemed like they could be on the right track to finding out what happened to Yara until further investigation revealed that the mattress was unrelated to the investigation, and that the supposed phrase heard over the wiretap had been mistranslated. Now the investigation began to slow as no obvious fresh suspect stood out to the authorities. The case had garnered national attention with the mystery of Yara's disappearance being broadcast on countless Italian TV shows and reporters from across the country filing into Brambati di Sopra. The Gambirasios knew the attention was good for Yara's case, but nonetheless found the intrusion during such a difficult time hard to bear. Over the next 3 months, the scores of investigators working on Yara's case tracked down every possible lead, checked every possible sighting, and interviewed any possible suspects. Mora and Fovio were still holding on to the hope that their beautiful young daughter was alive somewhere and would be brought home to them. Tragically, that hope was crushed on February 26, 2011, 3 months after she was last seen. Lario Scotti had been flying his model airplane in a town 6 miles or 10 kilometers south of Brembati di Sopra. He chose an area away from any public spaces and over an expanse of scrubland to try out his new toy. Ilario was having some issues with the device, which led to him landing in an overgrown section of shrubbery and weeds. He walked over to the site and waded through before reaching his plane. As Ilario stood back up, something caught his eye. It appeared there was some fabric on the ground. His first thought was that someone dumped some clothing there, but then Ilario saw a pair of shoes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the remains of a person. While the person had clearly been left in that location for a long time, a few items of clothing stood out: a black jacket and a Hello Kitty sweatshirt, the same clothing items that Yara had last been seen wearing. Further analysis of the scene uncovered Yara's iPad and house keys. Her SIM card and phone battery was also found, but her cell phone was not. The autopsy was performed by Professor Cristina Cattaneo, one of Italy's most well-known forensic pathologists. Traces of lime were found in Yara's nose and airway, and rope fibers were found on her clothing. This suggested that the person responsible may be a builder or involved in the building trade. Yara's body had multiple marks sustained from a sharp object. The saddest finding of all was that she had lost her life due to exposure, not a direct result of her injuries. 2 DNA samples were recovered at the scene, one on Yara's gloves and the other on her phone battery. The samples were run against the national system, but neither person had been recorded before. All of the items were shipped off for further investigation, including Yara's clothing items. This is how a third DNA profile was discovered 2 months later on Yara's underwear. Authorities believed there had been a struggle and the perpetrator had injured himself, hence the DNA being left behind. The suspect was named Ignoto 1, meaning unknown one. Now, they just needed to find who this DNA belonged to. The investigators ordered DNA samples to be collected from everyone close to Yara. That included family members, friends, and locals who frequented areas that Yara had. Other officers were in charge of cross-referencing phone records of devices that had moved through Brembati Jopra and the town where Yara's body was discovered. When a number was found, the owner was tracked down and asked to provide their DNA. This was not glamorous police work. It took 100 upon 100 of hours looking through data and trying to put faces to these numbers. Each new sample took a few hours to analyze and get a profile from, with multiple geneticists from across Italy working overtime to get them logged. The search for Yara and the subsequent search to track down the perpetrator has gone down as one of the largest and most expensive manhunts in Italy's history. Yara was finally laid to rest at the end of May 2011. In the months following the discovery of her body, thousands of DNA samples had been analyzed, but still there had not been a hit against unknown one. Letizia Ruggieri decided to look at another angle. She knew that many perpetrators tend to dispose of their victims in areas that they are comfortable in or familiar with. Where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub not far away. She knew it was a long shot, but Letitia ordered officers to take DNA samples from club patrons outside on busy Friday-Saturday nights. This is how Damiano Geronone entered the picture. Damiano frequently attended the nightclub, and his DNA symbol bared a striking resemblance to Unknown One. But he had a rock-solid alibi since he was in South America during the time that Yara was last seen. Still, the authorities weren't giving up on this lead, and geneticists were convinced that Unknown One was a relative of Damiano Geronone. Every member of the Geronone family was looked into, and a shocking link to the Gambirasios was discovered. Damiano's mother, Aurora, had worked for the family as a domestic helper for 10 whole years. Aurora lived near to Yara's home and came over twice a week when she was growing up. Yara and Aurora were close. Aurora always made sure to keep an eye out for Yara, seeing that she did not get up to nonsense, and Yara loved to show off her new gymnastics moves to Aurora. Even though she stopped working for Fulvio and Mora, Aurora maintained a good relationship with the family. So imagine her shock when she found herself at the center of the investigation. "It was the worst thing that could happen to me," Aurora later confessed. Both Aurora and her son Damiano were extensively questioned. The pair's phone calls were monitored, and they were followed. After months of trying to find any connection between either of them and what happened to Yara, Leticia admitted resigning herself to the fact that in the end, this was nothing more than a sick coincidence. At the one-year anniversary of Yara losing her life, the pressure on authorities to bring the person responsible to justice was reaching a breaking point. Various politicians were making digs at Leticia, questioning her competence as magistrate despite her running a textbook investigation from the get-go. But she could not let this background noise distract her from solving Yara's case, so she doubled down on the only viable lead so far, Damiano's DNA profile. They focused on building an extensive family tree of those around Damiano, which resulted in hundreds of names being cataloged. Relatives as far back as 1815 were recorded until an immense family tree lay before them. This led investigators to the sleepy village of Gorno, where the same families have lived for generations, including the Guaranonis. Damiano's uncle, Giuseppe, passed away in 1999. Investigators hoped they could somehow obtain a DNA sample from him, so they visited his widow, Laura, in September 2011. As luck would have it, she was able to provide 2 stamps that her late husband had licked. The results showed that unknown one was likely Giuseppe's son, making him Damiano's first cousin. Giuseppe worked as a bus driver and was a talented accordion player, putting his talent to use at Gorno festivals. He had 3 children with Laura, 2 sons and a daughter. When their DNA was compared to unknown one, neither came back as a perfect match. Since neither of them had children, the next logical explanation was that Giuseppe had another son out there that they did not know about, one that he did not have with Laura. Leticia described this as an investigation within an investigation. So how on earth would they track down Giuseppe's illegitimate son? Through their deep dive into Giuseppe's personal life, investigators found out that he visited a resort called Salis Terme every May from the early 1960s. It was an annual tradition for him. These trips were made without his wife, Laura. The spring months of 2012 were spent looking through Salis Terme's records, tracking down women whose time at the resort overlapped Giuseppe's. The effort proved fruitless, as did searching through orphanage records and women's shelters. They came to the conclusion that the possible woman they were searching for was most likely married. Divorce in Italy had been illegal until 1970. So even if the mystery woman had an affair with Giuseppe, she likely stayed married. During this time, Yara's parents had hired a freelance geneticist, Giorgio Portera, to look over the investigation and explain to them in layman's terms what everything meant. After reviewing the information, Giorgio campaigned for Giuseppe's body to be exhumed, so a proper DNA analysis could be performed. The DNA taken from the stamp could only compare part of unknown one's DNA sequence. His wish was granted on March 7, 2013, when Giuseppe's body was exhumed. This effort confirmed that without a shadow of a doubt, Giuseppe was unknown one's father. He did have a son out there who was responsible for Yara's passing. The authorities kept details of the information private for the most part, much to the frustration of the media desperate for a story. Slowly, rumors started to spread about Giuseppe's illegitimate son who was believed to have taken Yara's life. As an array of journalists started their own investigation, many affairs and family secrets were uncovered. Things began playing out like a soap opera in the small towns, but a breakthrough was on the horizon. Marshal Giovanni Moccarino worked closely with Leticia. He worked in an office alongside her own. Marshall was a well-liked man with a stubborn streak by his own admittance. Yara's case had caused him many sleepless nights and 4 years with no breaks, working towards bringing the man responsible to justice. In stark contrast to the high-tech work that went into analyzing the DNA samples and tracking phone records, Marshall was more old school. He liked getting out into the community and talking to people, making them feel comfortable by talking face to face. Through this, Marshall found out many details of Giuseppe's life. As previously mentioned, Giuseppe worked as a bus driver, and Marshall managed to track down his old colleagues. The main bus route for the drivers was taking factory workers to the abundant textile factories in the area. Many of these passengers were women. The drivers often described Giuseppe as somewhat of a ladies' man. While Marshall became acquainted with every aspect of Giuseppe's life, a name came up: Esther Asrufi. Esther was born and raised in Ponte Salva, where Giuseppe lived since the early 1960s. And Giuseppe actually lived not far from Esther at the time. When she was 19 years old, Esther got married and moved to a nearby village. She worked at a textile mill and would take the bus daily to her job. This is how Esther met Giuseppe. Her husband was a sickly man who used a cane, and during her frequent trips in Giuseppe's bus, Esther fell in love. Did investigators finally have their missing link? Letizia and her team checked their database to see if Esther happened to be on file. They found that a sample had been taken from Esther back in 2012, but a lab error meant it was not showing on the system. The result was conclusive when the moment came to run Esther's DNA against Unknown One. Unknown One was Esther's son. Had her sample been correctly logged in the first place, this very well may have come to light 2 years earlier. Esther left the home with her husband and they moved back to Ponte Salva in 1970. The couple welcomed twins that same year, a boy and a girl. The little boy was named Massimo. In 2014, Massimo Bossetti was 44 years old and married with children. The family lived together in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone had last pinged. Now that Letizia had a name, she wasted no time in tracking down Bossetti and collecting a DNA sample from him to compare it against Unknown One. This would be the final puzzle piece if it confirmed that his DNA was found on Yara's body. They knew asking Bossetti directly for a sample would raise suspicion, so they came up with a clever plan. But first, they needed to find him. Bossetti was observed for a few days where the team learned he had a fairly set routine. He worked in construction and returned home each evening at the same time in his small truck. Bossetti seemed like any other family man. After establishing his routine and confirming what car he drove, the plan was set into action. While Bossetti was out driving, an officer pulled him over and explained they were breathalyzing drivers to catch people driving over the legal limit. Bossetti was asked to blow into the device. His initial response was a chuckle followed by, "I do not drink." The officer persisted and got Bossetti to complete the test. The officer then looked down at his breathalyzer and explained to Bossetti that it seemed to be faulty before asking him to blow into a second device. It showed that Bossetti had not been drinking that day, so he was free to go. As he drove off, the officer jogged back to his car armed with 2 quality DNA samples from their prime suspect. They were sent off to the lab immediately and ran as they arrived. By early afternoon, authorities had their answer. Massimo Bossetti was Unknown One. On June 16, 2014, Bossetti was pounced on by police and taken into custody, where he was charged with taking life of Yara Gambirasio. During their investigation into Bossetti, investigators found that he frequented areas near where Yara lived. He often ate at a pizzeria down the road and would park his car behind the gym where Yara practiced her gymnastics. He also got regular suntans from a local shop. His internet search history showed a twisted desire for teenage girls, and his phone records showed he was in when Yara disappeared. Bossetti intentionally turned his phone off at 5:45 p.m., only turning it back on the following morning. When he was questioned, Bossetti remained silent and claimed he was not guilty. His legal team decided to call the DNA evidence into question, saying that while it may prove he had contact with Yara, It did not prove he was responsible for her slaying. The trial began in mid-2015 and lasted an entire year. It revealed the sheer extent of the investigation, where over 18,000 DNA samples had been analyzed. After multiple witnesses took the stand and dozens of pieces of evidence presented, it was time for a ruling. The Court of Bergamo, overseen by Judge Antonella Portoia, found him guilty on July 1, 2016. Bossetti was given a life sentence. Yara's case is unique for many reasons. Not only was her loss felt by her family, but the investigation into finding the monster who took her away from them upended multiple other families. Giuseppe's widow now had to come to terms with the fact that her husband had been unfaithful, and that his son was the man responsible for this deplorable crime. In addition to the several additional scandals that were discovered along the way, Bossetti's mother and sister also had to deal with the consequences of his actions. Of course, the toughest loss to accept is the one of Yara Gambirasio, the intelligent young girl who was lost too soon. Given that Bossetti continues to claim innocence, we are still unsure of exactly what transpired that evening. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at some point. Moving on to the next case. Danielle Claus. The horrific murder of renowned artist Danielle Claus shocked the beach community of Ventura, California in 1991. The tragedy would plague the neighborhood for more than 30 years. After years of silence, developments in forensic genealogy ultimately provided light on the long-standing mystery, giving her family and the community some closure. Danielle Claus, who was born on July 24, 1948, was a gifted and compassionate artist who was well known for her imaginative poems and lively energy. She overcame serious personal obstacles, including as addiction, and made impressive progress in her rehabilitation. After successfully turning her life around, Danielle committed herself to other people going through similar struggles. She was employed at a Ventura adult education facility where she helped those struggling with addiction by offering support and direction. Danielle was a talented poet as well. She and her sister worked together on a poem called Sheltered Heart. It powerfully portrayed a heart that had been brutally attacked and was bleeding and damaged. This imagery would tragically mirror her own death circumstances. Ventura, California had a night on July 15, 1991 that would stay with the locals for decades. At approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, Danielle, 42, was observed chatting with a man. This occurred at the intersection of Thompson Boulevard and Hemlock Street. Danielle would not be seen alive again after this. When Danielle didn't come home the following day, her husband filed a missing persons report. Her battered and partially dressed body was found early on July 16, 1991. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. On a hillside near Tioga Drive, in a flood control catch basin, approximately 1 mile from her last known location. Her body's discovery shocked the neighborhood and prompted the Ventura Police Department to launch a comprehensive investigation. The scene of the crime was bleak. Danielle's head had been severely injured by blunt force trauma. Later, an autopsy would reveal that there was evidence of additional assault against her. Investigators discovered a blood-stained rock close to Danielle's body, which they suspect to be the weapon used to kill her. Investigators painstakingly gathered evidence from the scene, including papers, trash, cigarette butts, fingerprints, and anything that appeared suspicious or out of place. However, despite their diligence, the initial inquiry ran into problems. Witnesses claimed to have seen a white pickup truck close to the location, but it was challenging to determine who owned the truck. Despite searching the neighborhood and speaking with several others, detectives were unable to find the perpetrator or obtain enough information to make an arrest. Their attempts proved insufficient to prevent the investigation's conclusion, and ultimately the trail became untraceable. With the technology available at the time, the physical evidence gathered, including DNA from the assault kit, was insufficient to identify a suspect. Danielle's terrible death remained unresolved for over 20 years. Her case file became more than 1,000 pages long as detectives tracked down every possibility they could find and every clue they could. With the arrest of the Golden State offender in 2018 made possible by forensic genetic genealogy, this would all change. Nationwide cold case investigations would be revolutionized by this case. New investigator Tyler Buck of the Serious Crimes Branch of the Ventura Police Department spent many hours a week working on cold cases. He was especially interested in how DNA technology might be able to assist in solving them. He went over the 1,000-page case files very carefully in an attempt to find anything that had been missed. Buck mentioned that the DNA sample for the case had been sent to CODIS. Sadly, no matches had been discovered. After that, Buck examined the evidence and got in touch with the crime scene investigation team. He learned that no DNA test had ever been performed on the weapon, the rock, or Danielle's fingernail clippings. Investigators made the decision to examine these materials in May 2021 in order to compare the DNA from the assault kit with that on the rock and fingernail cuttings. The findings by September 2021 verified that every sample matched one unidentified suspect. Recognizing the need for contemporary approaches, the group investigated forensic genetic genealogy, an expensive but useful tool. They made requests for help from several organizations. Mystique Compilation, a senior forensic genealogist with Identifinders International, assisted with the DNA sample analysis. The DNA profile was created and then uploaded to numerous genealogical databases. Genealogists had created a portion of the suspect's family tree by July 2022. They found a live relative who was interested in genealogy in May 2023. This relative had already constructed a family tree and given a sample of their DNA. She only had 2 male first cousins, according to analysis, and she was a first cousin match. As a result, the suspect pool was reduced to 2 brothers, the late Larry Devin Welsh and his Virginia-residing sibling. It was difficult for the investigators to get a covert DNA sample because there was only one brother left. The Welsh brothers' profiles were further enhanced by a cold case assault section by October 2023. Welsh had hazel eyes and brown hair, according to analysis. This fit the profile of the suspect. Blue eyes and blonde hair characterized his living brother. Virginia State Police helped by getting a DNA sample from the brother who was still alive in order to confirm. He gave details of Welsh's life. Testing revealed that he was the suspect's full sibling and not the suspect. Thus, it was established that Larry Welsh was the owner of the DNA found at the crime site. Welsh was connected to the crime by other factors. At the time of the murders, he possessed a Ventura P.O. box and a white Ford Ranger. Around the time Danielle vanished, he was spotted with her, and he was also seen by another witness close to the scene of her body's discovery. Welsh, who was 41 years old at the time of the murder, had overdosed and died in 1999. Danielle Claus's family felt some closure after he was identified. Marcy Fort, her sister, conveyed her appreciation for the commitment of the Ventura Police Department and all those engaged in cracking the case. She thought about the lengthy road to justice and her sister's life. My sister was much more than just a casualty of a vicious act. She was a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, and an artist. She was taken from us too soon, but she was a good person with a powerful soul. She recalled seeing her sister's corpse. She was completely unrecognizable due to her severe beating. That was not how I wanted my mother to see her. It was simply heartbreaking. Festivities. I've always hoped to find out who was responsible for this. My prayers were answered 33 years later. They performed an amazing job, and I am so happy that I get to witness some justice at all. The Ventura Police Department's ingenuity and tenacity are demonstrated by the way Danielle's case was resolved. Chief Darren Schindler of the Ventura Police Department stated, It gives me great pleasure to recognize the tenacity of detectives in their pursuit of justice for the victim and her family, from the first investigation in 1991 to the most recent developments in forensic techniques. Hope and a blueprint for resolving other unsolved cases are offered by the happy resolution of Danielle Claus' case. Moving on to the next case. Joanne Howell. In the 1970s, Joanne Howell, an accomplished vocalist, enjoyed considerable popularity in her native Australia. Joanne, who was 51 years old, was employed as a secretary for a security firm by 2007. She left with an ex-boyfriend she had broken up with, staying in an apartment in Eustyle, Melbourne. Joanne's body was discovered inside her apartment on April 21st. They'd beaten and strangled her. She passed away at the spot despite the paramedics' best attempts to save her. Relatives spoke out, claiming that they overheard Joanne and her ex-boyfriend fighting a lot that day. Paul Charlton was his name, and he was 52 years old at the time. Joanne gave him 4 weeks' notice to move out the day she was taken from us. During an interview with detectives, he stated that he went outside the apartment to walk the dog. Upon his return, he discovered Joanne's fate and promptly contacted the authorities. Investigators needed additional evidence, but it was clear to them that Paul was the reason behind Joanne's death. One of the witnesses came forward and said, "I saw a man acting strangely around Joanne's apartment around the time she was killed." According to a medical examiner, Joanne died at about 9 o'clock at night. After 11 p.m., Charlton made a police call. This implied that he would have needed to spend more than 2 hours walking the dog, which is improbable but not completely impossible. The case was abandoned after a protracted inquiry yielded no meaningful leads. Authorities requested additional information from Republic in December 2020, claiming they were getting close to wrapping up the case. Paul Charlton was then detained after being apprehended at his residence in January 2021. According to Detective Inspector Tim Day, the community shouldn't ever forget about Tran, and the police haven't either. This is the time, if you know anything, to come forward. We are making a call to anybody who could have overheard a communication with someone that could provide insight into Tran's circumstances. He was freed on bond in June 2021, since it appears he doesn't represent a risk to the public. When the media attempted to interview Charlton, he became defensive and swung his walking stick around, not endangering anyone in the community. Investigators have not provided a detailed explanation for his arrest despite the passage of time. Nevertheless, they have stated that in 2020, they installed listening devices in Charlton's home, and statements he made contributed to his detention. Charlton is currently awaiting trial, and the investigators think I have sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. Moving on to the next case. Karen Snider. Karen Snider, an 18-year-old, was well known for her kind and loving demeanor. Everyone who knew Karen was touched by her warmth and friendliness. She was a loving mother and a well-liked member of her community. On November 12, 1966, her life, however, took a terrible and unexpected turn that evening. Her husband discovered her dead at her Calumet City, Illinois, home. The scene was just horrifying. Karen had sustained over 120 knife wounds to her head, arms, legs, shoulders, and chest. The several shattered ribs and bruises on her face and hands further demonstrated the savagery of the attack. Even with the intensity of the attack, Paula, her 2.5-month-old infant, was safe in her cot, a quiet observer of the horrific crime. James Barbier, one of the pallbearers, was a friend of Karen's husband as well. Those in attendance were taken aback by his obvious injuries. James was taken into custody for her death following the burial. He was never properly charged, though, even after the arrest. About whatever possible reason he might have had for doing such a horrific deed, the authorities stayed silent. Their silence simply served to heighten the mystery surrounding Karen's terrible death, leaving friends and family in search of clarification and redress. Authorities were forced to free him because they could find no solid evidence linking him to the heinous crime, which left the Snider family and the neighborhood without closure. An unexpected resurgence of the long-dormant investigation into Karen Snider's slaying occurred in December of 2022. Detectives in Calumet City reopened the case in response to a call regarding the decades-old crime from a man named Kevin Seeley. He said that Dee, his grandmother, talked about the case a lot. She implied that the family still harbored unanswered questions and unfounded suspicions. It didn't take long to identify this caller as a member of Karen's family. His tenacity served as the impetus for a revisitation of the terrifying events of 1966. Kevin stated, "One day I was reading up on it at work and I was like, okay. Perhaps in 57 years technology will allow for the identification of the criminal." Motivated by this fresh tip, 2 Calumet City detectives went inside the department's evidence locker. They were shocked to learn that every piece of evidence from the initial probe had been painstakingly maintained. There was a lot of important information in the locker. It contained numerous physical objects found at the crime scene as well as large volumes of blood evidence. Detailed case files outlining the inquiry are also included. The detective was determined to use contemporary forensic techniques, so he sent the blood-stained clothes to the Illinois State Police Crime Lab for examination. Since the 1960s, DNA technology has advanced significantly, opening up new possibilities for identifying the offender. The detectives then set out for Creve Coeur, Missouri, equipped with a search warrant and met with growing expectation. James Barbier, a 79-year-old former co-worker of Karen Snider's husband and the original suspect from all those years ago, was their target. Barbier has continued to be a fascinating figure over time. He provided the detectives with a DNA sample which opened the door to a possible breakthrough in the unsolved case. The evidence that was tested produced definitive findings. Every item tested positive for the DNA of James Barbier. His DNA was collected by detectives in March 2023 using a buccal swab, and the match was unmistakable. Barbier was a prime suspect from the start, but Karen Snider's family experienced decades of confusion and suffering before they ultimately made a breakthrough. That fateful night, Barbier went back to his Gary, Indiana, home where his wife was watching their small child. He was acting very differently than normal. He seemed anxious and tense. The blood smeared on his skin, the stains on his clothes, and the cuts on his body were all visible to his wife. Barbier raced inside without saying anything, taking off his bloodied clothes and tossing them in the washing machine. His wife was confused and uncomfortable by the sight, feeling that something was very wrong. The Snider family is facing a difficult decision after many years. Their hopes for justice were reignited by the recent arrest of Barbier and the reopening of the case. James Barbier has an arrest warrant issued for him in April 2024. Law enforcement officials showed up at Barbier's Missouri residence on April 29, 2024. The 79-year-old spouse of Karen's co-worker was taken into custody. An investigation that has plagued Calumet City for almost 60 years saw a dramatic turning point with the arrest. After being arrested, Barbier was extradited to Illinois in 3 days. Initially, it is not apparent if Barbier had obtained legal counsel. The arrest has left people who remember Karen, her terrible death, and the unsolved mystery surrounding it, feeling both relieved and grieving all over again. Barbier appeared in court again on May 2nd, this time confronting the seriousness of the recently discovered DNA evidence that connected him to one of the clothes Karen was wearing when she passed her. There was a noticeable tension in the courtroom as the community awaited Karen's justice, and the specifics of the case, which dates back decades, were reviewed. Barbier's age and health were factors that the court had to take into account when deciding his pretrial status under the Pretrial Fairness Act. As a result, the judge chose to free Barbier, but with stringent guidelines meant to keep him within the legal system. Even though Barbier's release was conditional, opinions differed. His being able to stay at home free until the trial disappoints the family. Bill Neves, Karen's brother, remarked, "It's hard to believe he was free for 57 years while he was sitting there. And since my sister has been in the ground, We need to, hopefully, create a strong case and ensure that he is held accountable for his actions. Barbier would not, however, be kept in jail until trial due to the legal system's duty to strike a balance between the pursuit of justice and humanitarian concerns. Regular check-ins with law enforcement, giving up his passport to thwart any escape attempt, and a requirement to continue living under house arrest with electronic monitoring were all part of his release terms. These steps seek to meet Barbier's age and health-related problems while maintaining his accountability and court accessibility. Barbier's next status hearing is scheduled on May 21, 2024, in Markham Court. Karen's daughter, Paula Larson, stated that perhaps he could have also killed me if he had had more time or, in my opinion, been much more insane than he is. This is the man, my father's side of the family had always said. From the day he discovered her until his death, my father battled to see that justice was served. Paula spoke of her mother's beauty and her family's deep love for her. When the matter was reopened, she got a call. It was among the best phone calls I have ever gotten. The call they made the other day to inform me that the individual had been taken into custody and arrested was the second best call I have ever heard. The other day, I had to drive by the graveyard. In the drive by myself, I shouted aloud, "Mom and Dad, we got them." Moving on to the next case. Kelly Ann Workman. Everyone knew who the criminals were when Kelly Ann Workman was discovered, yet it took 35 years for someone to come forward and dare accuse the bullies responsible. Stanley and Joan Workman, farmers, welcomed Kelly Ann into the world in 1965. They lived in Seymour, Missouri's Douglas County. Stanley spent 19 years working at Dayco Corporate, but his true passion was farming and taking care of his dairy herd. Mark and Pam Workman were Kelly's two siblings. Ames Matthew Workman, her baby brother, died while still a baby. She was a peaceful, well-mannered kid who lived with her parents. She had blonde hair and green eyes. Kelly frequently performed yard and house maintenance for local Dogwood residents. For around 3 years, she manicured the Dogwood Cemetery's lawn. In this region, it was not unusual for a young lady to take care of a cemetery and for her to work late into the night. She was not afraid of the graveyard. However, it turned into a nightmare for her family on June 30, 1989, when Kelly just vanished while working late into the night. Her parents thought she was a little late at first, but her parents were more worried as supper time drew near and Kelly was not to be seen. Their daughter was not usually out this late without warning. Shauna Beebe, Kelly's cousin, can still clearly recall the day Joan Workman, in a panic, ran to their house to inform Kelly's father and uncle that she was missing. The days that followed were characterized by an intensely emotional and chaotic moment. Family and friends came together, organizing search teams and clinging to hope as each hour went by. Their concern turned into worry, and they called the police. A massive search that covered Douglas County started. Kelly's last known sighting was at 5:40 p.m. while she was cutting the lawn at Douglas County's Dogwood Cemetery. This is close to her place of employment, the Southern Baptist Church, at the intersection of Z and Highway 14. Her uncle saw her working diligently, but by 6:15, he was unable to see her anymore, so she either departed or was taken somewhere else. Kelly's sister, Pam Workman, lived roughly 200 miles away in Kansas City, Missouri at the time. The 22-year-old was going about her day. She was unable to fathom the catastrophe that would befall her family. A knock on Pam's flat door on July 1st interrupted her morning routine. Her aunt and uncle were standing there, worried expressions on their faces. They brought the breaking news that Kelly was missing, which would change Pam's life irrevocably. Even though Pam's travel back to Douglas County wasn't very long, it seemed to go on forever. Every mile served as an agonizing reminder of her sister's absence and the family's impending uncertainty. The laborer family gathered in prayer and concern for Kelly's whereabouts for several days. The fact that barely 2/3 of the lawn had been mowed and Kelly's keys were in the ignition of the car was the most perplexing thing. The lawnmower was switched off but still fully fueled. She was interrupted, the detectives concluded, and was not to be robbed. It's possible she was abducted. Heartbreak overwhelmed the relief when Kelly was eventually located. Sadly for Kelly's family, a week after her kidnapping, her body was found. Kelly was 24 years old. Over 10 miles after her last sighting, in the Mark Twain National Forest near Oldfield, her body was found submerged in a creek. For two of Kelly's uncles who were present at the moment, the revelation was especially terrifying. Authorities were unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of the speed at which her body decomposed. After taking an X-ray of her, they discovered no signs of a head injury or bullet wounds. They surmised that she had probably passed away on the evening of June 30th or July 1st. Pam frequently thought that the case of her sister was not given the attention it required. Her grief and annoyance were further exacerbated by this feeling of neglect. Still, optimism lingered. Bam held fast to the hope that justice will eventually be done, not just for Kelly, but for all the families that suffer because of a cold case. Pam was adamant that Kellyanne was a victim of excessive knowledge. She may have heard something regarding illegal substances or money while working at Dogwood's store on certain days. This also provides motive. The offender felt compelled to silence her. Although Pam feels that the police did not do much, there was another issue with the investigation. They lacked the means to prosecute the 3 suspects they had. They provided alibis during the interrogation. During a conference on July 10, 1989, law enforcement officials acknowledged that they lacked physical leads in this case. Participants in the conference included members from the Missouri State Highway Patrol's Springfield and Willow Springs offices, as well as the sheriff's departments of Christian County and Douglas County. They just did not have enough evidence, even with all their resources together. The laborers made a public appeal for people to take action and pleaded with any witnesses to come forward. On July 13, 1989, a $10,000 reward was made available. When Kelly went missing, they had first offered it, but now they were asking people to come forward with knowledge about what had happened to her tragically. 4 months into the investigation, on October 20th, the Douglas County Sheriff acknowledged that not much had changed. The department eliminated circumstances, evidence, and suspects as it carried out its inquiry. On the case, they possessed nothing. When the Workmans made a tiny progress, they felt hope. On December 30th, 1989, Joan Workman, Kelly's mother, was sporadically reviewing the day's events with her family. She received a crucial piece of information from a different family, a friend of theirs, that they neglected to disclose or overlooked. 4 days after Kelly was kidnapped, a friend of Kelly's contacted to report that they had seen a man at the Workman's house the afternoon Kelly vanished. Unfortunately, neither the witness nor the intruder was identified, but at least it indicated that someone had witnessed something. This was a really interesting turn of events. Due to threats and coercion, this person never reported anything to the police. This was probably someone Joan knew well, because she firmly believed Kelly would have fought back if the offender had been a stranger. However, the months soon became a year. Another statement was published by the sheriff's office. They were sure that Kelly's case would be resolved since there was someone out there who had vital information. Leonard Dwight Banks and Bobby Lee Banks, the notorious Banks brothers of the area, were the prime suspects. Bobby Lee Banks was given a polygraph test in August 1990 at the Missouri State Highway Patrol's request. It should come as no surprise that he failed the exam, which his lawyer said was caused by a lack of feeling. Their lawyer advised them not to make any public statements at the time because of the intense media attention. The police also requested that his brother, Dwight Banks, submit to a polygraph examination. The brothers lived in Seymour and had been seen about town. Dwight consented to take the polygraph exam, during which the researcher asked him 3 key questions. First of all, did he murder Kelly Ann Workman? Does he then know who killed her? Finally, did he appear to be under the effect of illicit substances? Unlike his brother, Dwight said no to every inquiry, and the examiner concluded that he was telling the truth. Additionally, the police learned that on the day Kelly vanished, a young guy was spotted in the cemetery. Later in the day, the burned-out truck belonged to this man. This man was probably involved, and his cronies burned the truck and threatened him. For a while, everything was silent. 2 years later, in October 1992, Joan received a call from an elderly person who identified herself as a lady. This person thought Kellyanne's death was related to the woman and her boyfriend, a licensed narcotic dealer. The caller's name was never discovered, and the woman and her boyfriend had alibis, thus this seeming lead was meaningless. However, in the interim, White's former partner revealed that he had requested her to provide an alibi on the night Kellyanne died. Authorities were still in the dark 6 years after Kellyanne Workman's decomposing body was found. According to Christian County Sheriff Steve Whitney, there were no findings from a grand jury probe. Stanley Workman, Kelly's father, thought more than one person was involved in her kidnapping and murder, but he had no evidence. When a fresh lead surfaced in the middle of July 1995, the investigation was reopened. Sheriff Whitney hinted that he had suspects, but he would not elaborate. Whitney underlined the difficulty of assembling a strong case, despite his confidence in knowing the identity of the attacker. Another interesting lead emerged as the investigation went on. Additionally, Bobby and Dwight Banks were named as suspects in Kelly's murder by July 1996. Kelly was working at the Dogwood store a few hours before she was abducted, as Dwight Banks had admitted to seeing her with his brother Bobby. However, he claimed that neither his brother nor he was involved in their tragedy or kidnapping. Actually, he and Bob were having fried chicken at his house when she had vanished. Investigators had good grounds to suspect that Dwight had used illegal drugs, like Valium or relaxants, to help him pass the polygraph exam that his brother had failed. While Kelly's case was going through all of this, on July 16, 1996, a bomb was discovered at the Workman's house. The explosive was defused by police, the Jefferson City Bomb Squad, and officers from both counties. On Joan's car's hood was where the explosive was discovered. It was found at 5:30 a.m. with a menacing writing on it. When the squad set the bomb's timer off at midday, they discovered no explosive materials. It was just supposed to frighten the family. Rita Sanders, a 17-year law enforcement veteran, thought she knew who killed Kelly Ann Workman. They assisted in disposing of the body. 2 were from Seymour, and the third was from a rural area near Fordland. She mentioned that just before Kelly vanished, 2 suspects were spotted close to the crime scene. Rita thought they had the case solved, but time and manipulated evidence made her dubious they would ever face justice. Remarkably, Rita was let go from the force in that same year. Rita informed the laborers that as Kelly valiantly fought for her life, a witness observed her being violently placed into a pickup. When a man from Ava came forward and admitted to the crime in December 1998, things really got going. He also named 2 other males as suspects, but no one was taken into custody. Wiley Belt was an accomplice and witness. DNA testing warrants were served to Dwight Banks in Seymour and Wiley Belt in Fordland on June 9, 1999, in relation to Kellyanne Workman's death. However, neither guy was charged or detained, and the test results were never made public. In an interview, Wiley Belt said he didn't know the Banks brothers and that he wasn't terrified of the testing. He claimed that since he saw Kelly at the Dogwood store that day, someone must have noticed him there. Thus, the case was forgotten for many years. No fresh leads were available. A few of the cops who were involved retired, and the photographic proof was destroyed. While grocery shopping, Kelly's sister Pam once ran into Dwight Banks. He wanted to get into a fight with her because it was a bad experience. Kellyanne Workman's case was given to investigators Christopher Holland and Leslie Albrecht in 2021. The case has long been regarded as open, The two were employed by the Senior Services Bureau of Special Investigations and the Department of Health at the time. They were put on caseloads in southwest Missouri for dependent adult abuse and elder abuse. Albrecht and Holland did not have a meeting with the eyewitnesses until the second year of their investigation. In the end, they contributed vital information that strengthened the case against Belt and Bank brothers. Soon after this information was made public, an indictment was filed. However, Stanley Workman died on September 11, 2022, before he could witness the offenders being brought to justice. A Douglas County grand jury indicted Bobby Banks, 65, of Seymour, Leonard Dwight Banks, 64, of Gainesville, and Wiley Belt, 64, of Ava, on February 20, 2024, for Kellyanne Workman's 1989 murder, assault, and kidnapping. Each of the men had a $250,000 cash bail that kept them detained at the Douglas County Jail. At their arraignments, the three men entered not guilty pleas. Attorneys attempted to persuade the court to grant Dwight Banks some mercy in light of his diabetes and pancreatic cancer struggles. Since all three of the counts are first-degree offenses, the maximum sentence for each is life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Lubitka Toich. In 1971, 6-year-old Lubitka Toich, her parents, and her 8-year-old brother Michael resided in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Lubitka and Michael were performing outside their Dulaud Road residence on May 14, 1971, in the evening. Just before 9 at night, a man came up to them. Lubitka accepted his $8 offer to go for a stroll down the street with him. In an attempt to divert Michael's attention while he was walking away hand in hand with Lubitka, the man also offered him money to go ride his bike. When the man and Lubitsch failed to return, Michael informed his mother and the police were called. 4 hours later, in the backyard of a house on Hickory Avenue, Lubitsch's body was discovered less than a mile from her residence. About 1 in the morning, her body was discovered by a cop using a flashlight to search the yards. Her body was deposited at a gate that led to the rear alley by the culprit. Next to Lubitsch's body, police discovered 2 of her teeth and an adult tooth. She had suffered a serious and brutal beating. Investigators gathered the adult tooth and other pieces of evidence so they may use it in the future. Reports from witnesses claimed to have seen an odd man loitering at a cafe across the street from the Topic residence. He was never found. The case received widespread media coverage. Hundreds of tips were submitted from both the U.S. and Canada. More than 500 people were at one point thought to be relevant to the investigation. Investigators were able to obtain DNA in the 1990s from objects discovered at the scene of the crime. Investigators said in 2015 that they had developed a DNA profile of the offender. Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based DNA technology company, was enlisted by investigators to assist with DNA phenotyping, the process of estimating physical characteristics and ancestry from unidentified DNA evidence. In order to reduce the number of suspects on their lists and provide leads for criminal investigations, law enforcement organizations utilize the Firm Snapshot DNA phenotyping service. Parabon produced 2 distinct photos. The first one displayed the suspect's appearance at the time of the crime, which was at the age of 25. The other photo displayed the suspect's potential current appearance at roughly 70 years of age. Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman of Windsor Police declared in December 2019 that Lubitka Tovich's case has been resolved. Lubitsch's case, according to Chapman, is one of many unsolved instances that was resolved by genetic genealogy. According to Chapman, our case was among the first in Canada to employ this method of offender identification. Users have the choice to withhold their genetic information from law enforcement on ancestry research websites like GED Match and Family Tree DNA, according to Chapman. In the end, the DNA of a distant cousin discovered in a database helped police identify the culprit. The only information they provided was that he had recently died and had moved out to the West following his criminal activity. Although the police were praised for having finally solved the case, several members of the public took issue with their decision to withhold the man's identity. At last, Winter Police reversed course in 2023. It was declared that the culprit was Frank Arthur Hall. In 1971, he was 22 years old. The Toich family lived fewer than 2 miles away from Hall. Prior to the confirmation of his guilt by the DNA match, he was neither a person of interest nor a suspect. Shortly before the DNA match in February 2019, Hall passed away in Edmonton, Canada. It was Staff Sergeant Scott Chapman of Windsor Police who made the announcement that Hall was the culprit. He clarified that because there was so little precedence, it was uncertain in 2019 when he declared the matter solved whether they could lawfully name Hall. Hall's identity was suppressed at the time in part because of that, according to Chapman, who acknowledged that since then, things have evolved as genetic genealogy has gained popularity. Chapman took a plane to Edmonton before that information was made public in order to inform Hall's family. He claimed they were shocked, but yet shown strength. Chapman stated, "We have to remember that whatever Frank Hall did in his life is not a reflection on these people. They, too, have suffered because of this information." Chapman claims that it is unclear from police records if Hall's house was searched during the initial inquiry in 1971. Nonetheless, Windsor and other police departments were aware of Hall, primarily for theft and other property offenses. Since 2019, various law enforcement authorities have been informed about Hall, even though the public was unaware of his identity. With Hall's name now public, Chapman thinks there may be an increase in public tips about additional crimes. According to him, it can breathe fresh life into many investigations. It's totally feasible. Moving on to the next case. Mary Jane Van Gilder. Mary Jane Van Gilder made a choice during World War II that would result in a long-lasting mystery. She moved to an Ohio Air Force depot in search of fresh prospects, leaving behind her life in West Virginia, her husband, and her 5 children. Mary Jane's life, however, took an unexpected turn in March 1945 when she abruptly quit from her job and vanished. It would take nearly 8 decades for her story to come to light. Mary Jane Croft was born in Montana on November 19, 1911, the fourth of John and Anna Croft's 8 children. On January 29, 1929, at the age of 17, she wed James Wesley Van Gilder. After their twins were stillborn in 1935, Mary Jane gave birth to their 5th child by the time World War II broke out. But something happened in Mary Jane and James's marriage 2 years after the birth of their youngest child, Cheryl Judy Gay Van Gilder. After that, Mary Jane left the Van Gilder family farm. She rented an apartment in downtown Fairmont, above the former Fairmont Theater, after divorcing James and her kids. In Fairmont, West Virginia, she subsequently began working. Mary Jane Van Gilder left her husband James and their 5 children behind when she traveled from Fairmont to Huron County, Ohio, in 1944. At the Wilkins Air Force Depot in Shelby, Ohio, 7 miles from Plymouth, she accepted a civilian position. Mary Jane would buy war bonds from various Shelby area People's Bank branches throughout this time of her family's estrangement. After that, she would mail them to Anna Mae, her eldest child. Anna Mae told me that after sending me war bonds, she wrote to ask that I return them by mail. She then proceeded to cash the bonds at several Ohio banks. Anna Mae added that occasionally, her mother would also send clothes for her. She started to become curious and demand answers regarding her parents' divorce despite these enigmatic messages from her mother. Mary Jane asked for all of the bonds to be returned to her in January 1945. That marked the end of her relationship with her family. According to court documents, on February 12, 1945, she filed for divorce in Ohio. Less than a month later, on March 8, 1945, she announced her resignation from her position, citing an increase in domestic responsibilities as her reason. When Mary Jane did not appear in court, her counsel withdrew her divorce case in April 1946. However, James Van Gilder had already received his divorce decree from a West Virginia court by that point. James remarried in 1946 and carried on raising the children he and Mary Jane had together. In 1985, James departed from this life. Mary Jane's loved ones searched for her on multiple occasions throughout the years, but she was never formally reported missing at the time of her disappearance. Not until Lester Croft, Mary Jane's brother, came home from World War II did Anna Mae start looking for her mother in earnest. Lester visited the Marion County Sheriff and corresponded with the Plymouth, Ohio police chief. They would correspond through the 1960s as the decades passed, but they wouldn't discover a connection to their mother's history until 2004. Following an article published in a Plymouth newspaper on December 2, one of her grandkids got a letter from William King the following month. He claimed to have worked with Mary Jane at the Ohio Depot, but had lost contact with her during layoffs at the company. The search for the family would stall from 2004 till 2018. Mary Jane's granddaughter, Mindy Wilson, sent a Facebook comment to the Shelby Police Department in October 2018. Detective Adam Turner was given the case by Police Chief Lance Combs. He combed through Ohio's and the nation's unidentified descendant cases for years, looking for any that fit Mary Jane's description. He discovered a newspaper item about a Jane Doe that was discovered in Preble County, Ohio in the 1960s while conducting his investigation. The description of the deceased woman's remains seemed to fit Mary Jane. Late in 2019, the bones were dug up and transported to a state crime lab. Turner stated, "They informed me that the body was not Mary Jane Van Gilder, based on some DNA testing they were able to perform. This is how the tale may have ended. I might have simply said, 'I'm done,'" Turner remarked. "This no longer belongs to me. Preble County is this." Nevertheless, he made the decision to move forward, working with Moxie Forensic Investigations to create a DNA profile and using investigative genetic genealogy to solve the case. After 3 years, with a few setbacks owing to the epidemic, they discovered that Preble County Jane Doe was not a woman after all. The closest related to the human remains, Tina Barrett of Cincinnati, a great-niece, is matched by DNA. Tina had entered her DNA profile into the public genealogy database GEDmatch, where users may choose to grant law enforcement access to their personal data. Albert Frost, a Hamilton, Ohio resident who vanished sometime in the early 1960s, is the owner of the human remains. So, when Albert's body was discovered in May 1968, why did the coroner think he was a woman? His bones, which were dispersed across roughly 75 feet, were severely decayed. Turner believes that the fact that Albert was short and extremely thin could have contributed to the error. The cause of death could not be ascertained by the coroner. Turner revealed that there was a rumor among his nieces and nephews, who are among his surviving family members, that Albert was fatally battered outside of an Eaton, Ohio pub. Turner solved another enigma when he contacted Tina. Tina remarked, "Up until that point, I was unaware that Albert even existed. Therefore, I assumed they were referring to my great-aunt Clara. Nobody discussed it. It turns out that the same family has 2 lost siblings. Clara, Albert's sister, vanished also and was never found again. She went by the pseudonym Inez and disappeared 10 years before Albert did in the 1950s. She was in her early 20s. When the young mother vanished, she was residing in Cleveland, Ohio. Turner was informed by several family members that Clara's mother had sold her to a man who would go on to marry her. When she disappeared, they had 2 children together, an infant and a toddler. Clara's family reported to the police that she had suffered physical abuse from her husband, because they found her disappearance odd. Clara's husband reported to the police at the time that she had just fled. According to Tina, she wasn't the kind of person to simply get up and walk away. By 1952, Turner learned that her husband had remarried and relocated the family to Pennsylvania. Clara's late husband is being investigated in this case. He passed away many years ago, according to information from her family. Mary Jane's disappearance investigation remained an unresolved cold case. When Turner was able to obtain Mary Jane's military personnel file and post it online, it gave him a breakthrough in the cold case. Turner refers to her as a civilian sleuth who had been following the case. November 2023, the woman learned about Percy L. Sebring's name. Upon further investigation, they discovered that this individual, like Mary Jane, had also worked at the Wilkins Air Force Depot in Ohio. A few days after filing for divorce in February 1945, she was promoted to high-lift fork operator, according to employee records. She replaced Percy in the role and most likely learned from him. Turner discussed this breakthrough as follows. There were dozens of names in Mary Jane's military file, but this one in particular would turn out to be important. 1969 saw Percy's passing in Kansas City, Missouri. A train rolled over him. However, Turner was able to track down his documents and discovered he had wed Mary Jane Sebring. She was born on the same day as Mary Jane Van Gilder and died in 1990. The couple was residents of Arkansas and had 2 children, one of whom was born in December 1945 and was named Percy Jr. 9 months have passed since Mary Jane quit her position at Wilkins Air Force Depot. Turner contacted Bobby Sebring, one of Percy Jr.'s children, on Facebook and informed him that she was unaware of her grandmother's existence and that it had not been discussed. According to Turner, Bobby and her siblings provided him pictures of their grandmother, demonstrating beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mary Jane Sebring was, in fact, Mary Jane Van Gilder. He contrasted their signatures as well. The structure and design of every letter were strikingly similar. It became official in 2024 after a DNA test. Without a doubt, Mary Jane Sebring was Mary Jane Van Gilder. Mary Jane Sebring was using a different Social Security number than the one that was listed in her military personnel file, which she had somehow obtained. Following her death from colon cancer on May 31, 1990, Mary Jane was interred next to her husband, Percy, in his native Louisiana. The Sebrings, Mary Jane's grandchildren, thought she was amazing and the epitome of a grandma. She enjoyed gardening, and hydrangeas were her favorite flower. She was an excellent chef and enjoyed sun tea. Turner claimed that during Mary Jane's terminal illness, she confided in one of her granddaughters about something she was unable to disclose to her and would never know. According to him, her granddaughter had previously thought that her grandma was speaking incoherently, but everything now makes sense. Turner said that after spending decades looking for Mary Jane, the Van Gilder children and grandkids had experienced great anguish in learning the truth about her fate. Though she never had the opportunity to meet her grandmother, Mindy Wilson expressed gratitude for having been able to inform Mary Jane's surviving children about her passing. "Our family has at last found closure," Mindy added, "but it has been a hard road. Our grandmother's disappearance began many years ago, before I was even born." Turner claimed that because their grandma lied to them about her past and never revealed who she truly was, the Sebring grandchildren have also been going through the range of emotions. He continued by saying that the reason Mary Jane chose to leave her family in West Virginia and begin a new life somewhere is still a mystery, and most likely will never be discovered. A family that mourned her for 79 years and loved and looked after her. It demonstrates how actions we make can have an impact on generations of members of our immediate family as well as our descendants, even beyond time and space. We should always think about the people we love when making decisions in life. Mary Jane, it turns out, had a family and a second secret existence. Both families were unaware of one another. The disappearance of Mary Jane Van Gilder was a story of reinvention rather than malicious play. She made the decision to start again and move on from her background, which was unknown until Detective Turner's tenacious research ended a family's long-term search. Moving on to the next case. Mary Mars Cowan. On July 4, 1965, Mary Mars Cowan, a 39-year-old homemaker, went out drinking and dancing with her spouse, Dr. Madison Cowan III, a professor of hematology at the Kentucky Medical Center. Sam and Betty Strother, who were pals, were also with them. In true American fashion, the group celebrated Independence Day by heading to the members-only Idle Hour Country Club. In 1965, their drink expenditure of over $40 amounted to much than $300 in alcohol alone. Sam Strother would subsequently estimate that the four people in the gathering drank 10 beers apiece. Following their night of dancing and mingling at the club, the elites went back to the Strother residence, which was 3 streets away from the K-Win residence. Mary complained of being sick, so Sam Strother, the husband of one of her friends, drove her home. The couple's 2 kids and the Strother's kid were staying at the K-Win residence. After arriving home, a taxi was summoned to return the babysitter to her apartment at 12:30, but because of a misplacement, it took over an hour for the taxi to show up. While he had a beer and stayed downstairs with the babysitter, he indicated that he left at roughly 1:30 a.m., leaving the door unlocked until after the babysitter was picked up. He said Mary never returned downstairs. Back at the still divorcing Strother residence, Dr. Madison Kahn and Sam kept drinking and mingling until around 3 in the morning, when Dr. Cowan declared himself too drunk to go home by himself, and made the decision to stay the night, which was not unusual for him to do. Betty picked up her child and the K-Win children the following morning and drove them back to her own house to prepare them breakfast after hearing from her own child that they hadn't had any food yet. She later took them to a neighboring swimming class. Betty returned to the K-Win residence after leaving the kids off and calling and phoning Mary again without success. She discovered Mary was still in her bedroom, sitting rigidly in a dark chair with her head cocked to one side. The room was unoccupied, and her bed remained made. Betty figured she had dozed off. When Betty looked more closely, she saw that Mary had passed away, not just from a bad hangover, but from a serious illness. Alone and terrified, Betty contacted both Sam Strother, Mary's husband, and Dr. Kwan, Mary's husband, and they both came right away. Sam Kwan was given the task of throwing away Mary's drink, which was on the bedside table, as soon as Dr. Kwan declared that Mary had killed herself. Upon confirming her death, they phoned one of Dr. Kewen's medical pals rather than the police or an ambulance. It took until the crime scene was sufficiently tainted before police were summoned. The coroner needed 6 weeks to declare her death to be a homicide. It wasn't until the later autopsy that it was discovered she had been stabbed twice with a needle of some kind, carrying an unidentified solution that the 2 needle marks on her thigh became visible. The cause of death was determined by autopsy to be carbolic acid poisoning. The CDC states that carbolic acid can result in the following symptoms: nausea, heavy perspiration, headache, dizziness, ringing in the ears, seizures, coma, respiratory depression, and death. Mary had blood alcohol content just below the fatal threshold of 0.4%. Her alcohol use may have made her already extremely vulnerable to attack, making it possible for her killer to give her the 2 injections of what the police thought to be a sedative. The extravagant means of taking a life, the drink spiking or other oral ingestion technique, the 2 puncture wounds, and the blood alcohol content all looked like they were taken straight out of a Hollywood film. And as everyone who has watched a movie knows, the husband is usually the main suspect. The pair was not at all pleased in their marriage despite the urge of Mary's father, the well-known George Swineboard, the dean of Kentucky's thoroughbred auctioneers, and the man who sold many of the future winners of the Kentucky Derby. The purportedly grieving spouse, Dr. Madison Kewin, was anything but a faithful man. Mary had received a divorce request from Dr. Kewin, but the divorce process had not yet started. Aside from his own wife, he was seeing 2 other ladies. He first had an affair with a colleague hospital hematologist, Dr. Emma J. Lepet, a divorcee. This would start a lengthy romance that had been going on for more than 2 years when Mary passed away. Subsequently, Dr. Kewin started dating Barbara Liepman, who was a colleague's wife in addition to being one of his patients. Suffering from Hodgkin's cancer, Barbara Liepman appeared to be Dr. Madison's go-to woman following the breakup with Dr. Lepet. Regarding Barbara Liepman, The philandering physician subsequently admitted to law enforcement that, quote, he was in love with her. But Barbara Liepman's husband was not in such a playful mood, and he threatened to hurt the man who was seeing his wife physically. Mary Cawen knew about the affair and was concerned about how it might affect her husband's reputation as well as his distinguished family. Given that his second affair included a patient, his medical license was in jeopardy. To further complicate things, Barbara, the patient who later became a lover, was expecting a child and wanted an abortion from Dr. Madison. She told the police that she was concerned the abortion wouldn't take place after Mary died, though it's unclear if she thought her boyfriend or husband was the father. Naturally, Barbara's husband, Dr. Liepman, would be the second physician to be charged with murder if word of this affair spread. However, there existed a third possibility, which, upon closer examination, would seem to be the most malevolent of all. Dr. Lepet, the other lady, was reported to be extremely domineering. She would drive by Dr. Madison Kewen's house and phone his office a lot in an attempt to stay in touch. She even had the ability to inform his secretary that she was under no obligation to forward any calls from Mrs. Liepman to Dr. Kewen. Liepman was unhappy enough with Dr. Lepet's fixation on him that he was altering his exit strategy from the office and hanging his coat in different locations so that Dr. Lepet could keep an eye on him. Dr. Lepet often called Dr. Liepman, Barbara's husband, incoherently informing him of his wife's extramarital affair, albeit she did not disclose the identity of the other party. These calls were strange and invasive, inquiring about Barbara's background at random. Yet the most peculiar call came in between 2 and 3 in the morning on July 5th. Reportedly from Dr. Liepman's wife, this call, which was answered by a phone receptionist, stated that he was needed at home. By this point, Dr. Liepman was aware of the calls and had a suspicion that the woman who had been questioning him so much about Barbara was the one who was calling, not his wife, and that the call was placed to make him go home and discover his wife cheating. At this point, Dr. Liepman was aware that Dr. Kewen was the one conducting an extramarital affair. Dr. Liepman, infuriated by the continuous calls at all hours, called the police. However, since he was unable to identify the caller and no crime had occurred, the police were unable to address the issue as it was merely a phone call. However, months after the first murder, Barbara Liepman received test results from the hospital related to her Hodgkin's cancer. The results were given to Dr. Lepet, a fellow hematologist, while Dr. Kewen was not on duty. Dr. Lepet concluded that giving Barbara Liepman nitrogen mustard would be the best course of action. A chemical included by Schedule I of the Chemical Weapons Convention is nitrogen mustard. Liepman said that Dr. Lepet wasn't her doctor and that she wouldn't accept treatment until Dr. Kewen returned to duty. Nitrogen mustard is a potent medicine. After Mary's sudden death, Dr. Kwan continued to meet Barbara and displayed odd behavior. 5 days after Mary's daughter passed away, he informed her that the pathologist believed her daughter had simply consumed too many Alka-Seltzers, causing gas to build up in the system and seemingly causing a heart attack, which, given that the pathology and mortuary departments had not yet determined the cause of death, was a strange remark to make. With no additional leads or witnesses, the police were left to speculate as to who might be trying to tie up loose ends: the philandering husband, Dr. Kewen, the jealous ex-affair, Dr. Lepet, or the resentful husband, Dr. Liepman. When a writer interviewed Dr. Lepet years later, she said that she had never even met Dr. Kewen. There has never been a murderer apprehended, and Mary's case is classified as a permafrost cold case. Moving on to the next case. Crystal Rogers, with her partner Brooks Hawk, their 2-year-old son Eli, and her 4 children from her last marriage, 35-year-old Crystal Rogers resided in Bardstown, Kentucky in 2015. Just around 14,000 people live in Bardstown, a little town known as the bourbon capital of the world. Tommy and Sherry Ballard had one daughter, Crystal, who was the oldest. They were, by all accounts, extremely close. To ensure that her 5 children were always well taken care of, She worked 2 jobs. Brooks, Eli, and Crystal spent the weekend of July 4th at his family's farm. Situated around 9 miles south of Bardstown's downtown, the farm spans 245 acres. Crystal left 2 of her kids with a babysitter and dropped off the other 2 at her ex-husband's residence. When Brooks awoke on July 4th, 2015, Eli was beside him, but Crystal was nowhere to be seen. She had disappeared entirely. It wasn't her car in the driveway. Surprisingly, Brooks chose not to file a missing persons report. He kept celebrating the 4th of July at the farm with his family. He claimed that because she frequently went out with friends and stayed out late, sometimes not returning home until the next morning, he was not initially concerned about her absence. But Crystal's family was worried right away. When they called her several times that day and she didn't pick up, they started to get worried. 2 days later, on July 5th, Crystal's mother, Sherry Ballard, reported daughter missing. She later told the newspaper, "I told Brooks that I was going to report her missing to the police department, and he said that's what you should do." Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father, discovered her maroon 2007 Chevrolet Impala on July 5th. It was parked near the Bluegrass Parkway's mile marker 14, flat tire in tow. Her mobile phone and pocketbook were discovered inside, and the keys were still in the ignition. The driver's seat was not where it normally was. The fact that Crystal had not been the last person to drive the car was quickly discovered by her relatives. Sadly, the finding of Crystal's car provided no information concerning her location. After that, her family declared a $25,000 reward for information that helped solve her disappearance. With teary eyes, Sherry Ballard added, "We love her. We're looking for her. We just want her to come home." Families and strangers from all over the world set out to search every square inch of Nelson County and the surrounding area, demonstrating the community's tremendous response. Sammy Johnson, a family member, stated, "We have searched the rivers. We have looked everywhere for her, including homes, farms, wells, and sinkholes." The Ballard family was outspoken in their belief that Brooks Hook was somehow connected to Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's sister stated in an interview that Brooks Hook has never once offered to look for the family or provide assistance. In an interview, he acknowledged that there were moments when their relationship was tense, but he categorically denied being involved in Crystal's abduction. He declared, "I am innocent in every way in this." He insisted he was assisting with search operations behind the scenes, despite the criticism from Crystal's family. On July 8th, 3 days after Crystal's automobile was discovered, Brooks was taken in for interrogation by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. According to Brooks, Crystal went on a date night the night before she vanished. He said that after they arrived home and she was playing games on her phone, they fed the cows and went for a walk around midnight. The chronology and additional particulars of Brooks' narrative did not make up. They were out walking in a field at that time, especially with their 2-year-old son, so it did not make much sense given how much rain there was that evening. John Snow, a detective from Nelson County, conducted the interrogation and pointed out the contradictions in Brooks's account, but he persisted in saying he was unrelated to Crystal's abduction. Detective John Snow questioned Brooks about a late-night phone call with a specific number on the night that Crystal had disappeared during the interview that was recorded. When Brooks, Crystal, and the kids got on the phone, they were driving home in their pickup. Who was calling Brooks? The detective questioned. Reluctantly, Brooks revealed to him that Steve Lawson was the owner of the number. When Detective Snow inquired as to Steve Lawson's identity, Brooks said that it was someone he employed. Brooks admitted to the investigator that he had no idea why Steve had contacted him at such a late hour. Then, Brooks was told by Detective Snow to contact Steve from the questioning room. Steve clarified by saying that he had spoken with Brooks regarding a rental property. According to him, Brooks instructed him to contact Katie, who was in charge of the properties, and she promised to get back to him. Brooks corrected him, pointing out that it was actually Crystal. Detective Snow questioned Brooks about his decision to tell Steve Lawson that she would call him back after the call, given that Brooks had been by his side in his truck at the time. With an explanation, Brooks said he didn't want to disturb Crystal with work-related matters at that late hour. When Brooks' brother, Nick Hawk, a Bardstown police officer, found out that his brother was being examined by detectives, he called Brooks on his cell phone and advised him not to talk to the authorities. When Nick was asked to testify before a grand jury the following day by city officials, investigators began to assume that he was also involved in Crystal's abduction. Nick ceased collaborating with the sheriff's office at this point. He did, however, consent to a polygraph examination following a Kentucky State Police interview. The FBI contacted Nick, and on July 20th, he eventually underwent a polygraph exam. Concerns regarding the polygraph test findings were raised by the examiner with McCubbin, the chief of police in Bardstown. Nick claimed he didn't care what your computer said when presented with the data, refuting any suggestion that he had been dishonest. "I object to being called a liar, which is what you are doing to me." Tommy and Sherry Ballard, Crystal's parents, began the process of attempting to obtain custody of Eli, the 2-year-old child she had with Brooks Hawk, in August of 2015. The Ballards saw Brooks Hawk for the first time since Crystal was reported missing on that particular court day. Tommy Ballard told me he looked me in the eye after the court hearing. I looked him in the eye. "All I want to do is see my grandson. The only people I worry about are my daughter and my grandchild." At that point, it was decided that Eli would remain with Brooks. 3 months after Crystal vanished, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office announced in October that she was no longer living. Nick Hawk was let go from the Bardstown Police Department on October 16, 2015, for obstructing the investigation into Crystal's disappearance. He was charged with informing his brother that he would be interviewed by detectives and giving him advice not to talk to them. Later, Nick informed the Kentucky State Police that he had just called his brother to warn him that he should defend himself in case they were trying to trick him. In October 2015, the Kentucky State Police formally designated Brooks Hawk as a suspect in Crystal's disappearance. "I have 8 pages of circumstances that led me to look in Brooks Hawk's direction," a police officer stated. Hawk went on to refute any involvement on his part in the disappearance, claiming, "My entire family's name is trashed for something that's not even connected to me. It requires a great deal of effort and energy. Even pulling over on the side of the road makes me appear guilty, and this is becoming ridiculous now. I don't require legal counsel, I'm not guilty, and this is getting ridiculous in my opinion." Footage from the separate police interviews with the Humph brothers was later made public by the authorities. A local newspaper said in December 2015 that Danny Singleton had been arrested on 38 charges of false swearing on allegations that he had misled under oath to a grand jury about the Crystal disappearance inquiry. Singleton has worked with Brooks Hawk for a long time and is a good friend. Singleton was detained for 6 months before entering a guilty plea and being let out of jail. When a private investigator discovered that a white Buick was parked at the Hawk farm the night Crystal vanished, it became a crucial piece of evidence. A few weeks after Crystal vanished, Anna Whitesides, the grandmother of the Hawk brothers, sold the white Buick she owned. The 82-year-old was subpoenaed by the authorities to testify before a grand jury in June 2016. According to the subpoena, the car might have been cleaned, used for body disposal, and then sold in an effort to hide evidence. Invoking her Fifth Amendment rights, Anna Whitesides declined to appear before a grand jury out of concern that she would be found guilty of a crime. There are many factors that may trap an 82-year-old woman, especially in a high-profile case with an investigation this frenzied, according to Whitesides' attorney. Attorney Jason Floyd said that the information provided by the car buyer and Anna Whiteside's statement to the police was sufficient. A judge ruled that all upcoming Whitesides proceedings must remain confidential. Despite several search operations during the course of the year that Crystal remained missing, Hawk's grandmother had never been charged or arrested in relation to Crystal's disappearance. Afterwards, a more thorough search of the Hawk family farm was conducted in August 2016. At least 14 cadaver dogs were used by the police to search 300 acres. According to Detective John Snow, the Hawk farm is thought to have been the scene of a crime involving Crystal. The homes of Nick Hoke, his brother, and his mother, Rosemary Hoke, were searched, as was the home of Hoke's grandmother, Anna Whiteside. Several pieces of agricultural equipment were taken as possible evidence. John Snow later stated that the search was conducted in an attempt to locate DNA, a body, or other possibly important evidence. I have hope. We are heading in the right way, in my opinion. We may still have a long way to go, but I believe we're getting close. When Brooks Hawk's new girlfriend, Crystal Maupin, was seen on camera damaging signs related to Crystal Rogers' case, she was taken into custody in July 2017. Supportive signs for the family had been placed all throughout Bardstown ever since Crystal vanished. A court ordered Crystal Maupin to submit an apologetic letter to Sherry Ballard after she took several of those signs. Sherry made a comment. She might have just apologized. I apologize for what I did, but it seemed more like she was attempting self-defense. Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father, looked for his daughter every day and even began his own inquiry. On November 19, 2017, 16 months after her abduction, her devoted father was getting ready to go hunting on the Ed Brent Lake family property. The eldest son of Crystal, his 12-year-old grandson, was beside him. Tommy Ballard was hit in the chest by an unidentified shooter who moved toward him. He didn't make it. Tommy Ballard was 54. According to the coroner's office for Nelson County, Crystal's father was shot once in the chest, with the bullet passing through his back and into his chest. Sherry, Crystal's mother, thought he was being targeted because he was so close to making a breakthrough for their daughter. She revealed to a journalist that her husband's search for their daughter led to his death. She claimed that her spouse was the greatest supporter of the search for Crystal and was constantly coming up with new places to look for her. Sherry Ballard claimed he felt he was being followed in the days before he was shot, and he feels he was targeted. Following the deadly shooting, the police conducted another search of Anna Whiteside's house but turned up nothing. 2 retired troopers were employed by Commissioner Rick Sanders to look into a few high-profile, unresolved cases in Bardstown, including the one involving Crystal and her father, Tommy Ballard. While Brooks was the primary guardian, Crystal's mother continued to attempt to obtain custody of Eli, her youngest son. Nelson Circuit Judge Stephen Hayden made a strong case in his final custody decision, stating that there is substantial evidence of animosity between the Ballard family and Brooks, and that there's a substantial risk of emotional harm to the child. Only a few weeks after Crystal vanished, Sherry Ballard and her late husband submitted a petition for grandparent visitation. "I've done everything conceivable that the courts have requested me to do," Sherry told a local reporter. "I still don't get to see my grandson. I will not accept the fact that he is not my daughter's son. That is her son. They seem to want me to simply take him out of my daughter's life, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that." Sherry was first awarded weekend visitation dates with her grandson by a judge following multiple custody hearings in trial court. In November 2018, however, a 3-judge panel overturned that ruling, concurring that it is not in the boy's best interest to spend time with his grandmother because of the ongoing conflict between Brooks and Sherry. That decision was followed by multiple hearings. In November 2018, Nelson County chose Ramon Piñeroa as the next sheriff following the resignation of Ed Mattingly. The primary investigative agency in Crystal's disappearance had been the sheriff's office. It had been said that Ramon Piñeroa was determined to solve Crystal's case. He stated in an interview that the agency had a solid notion of what had occurred to Crystal and that his goal is to gather sufficient information and proof to file an arrest. There was a growing desire for justice as the years passed. As her story was told on TV shows and true crime podcasts, Crystal's family never gave up looking for her or giving up on pursuing justice. The case of the mother of 5 has generated a lot of news coverage, podcasts, and films. A crime series revolves around Crystal Rogers' disappearance. Part of the first episode of the third season of the well-liked real-life nightmare features the newest docuseries. The HLN investigations team delves further into Crystal's disappearance in Bourbontown mystery. The Crystal Rogers case has also been the subject of numerous podcasts. Crystal's family has put up signs across Bardstown and the surrounding towns requesting any information regarding her disappearance. For many years, the 35-year-old's disappearance had baffled the authorities, tormented her family, and lingered in the tiny community of Bardstown. John Snow, the lead detective in Crystal's investigation, retired in July 2019. During one of his final interviews, he was questioned about the likelihood of finding Crystal's body. "I believe she will be discovered eventually," he responded. "Indeed." The next month, Jody Gilliland, the top deputy of the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, was appointed as the new lead detective. Crystal's family held a vigil in 2019 and stated that they think of her every day. "People say it gets better, but it doesn't," according to her mother. Every day is challenging. The prayer vigil was held in Crystal's memory, but according to her family, it was also done to preserve her story in the hopes of learning more about her whereabouts. Pink, her favorite color, was prevalent. To wrap up the event, there were pink t-shirts, pink ribbons, and a pink balloon release. After all these years, Sherry Ballard said it made her happy to see the community still turn out to support her daughter. "No matter how long it takes, I will bring my daughter home," she continued. Sherry Ballard said that her family was close even before Crystal vanished. "The children have had a difficult time, but I don't want them to give up." Hope never fades because God works miracles. Regarding leads in the case, Sherry stated she has faith in the police to locate Crystal. On September 10, 2020, fresh testimony was heard in the custody case involving Crystal's youngest child, according to court documents. Judge Hayden refused Sherry Ballard's request for temporary visitation rights in October 2020. The child was not questioned by the court. According to Hayden's ruling, the child and Brooks have a strong bond. The judge characterized Brooks as a loving father. During legal proceedings, Brooks stated that the child exclusively interacts with him, his mother, and his new partner, Crystal Maupin, who is also named Crystal. Judge Hayden wrote, "Given their demonstrated hostility toward Brooks, the court is unconvinced they would be able to keep that vow, but it believes the testimony by Sherry Ballard was sincere and they would not do so on purpose." He went on, "It's safe to say that there's a big rift between the parties that will probably never get fixed." 5 years have passed since Crystal was last spotted in Bardstown in July 2020. Although her disappearance had attracted national attention, she was nowhere to be found, and no answers had been found. Kylie, one of Crystal's 5 children, spoke with a radio station for the first time about her life without her mother. The inability to wake up every day and ask, "Hey Mom, what are you going to do today?" was expressed by Kylie. Similar to everyday small things, the little things are far more important than the large, important ones. It's the countless small things that she has been missing out on for the past 5 years. Kylie, who is now 19 years old, was only 14 when her mother vanished. She could still remember. She was not responding to my calls or texts. No one was able to contact her. She went on, saying that major life events like graduation are particularly difficult. Seeing all the kids with their mothers at my high school graduation made me feel really proud. It was difficult for me to see other mothers there, even though I knew my mother was proud, like I just wanted her to be there physically. After a day like that, Kylie said she writes to her mother in a journal almost every day. I'll be telling her this, and then on the very next page that this is really serious. You really ought to have attended. Like she's just right over my shoulder talking back and reading what I'm writing. The family has collected money over the years in exchange for information that helped Tommy Ballard and Crystal get arrested. By the time Kylie was 19, the reward had grown to $100,000. Until justice is served, Crystal's family had one simple request. Everybody keep praying and do not lose hope. You give us hope and you keep us going. Federal authorities announced in August 2020 that they were taking over the investigation in Crystal's disappearance, which led to a slew of searches at properties belonging to the Houck family. During the summer of 2020, the FBI took over from Kentucky State Police and the Nelson County Sheriff's Office as the lead investigator in the case, with over 150 federal agents serving search warrants at 3 sites owned by Houck and his family members. An FBI Louisville spokesman previously said all 3 locations had already been searched to various degrees over the years. The search took place in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision, where Brooks Houck's construction company built several houses shortly after the disappearance of Crystal. Federal agents, with the help from Nelson County Highway Department vehicles, were continuing to zero in on a driveway and tuck away pieces of concrete and materials from outside a home. A photographer of a local newspaper saw investigators using a jackhammer on the driveway of a home. Throughout the search, police were allowing only a few cars into the subdivision, and reporters were kept out. Crystal's mom commented on this search. "I do not think they would just randomly pick a driveway unless they had a reason to do that." When my daughter went missing, Houck was building in that neighborhood. The FBI had not disclosed any details of their findings at this location, but on August 27, 2021, they did announce that an item of interest had been recovered from the concrete at one of the homes. During this most recent search, the FBI also stated that they know there are people in Bardstown who have information on this case and added that it was time for those people to come forward. One of the properties was the home of Brooks Houck, and another belonged to his brother Nick. On September 7, 2021, the FBI announced that the search in Bardstown had ended with several items of interest sent to a lab in Virginia for testing. Sherry told a local newspaper she had a lot of hope that her family will soon finally learn what happened to their daughter. She said, "And I do have a lot of hope that this is where the investigation needs to be at, and that they may be able to provide me answers this time." Regarding the thought of finally finding out what happened to her daughter, Sherry said, "I want it, but it is going to be so hard for me. I just hope that I can handle that when they come to meet me with the news, even though I have waited for 6 years. I need closure. Her kids need closure. And to physically hear it, it's going to be so hard on us." The FBI has not released more details on the items of interest that were sent to the Virginia lab for testing. FBI spokeswoman Katie Anderson told a newspaper in October 2021 the agency had nothing new to share on the Crystal Rogers investigation. In 2021, the FBI said it was also offering up a $25,000 reward for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual or individuals responsible for Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's case remained unsolved. One reason was that it was turned over several times between agencies. Sherry Ballard said in an interview in 2022, her daughter's children were then 22, 21, 19, 17, and 9. Crystal was a very good girl. She was a very good daughter. She was nice to everyone she met. She even let a friend stay with her because the friend didn't have a place to go. That is the type of person she was. We are a pretty tight family, and I'm not doing anything unusual that any mother would do for their daughter at all. Crystal's mother stated, "I am just praying we will get some form of closure." She still remembers in vivid detail the day she went to the police station to report Crystal missing. "I recall them telling me it may be a year before we find any answers, and I was just surprised. I was simply like, there's no way I'm waiting a year to find my baby," Ballard said, choking back tears. In October 2022, the FBI started another search at Brooks Farm, this time for 5 days. Afterwards, they indicated they won't comment on exactly what was collected. The farm is held by the mother of Brooks Haupt. In January 2023, Attorney General Danielle Cameron appointed a special prosecutor to investigate Crystal's and her father's cases. On July 3, 2023, the 8th anniversary of her disappearance, The agency tweeted it made tremendous progress in bringing this case to its appropriate conclusion. We continue to explore every available lead until those responsible for Crystal's disappearance are held accountable. On September 7, 2023, the investigation took an unexpected turn when it was stated that a suspect had been charged in connection to the crime. Joe Lawson is his name. At 32, he had never been mentioned in the media as a suspect or as having anything to do with Crystal's case. The arrest marked the first significant event in many years. Instead of being charged with Crystal's murder, Joseph Lawson is now facing a conspiracy charge. This indicates that the authorities think he had some role in the events that led to Crystal's alleged death, either through planning or execution. Her corpse was still missing. Lawson was also accused of tampering with physical evidence, which implies that Lawson may have deleted, covered up, changed, or manufactured tangible evidence in order to impede the official process. The charges of tampering with evidence were filed in June and conspiracy on July 24th, respectively, but they weren't scheduled since he was admitted to the hospital following the receipt of the indictments. Lawson made an appearance on Zoom during his Nelson Circuit Court arraignment. Following the reading of his indictment, the court accepted his not guilty plea. The indictment, which stated that the above-named defendant committed the crime of criminal conspiracy to end somebody's life on July 3, 2015 and/or July 4, 2015, did not specifically say Crystal. As a result, his bond was set at $500,000 in cash. When he and/or a co-conspirator purposefully took someone's life, and they did so with the intent to promote or facilitate the crime, he consented to assist one or more others in the preparation, execution, attempt, or solicitation of the murder. Lawson's attorney, Kevin Coleman, attested to the charge's relation to Crystal's case. He refused to offer any more remarks. Lawson is scheduled to return to court for a pretrial conference on October 26, 2023. Lawson has previously into a foul of the law. He has previously been charged with methamphetamine possession, burglary, trespassing, and assault. Investigators did not confirm whether Steve Lawson, who called Brooks Hawk the night Crystal vanished, is related to Joseph Lawson. However, a newspaper's check of public records revealed that Steve Lawson of Bardstown, Kentucky, is linked to Joseph Lawson. Their ages are same. After speaking with Till Ballard, Crystal's grandfather, a local newspaper was able to corroborate that Lawson's arrest was reported to relatives by the FBI. The elder Ballard expressed his belief that the two killings were connected. He expressed his optimism that his son's shooting incident will come to an end as a result of Crystal's arrest. Tommy was not going to give up on his search. Someone needed to halt him. I believe Lawson is also aware of Tommy. Lawson is being held, but his precise whereabouts are being kept secret in accordance with federal law. Eventually, on September 27, 2023, Brooks Hawk was taken into custody and accused of killing Crystal Rogers. The amount of his monetary bond is $10,000. Additionally, he is told not to communicate with Rogers' family. The FBI office stated in a release that its agents have been totally committed to holding those accountable who caused Crystal Rogers to vanish. We are taking a big step toward fulfilling that pledge today. On October 5, 2023, Hawk was arraigned. A trial date announcement is the next stage in the lawsuit. It's also anticipated that one more person might be taken into custody. This is what Sherry Ballard said when the arrest was made public. It would be an understatement to suggest that today was overpowering. She composed, "I have looked forward to this day for 8 horrifying years." Seeing Brooks Hawk placed in handcuffs seemed unreal to me. I knew he was guilty all along. Everyone will now be aware of that. I'm not even sure what feelings I had today. Most likely everyone you could think of, I believe. I must express my gratitude to the FBI. The moment they arrived at my door, God sent me an angel. I have first-hand knowledge of the effort and long, exhausting hours that one particular agent put into this case in order to make today possible. He never once forgot that I was a wife and mother going through the most terrible period a mother and wife could experience. The toll this had on him is beyond me. Without him, today would not have occurred. I appreciate all of the assistance he provided in his office. His colleagues put forth a lot of effort. They have my gratitude for watching out for my family and me. We also appreciate the Nelson County Sheriff's Office's help in making today possible. I express my gratitude to the prosecution attorney and his team. Moving on to the next case. Darlene Zetterower, born in Savannah, Georgia, to Wilma Joyce and Robert Charles Zetterower, Darlene Zetterower possessed an indestructible kinship with Barbara Susan Schreiber, affectionately referred to as Barbie. The two daughters were the definition of friendship. Born in 1961, only a few months apart. After completing their 8th grade education at Attucks Middle School, they were eager to begin their much-anticipated summer vacation in Hollywood, Florida. The teens, Barbara and Darlene, told Barbara's mother they were going to spend the night at their friend Valerie's house when they left their Hollywood home on the tragic evening of June 18, 1975. There are contradictory tales regarding the specifics of their movements that evening. But according to the majority of tales, they visit Darlene's close friend Gail's house. In 1975, on a bright June day, 14-year-olds Barbara Schreiber and Darlene Zetterower wandered through their Hollywood neighborhood. They stopped at the intersection of Northwest 40th Street and Sterling Road on a bench. The last confirmed witness to the best friend's whereabouts, Gail, remembers clearly seeing them sitting together on a busy Hollywood street bench close to the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Route 441. Her recollections of Darlene depict a vibrant, carefree girl with an unusual finger-style hair pullback. Neither of the girls drove or owned a car like many other young people of their era. They frequently relied on hitchhiking to get to their destinations because they lacked access to their own vehicles. Laughter filled the air during the carefree summer days before high school for the three of them. However, Gail remembers that fateful day when a white van unexpectedly pulls up next to the bench. Gail watched as both females climbed into the white van voluntarily. Their fate was decided when the door closed. Darlene and Barbara were bold, gregarious girls, unlike Gail. Gail's father was strict and would not have let her get into a stranger's van, even though she longed to go on their adventures with them. Gail ultimately made the decision to remain. Because that was the final time Darlene and Barbara were seen alive, it was this astute parental wisdom that eventually saved Gail's life. Darlene and Barbara disappeared without a word. The cause of this horrific kidnapping remained a perplexing enigma. Then, early on June 19, 1975, two teenage girls' lifeless bodies were discovered by a family out fishing. Darlene and Barbara were there. They were lying side by side by the canal, a startling sight that paralleled Highway 27 about 4 miles north of Andytown, a long-gone trucker outpost. Investigators uncovered a startling reality. The significant amount of blood at the scene indicated that both individuals had died from a gunshot wound, most likely from a high-caliber bullet, maybe a .45. According to the blood spatter study, both females met their tragic end in the location of their bodies. Regarding how dressed they were, different stories surfaced. Some said they were completely clothed, while others alluded to something more darker. Before the deadly massacre, they were both cruelly coerced. The last person to see the girls alive, Gail, conveyed her concern to the media when their bodies were found. She related that she was afraid for them. I had no idea what the situation was. I'm glad I refrained from going into that uncharted territory with them. Gail said seriously, I believe the person behind this was just a sick individual. The community was plagued by a great deal of ambiguity regarding what transpired before Barbara and Darlene's terrible deaths. After conducting a preliminary inquiry, the investigators found Valerie, the purported host of the scheduled sleepover, who disclosed a startling reality. The teenagers had never planned to stay the night together. It was a trick that Barbara and Darlene frequently pulled off when they wanted to go out and do things without their parents knowing. Witness statements led Broward County investigators to believe the females may have been trying to hitch a ride north, maybe in search of illegal drugs. The innocence and youth of the victims garnered enormous support from the community and media, but the absence of contemporary technology presented unsurmountable obstacles for detectives trying to apprehend the elusive offender. It was a very difficult case from the beginning because there were no leads and no technologies to follow their movements. The case was abandoned. Andrew Giannino, a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, was burdened with the case for many years. Tens of thousands of Broward Sheriff's Office detectives, deputies, crime scene investigators, and forensic experts were used in the relentless search for justice. Decades later, their persistent efforts to find the truth about the unsolved case paid off. The Broward Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit assumed command in early 2023. They were greeted with piles of reports, many pictures of the crime scene, evidence boxes, and Barbara and Darlene's outfits. BSO Crime Scene Unit Detective Roberto Casares carefully dissected Darlene's clothes, extracting DNA from the fibers. The result of this painstaking process was what the investigators had been waiting for almost 50 years. It took the cold case team almost 50 years of failed efforts to retrieve the suspect's full DNA profile. Armed with this discovery, detectives dug through databases for a long time before finding a match. By using his biological artifacts, the cold case unit was able to establish a clear connection that led to the lead suspect in the case being identified as Robert Clark Keebler. The disclosure provided a glimmer of hope following years of agonizing ambiguity, bringing Barbara and Darlene one step closer to justice. Investigating Robert Clark Keebler's past revealed an alarming pattern of violent assault, forced sex, and armed robbery from South Florida to California. Officials declared Keebler dead in South Florida in 2019, ending any possibility of direct responsibility. Still, the families of the victims continued to demand answers. After conducting a thorough investigation, Detective Janina came to the conclusion that Robert Clark Keebler had driven Barbara and Darlene to the remote Everglades, where he had brutally attacked them before shooting them. He had not been connected to the case prior to the DNA testing. A new line of investigation opens up as the case comes to a satisfying conclusion. Investigators are currently closely examining the potential link between Keebler and the unresolved South Florida flat tire killing cases. Detectives are still searching the past for hints, hoping to find DNA evidence that connects these crimes to the tragic events of Barbara and Darlene. Darlene and Barbara were robbed of the opportunity to live life to the fullest, and will always be remembered by those who loved them and their families. Their experiences serve as a painful reminder of lives cut short, of potential never realized, of a tragedy recorded in history, and of the need for justice and answers that might possibly be discovered by community contributions and collective memory. Moving on to the next case. Emerson School Remains. Emerson School, founded in Sanford, Maine, had seen many prosperous years. However, over a century ago, it was set to be replaced due to declining student enrollment. After going through its system, generations moved on. When the school property was sold in 2017, the Cumberland Farms network of convenience stores and a petrol station were to replace it. Playing football and baseball and running about the playground, the kids had no idea what was sleeping peacefully beneath the Earth's surface. Construction workers discovered a collapsing casket on May 4, 2017, when they were excavating for a gas station water pipe. They were shocked to discover human bones after more excavating because the location had long been close to a school. Who would bury someone near the school like that? Authorities found teeth, ribs, jawbone, and finger bones. It was difficult to determine if the remains were male or female because the pelvic bone was missing, but medical experts estimated that the child, who was 10 years old, was female. Police also discovered 6 nickel-plated handles, the coffin's keys, and the decaying remnants of a stunning old wooden coffin. Although the place was initially thought to be a possible crime scene, Major Matt Gain of the Sanford Police Department determined it was an old graveyard. the Sanford community had previously discovered ancient bones. When excavating the town hall's elevator shaft in the 1980s, they discovered a leg bone that proved to be extremely ancient. Experts determined the body was over a century old because the coffin is from the Victorian era. The gas station construction was put on hold when something so unusual and enigmatic was discovered. The laborious process of meticulously excavating the grave followed. Peter Smith, the foreman of the construction workers, was with Stephen Buck, the city manager at the time, while he meticulously picked through the soil by hand. Paul Auger, a local historian and member of the board of directors of the Sanford Springvale Historical Society, also joined them. Being an aficionado, Auger declared the location to be a historical excavation as soon as the coffin was found. At the time, the mayor gave them a longer time to thoroughly extract all of the important pieces of evidence. Since the pieces were fragile due to age, his son, Andrew Auger, assisted in carefully recovering every one of them without causing any damage. Everything was recorded as they laboriously painted away glass shards, metal fragments, and mud and dirt-caked bones. The Sanford Springvale Historical Society states that the single-pane glass window on top of the casket was typical of the Victorian era. The coffin was framed as though it were in a fairy tale by the roots of an oak tree nearby. Hairs from the roots grew into the casket and are still there. Every bone and artifact, including the 2 coffin keys and a piece of gingham cloth, had labels attached to them. A gingham fabric is a type of checkered fabric that was most likely used for a dress. Officials decided it was only fitting to identify the person buried in the coffin before reburying its remnants. The costs of the DNA testing that would be carried out in an effort to identify the deceased were partially covered by the money received from the sale of Emerson's school. High school history teacher Paul Auger's students offered their assistance in the identification procedure. Even with more help, the procedure did not become any simpler. Paul Auger spearheaded the cause. However, the state medical examiner's office was of no service in identifying the remains. The local city council authorized funds after Mayor Tom Coate gave the digging first priority. Mayor Becky Brink would thereafter remain a supporter of the project. The excavation process took a long time. Using a special sifter made for the purpose by the proprietor of a nearby Shaw's hardware store, Paul and his son Andrew searched for more bones. They discovered fragments of a mandible with teeth, ribs, vertebrae, and sections of a skull. Usually, teeth make victim identification easy, but dental records weren't available at the time. The teeth are nevertheless useful for DNA evidence. Using chopsticks and gentle toothbrushes with bristles, the dirt and root hairs that covered the bones were removed, and the area was then carefully cleaned with water. After cleaning, the human remains at the Carl Heald and Black Funeral Home were arranged on an examining table. By this time, images, maps, and records from 1889 revealed to the public that the school grounds had once been Woodlawn Cemetery. Thomas Goodall had already bought the site where the New Cumberland Farm Store was being built before 1889. The Goodall Mansion across the street belonged to Thomas Goodall, the founder of Goodall Mills in the 1870s. The cemetery is next to Emerson School, which was once Sanford's high school. Around 1900, the community started moving burials from the cemetery to provide room for the Emerson School, which was constructed in 1901 and welcomed students in 1902. When the 1920s saw the construction of Willard School, it became a high school, while Emerson became an elementary school. The tombs were in danger of decaying at the turn of the 20th century, so Oakdale Cemetery agreed to take them, freeing up room for Emerson School's playground. 77 bodies were excavated and reburied at Oakdale, according to city records. By 1933, the location was sufficiently obvious for Emerson School to acquire the property. On September 17, 1971, the Sanford Tribune and Advocate newspaper had a front-page story that said, "300 Emerson school children cheer as town officials convert Woodlawn Cemetery into playground." Paul Auger remembered childhood tales of kids boasting that they could play baseball with gravestones as third base, but these were more than simply fiction. They could only conclude that the remains, which were arranged at Carl Heald and Black Funeral Home, were the bones of a small child. However, it took 6 arduous years to identify the so-called Woodlawn Cemetery doe. Preliminary DNA testing validated the medical examiner's observations. The bones did not belong to a small child, as they had first thought, but rather to a lady. Hopefully, enough DNA signatures from the deceased's teeth would be available to identify the family to which this person belonged. A genetic profile was uploaded with assistance from Major Gagne to the then public database known as GEDmatch. After a number of years, in the spring of 2022, Paul Auger eventually got in touch with the DNA Doe Project. The goal of the DNA Doe Project was to identify nameless dead so that the departed might be buried with the approval of their loved ones. This could solve puzzles or reunite families with the bodies of their own kin. The DNA Doe Project's Jennifer Randolph got deeply involved in the hunt for the missing connection, and the entire process accelerated as a result. They gave Parabon Nanolabs the DNA sample collection. Virginia's Parabon Nano Labs had recently established a relatively new forensic genealogy wing. While there were plenty of matches, the majority were not conclusive. Ultimately, the lab's investigative genetic genealogists used bioinformatics to identify the unidentified remains by creating a family tree from her great-great-niece and nephew. 3 intriguing candidates were identified: a maternal third cousin 3 times removed, a paternal half-great-great-niece, and a paternal half-great-great-nephew. The daughters of Ferdinand and Lois Patton were located thanks to the DNA Doe Project, which connected their family members and created a family tree. The obituary of First Edith Patton in the Biddeford Daily Journal on November 12, 1891, was the actual puzzle piece that helped put everything together. At that point, everything started to fit together. An 1870 census found that Ferdinand and Lois Patton lived in Fairfield, in Somerset County, in the state of Maine. 2 of their daughters, Edith, age 3, and Alfreda, age 2, were mentioned. Both were born on 1867. Edith was raised in Fairfield throughout her early years. Her brother Landell was also born in 1872. While her father worked at a sawmill, 13-year-old Edith was hired as a live-in housekeeper in Lewiston during the 1880 census. According to court documents, Lois and Ferdinand Patton divorced in October 1880 following an alleged adultery charge. Ferdinand Patton twice remarried. In October 1880, he married Emma Dinsmore, his second wife. She died soon after their marriage, possibly shortly after his divorce, which resulted in a third marriage. In 1884, he married Agnes Avery for the 3rd time. The couple had 3 boys together. On 1899, the couple gave birth to a daughter in Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Perhaps as an homage to his older sister Edith, Ferdinand named his daughter Edith May. Edith never got married or had kids, and neither did her siblings. Her sister Alfreda died in 1917, and her younger brother Landell Patton died in 1890. The death of Edith was announced in the Biddeford Daily Journal. The eventual cause of her death was TB consumption, a disease that killed 1 in 7 Americans during the 1800s epidemic. Edith was only 24 when she passed away in 1891. She was adored by a large group of friends who deeply regret her premature death, according to paraphrase the story. She was buried in a glass window coffin with nickel-plated handles because she was adored beyond measure. Edith Patton passed away at an early age, leaving little documents to document her life. When she relocated to Springvale is unknown. Not too long after Edith lost her life, her parents also passed away. However, Paul Auger surmised that she might have been employed at a shoe store, as was customary for women in that era. In Woodlawn Cemetery, many graves lack a gravestone or other marker to identify the deceased. Due to time and weather, many were in ruins. Now, 132 years after she was abandoned, Edith was found, given a proper burial, and her name was given thanks to technological developments. On March 1, 2023, the DNA DOE Project was able to identify her. The DNA DOE Project conducted a news conference to reveal her identity. The attendance at the Sanford press conference was more than it was at the 2021 press conference that named a victim of Chicago serial killer John Wayne Gacy, according to Jennifer Randolph of the DNA DOE Project. Randolph said that Edith's identification was evidence of the kindness of Sanford residents. She described the intricate procedure that resulted in Edith's identification. This required assessing strong matches, working with DNA in a database, and looking through a variety of records, including diaries, newspapers, and censuses. Looking through a local's diary, Randolph came across an important passage. Today was Edith Patton's last day. This finding gave the investigation a boost. Paul Auger located the corroborated obituary at the MacArthur Library in Biddeford. The Biddeford Journal announcement, dated November 25, 1891, stated Edith's acquaintances but left out information about her family. None of Edith's family members are interred at Sanford, according to Auger. They are all buried in the same Auburn, Maine cemetery. The city declared that Edith would have a memorial in her honor at Oak Hill Cemetery in Auburn, where she would be buried alongside her relatives. Thus, thanks to developments in DNA technology, Edith Patton was to be reunited with her family 132 years after she had been laid to rest. The most significant mystery to ever affect Sanford was solved. Moving on to the next case. Judith Judy Weaver. Judith Judy Weaver, who was working at the Belnesque Cafe in Everett, Washington, on a sunny June night in 1984, disappeared from sight. Her brutally murdered body was found in her apartment the following morning, leading to a mystery that would plague her loved ones for almost 40 years. Up until the police discovered a man with a troubled background thanks to a breakthrough in DNA technology, reopening a case that was previously deemed to be unsolvable. Born and reared in the little town of Everett, Washington, Judy Weaver's life began there. Judy was well liked in her hometown because of her kind smile and amiable disposition. Judy's grace and charm were evident when she was crowned the queen of a local beauty competition at the age of 17. Along with her mother, Edith Perot, she co-owned the Belnesque Cafe on Hewitt Avenue in 1984. She devoted her life to provide for her family. Judy's presence at the popular local cafe gave it a personal touch that patrons valued. She collaborated with her mother and Kathy Myers, her daughter, to turn the Belnesque into a true family company. As a streetwise and careful person, Judy was known to keep a revolver in the cafe's basement as protection as she tallied the till. She made sure her loved ones' safety was her top priority and that she was fiercely protective of them. Being a single mother, Judy's two daughters, Kathy Myers and Colleen Kaiser, were the focal point of her family life. They loved their mother and saw her as an inspiration. Judy was excited about what lay ahead, eager to meet her future grandkids and relishing the pleasure of seeing her daughters blossom. When Levi was 4 months old, she got to know him, the eldest grandchild. There were signs at the Belnesque announcing that it was a boy's birth. Sadly, Judy's life and the lives of others who knew her would go down a sad path. Judy worked at the Belnesque Cafe in Everett, Washington's downtown on June 1, 1984. The popular local holiday known as Salty Sea Days was coming to an end, and the city was a flurry of activity. Judy completed her shift at the cafe as dusk was drawing near, and she began her daily walk home. Locals in Everett were probably enjoying the last bits of the celebrations in the streets. Judy went to the Dairy Queen, which is conveniently located near her Rucker Avenue apartment, as she usually did. Most likely, she placed an order for a serving of vanilla ice cream, a common indulgence. Later on, a witness claimed to have seen Judy there with a young man who they thought could have known her. It seemed little at the moment, but this stop would be the last time Judy Weaver was seen alive. On June 2nd, just after midnight, a bystander saw smoke emanating from Judy's apartment. She resided in an apartment in a brick, one-story structure with 5 units at the intersection of 35th Street and Rucker Avenue. The Everett Fire Department was informed of the fire by the bystander, who used a payphone to dial 911. There was a sense of urgency and heavy black smoke as the firefighters arrived. They discovered something awful as soon as they walked into Judy's apartment. Judy had suffered a severe beating and was discovered in her bedroom, bound with a phone cable. Her garments had been sliced off with a knife, and she had been strangled. The bedroom was the only area where the fire, which was started with a paper towel in a Pond's cold cream jar, had spread. However, it was obvious that their goal was to hide the attack and murder. Her apartment's back door was unlocked, indicating that her attacker may have entered through it. Judy's body was discovered by firefighters who had to crawl into the smoke-filled bedroom to get to her. Judy's family was distraught and the community was stunned by the crime's severity. Her daughters, Kathy and Colleen, had to deal with their mother's abrupt and violent death, which sent them into a nightmare. The killing became widely known, bringing a pall over the city and announcing the beginning of a protracted and difficult investigation. Following Judy's horrible murder, the Everett police immediately began a thorough investigation to identify her attacker. Among the first detectives on the site were Gary Woodburn and Pete Grassi, who worked non-stop to piece out what had transpired. The fire, which was intentionally started to hide the crime, had only partially succeeded, and the crime was especially horrible. It left detectives with just enough proof to realize how serious and vicious the attack was. At first, the investigators were hopeful that the forensic evidence taken from the site would help them identify the offender. They took samples from the flat, such as the butt of a cigarette and a piece of carpet. In an attempt to locate a match in DNA databases, the samples were transferred to State Patrol crime analysts. However, the case almost instantly stalled. The leads they had suddenly dried up, and the DNA samples did not match anyone in the current databases. Detectives subsequently canvassed the area and spoke with witnesses again, but no one was able to offer any significant new information. No one ever identified the young man who was allegedly seen with Judy at the Dairy Queen, and there was no indication that he was connected to anyone she knew. Despite Judy's well-known status in the community, no one was able to come forward with any information that would have pointed to a suspect. The case was abandoned after several years. Pete Grassi, who had conducted the initial investigation into the incident, went over the evidence again in 2002 in the hopes that new developments in forensic technology would yield fresh leads. After further analysis, the DNA from the carpet and the cigarette butt could be read, yielding a readable strand. The main suspect at the time was exonerated, since the DNA did not match. Once more, there was no match for the DNA in any law enforcement database. Thus, investigators were left without a workable suspect. The Everett police, especially those who had been involved from the start, were very frustrated with the investigation becoming cold. In 2009, Grassi declared that there was nothing more to be done. Unless a fresh tip materialized, or DNA technology progressed to the point where it might identify the offender, detectives thought the case might never be solved. Judy's daughters never lost faith and persisted in demanding answers even as her family dealt with the grief of her unsolved murder. It hung over the Everett town as a cold case for almost 40 years. But a big discovery in 2024 managed to completely dissect the case. The breakthrough was made possible by forensic technology advancements and Everett detective Susan Logofetti's tenacity. When Logofetti and her group went through the case files earlier this year, they paid particular attention to the DNA evidence that had been taken from the crime scene. A ligature used to bind Judy and DNA profiles discovered on pantyhose were two of the most important pieces of evidence. Over the years, these DNA samples had been screened several times through the national DNA database CODIS, but no matches had been found. However, since the initial samples were gathered, technology had developed dramatically, and investigators were optimistic that a fresh examination might provide answers. Then they had a suspect, but they still required a fresh sample of his DNA. To find out the gum company representative's favorite flavors, Logothetti and other undercover cops pretended to be representatives of the gum firm. The investigators observed the suspect chewing gum in front of them and collected several pieces. They placed the gathered gum in a ramekin and submitted it to be compared with the victim's DNA. A 66-year-old man called Mitchell Gaff, who has a long history of predatory aggression against women, was identified by the DNA profiles. Gaff had been residing in Olympia, Washington, going by Sam Wise Price, his legal alias. As a Level 3 offender, he poses a significant risk of reoffending. His violent and long criminal record included a prior conviction that revealed a pattern of him tying women up before attacking them. Once the match was confirmed, all officers responded promptly. On May 1, 2024, they discovered Gaff in Olympia and took him into custody. He was charged with several offenses including first-degree assault, first-degree arson, first-degree kidnapping, first-degree burglary, and, finally, the murder of Judy Weaver. He was taken into the Snohomish County Jail. When investigators attempted to speak with Gaff, who had a history of dodging justice by changing his legal name and relocating, he invoked his right to silence. Despite his silence, the DNA evidence established a strong connection and strengthened the case against him. The breakthrough in Judy's case demonstrated the value of forensic scientific advancements and law enforcement's dedication to cracking even the most difficult cases. Mitchell Gaff's arrest, which came about after almost 40 years, provided some closure to a family and a community that had been left waiting far too long for answers. Judy's family experienced a range of emotions following her arrest. Even though Judy would never return, the prospect of justice offered them the sense of satisfaction they had long yearned for. Years ago, Kathy Myers, Judy's daughter, had stated that while there would be no reunion with her mother, there would be closure. Gaff made an appearance in the Snohomish County courtroom on Monday, May 6, 2024. His plea to the charges was not guilty. There is no bail set for him. The start of his trial is set for June 21st. If found guilty as accused, Gaff's sentence will be life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Christa Martin. Christa Martin, age 20, was a resident of Wichita, Kansas. Her apartment on South Osage Street was her only residence. She had only recently moved into it in the autumn of 1989. Christa was reported missing on October 1st, following family members' inability to get in touch with her. Police checked Christa's apartment the following day on October 2nd to make sure she was there. There, they discovered Christa's body inside the flat. She sustained a blunt impact injury to her left rear brain. She, too, had suffered an attack. While the weapon that was used could not be located, DNA evidence was taken from the crime site by the investigators. There were no indications of forced entry, it was reported. CODIS systems and DNA testing were not available at the time. However, the DNA evidence was stored with great care. Police discovered throughout their investigation that 1 week prior to Christa's death, a domestic disturbance call had been placed in the area of her residence. Officers were unable to establish a link between this occurrence and Christa's case. In an attempt to identify a suspect, the case investigator sent evidence to the FBI crime lab between 1990 and 1992. Sadly, though, this endeavor was fruitless, and the situation remains unresolved. The Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center received DNA evidence in 2009, and that evidence produced a prospective suspect profile. However, the CODIS database did not include any matches. Using cutting-edge technology, the Wichita Police Department approached the FBI once more in 2020 to re-examine DNA evidence that had been gathered in 1989. Othram and the police department collaborated to see if cutting-edge DNA testing may help identify the offender. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. After that, the forensic material was delivered to Othram's facility in the Woodlands, Texas, for sophisticated DNA analysis. Othram's experts created a detailed DNA profile of the unidentified assailant. Following a successful completion of the procedure, the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team received the DNA profile and proceeded to create new leads for further investigation. A group of federal agents operating in Maryland joined forces with a Wichita police cold case detective and an FBI special agent to travel to Alabama and Arkansas in 2021. Their task was to break the case by conducting in-depth interviews and obtaining more evidence. At last, Paul Hart, a potential suspect, was discovered in April 2023. Unfortunately, it was found that Hart died in an automobile accident in Memphis, Tennessee in March 1999. The Wichita Police Department detective and the FBI special agent went to Arkansas in June 2023 to gather further DNA samples from Paul Hart's immediate family members for extra examination. Investigators were able to confirm that Paul Hart was the one who killed Christa by conducting more tests. On October 2, 2023, a press conference was arranged to reveal the latest developments in the 34-year-old cold case. Actually, the announcement was made on the day that Christa's body was found, precisely 34 years ago. The primary detective investigating Christa Martin's case, Detective Adam Vandermullen, stated that the Wichita Police Department never forgot Christa. It comes just after the preliminary inquiry. When the investigators had nothing else to work with, they adopted a different perspective on the case. For investigators to believe that in 1989, perhaps something would happen, we should definitely capture her DNA using a kit. We would not be looking at this right now if they hadn't taken that action in 1989, because the technology was unheard of at the time. However, it is available now. It seems clear to me that people thought of her more than once. In 2020, so 9 and 89, according to Vander Molen. We used genetic genealogy to narrow down on the Hart family sometime around the spring of 2023. Not from the Midwest, not connected to Wichita at all, and not truly from the city. They hail from Arkansas, which is a beautiful state. I then asked, how does this relate to Wichita? These folks are not locals. What's the story around that? Thus, we began investigating their family. And as we looked further into that family, we discovered someone who had resided in Wichita in 1989, just after Christa Martin was killed in October of that same year. This person packed up and moved back to Arkansas from Wichita. Nobody was aware of him. We've questioned Christa's relatives. Does anyone recognize this name? No. Consult the initial researchers. Went through the neighborhoods and the people they spoke with's case files. The name of this person never surfaced in any of the investigations conducted between 1989 and the present. He resided 6 houses away from the residence where Christa Martin was murdered, and he lived around the corner from her home. Vander Molen went on to say that he thought the information would have been discovered much sooner if it had been someone in Christa's social circle. However, police were unsure of the precise person they were searching for because it might have been such a stranger to her. I get shivers just thinking about that. Simply put, we were unaware of it until a few months ago. They were roughly the same age, and from all the tales I could find, they were not related to each other. Simply a fortuitous meeting? I'm not sure. It is a response that we most likely won't discover. What we did discover, though, was that Christa was a gregarious person who frequently went to bars in her neighborhood and made friends with strangers. Christa frequently invited strangers she had just met to her apartment and accepted rides home from them. According to Vandermolen, he hopes that this case demonstrates that the department will work on cases until they are no longer able to. Mark Bennett, the district attorney for Sedgwick County, also addressed during the press conference. He claimed that upon receiving the case's facts from Wichita police, it was decided that charges would be brought against Paul Hart if he were still alive. Since he isn't, the case is deemed resolved. Law enforcement informed me that they were working on this case, and they brought it to me like any other case once they had investigated it to the best of their abilities and drawn all the findings possible with the help of the Forensic Science Center. It is evident to me, after hearing all of the evidence put forth, the data acquired, and the inferences drawn utilizing the DNA, that this is a case in which, had the suspect been alive, I would have filed charges against him. This investigation has been finished. This investigation has been cleared. Amber Moore, the niece of Christa Martin, expressed gratitude to the detectives and volunteers during the news conference for their hard work in cracking the case. She expressed her gratitude that we may now move on and live in peace knowing that the offender is no longer at large or living among us. We would want to thank everyone once more from the bottom of our hearts for helping to make Christa's case go to court. What she ultimately received from this life was far less than what she deserved. Moving on to the next case. Daisy Evelyn Shelton. A severed human limb was discovered in a gravel pit east of Tip City on Ohio's State Route 571 by a fisherman in June 1964. The horrifying find led to a thorough search to find the remaining remains. Investigators were in a desperate search for leads after their attempts to empty the gravel pit failed. 4 days later, a terrifying find was uncovered by another fisherman. Within a channel of the former Miami-Erie Canal, a burlap sack was discovered. There was a severed human torso inside. A head and a limb discovered in the canal helped to complete the puzzle. The 43-year-old mother from Dayton, Ohio, Daisy Evelyn Shelton, was identified from the remains. Daisy worked for Delco, an automotive electronics company, and resided off Springfield Street. Daisy's daughter Rita filed a missing persons report stating that her last sighting was in late August 1963. Daisy supposedly promised her daughter she would return home soon when she left the house that evening, but she never did. Daisy was well liked by her family and well known for providing for people around her. Her life had been ruthlessly cut short, and the community was shocked by the circumstances surrounding her death. Though the inquiry began with great zeal, the case swiftly became cold and the leads dried up. Decades went by without a conclusion. Then in 2017, an unforeseen development in the case surfaced. A guy in a hospital bed, feeling he was near death, made a shocking confession to a nurse in a twist of events that could only be characterized as fate. He declared that he had seen Daisy Shelton killed. He had been forced by his fear of his impending death to clear his conscience and confess long-buried secrets. The man miraculously lived, and police took advantage of the chance to interview him extensively. The witness, who asked that his identity be kept secret in order to protect him, related a terrifying story. In describing the events leading up to Daisy's murder, he vividly depicted a crime that had plagued him for more than 50 years. His evidence gave new light on a case that had long seemed unsolvable by supplying crucial data that had escaped investigators in 1964. The witness described how he witnessed someone kill her at a Dayton residence on Springfield Street by hitting her in the head with a hammer. The witness, who gave a graphic account of the events, was affected by the act's ferocity. 2 other men slashed Daisy Shelton's body in the house after the first blow. After that, her body pieces were dumped in several waterways in and around Tip City. In effect, the authorities' inquiry at the time was made more difficult by the dispersion of the evidence. The hammer user was the only one identified as a suspect. He consented to several interviews and cooperated with the investigators. Even though he lived on the same block and had the same employer, he first angrily denied ever knowing Daisy Shelton. During an August 2017 interrogation, the suspect's facade started to break. He reluctantly acknowledged knowing Daisy, which was a big lead for the inquiry. Detectives painstakingly put together the suspect's activities and interactions with Daisy as the interviews went on. They found discrepancies in his testimony and unexplained voids in his alibi concerning Daisy's murderous period. As the witness's in-depth testimony and the forensic evidence combined to present an increasingly bleak image of the suspect's involvement, the pressure increased. Investigators looked into potential reasons for her gruesome murder, including financial conflicts, personal grudges, and other objectives. Modern forensic techniques were used by police to compile a complete case. The burlap sack and other tangible evidence were inspected again in the hopes of locating fingerprints or DNA evidence that would unquestionably connect the suspect to the crime. They were able to examine the evidence with a level of precision that was unthinkable in 1964 because to developments in forensic science. The reopened case received varied reactions from the community at the same time. A long-dormant hope for justice was rekindled for some people, while the resurfacing of such a heinous event brought up bitter memories for others. The case received more media attention, and many people in Tip City and Dayton kept a careful eye on the developments. Voluntarily, the suspect himself brought up the subject of a box, speculating that he could explain why his DNA would be discovered there. He asserted that the eyewitness had set everything up to accuse him. He tried to avoid giving anything away, but in the end, he acknowledged that the box had actually been at his Springfield Street house. The suspect admitted that Daisy's body pieces had been transported in a box from his home. This admission represented a significant advancement. The suspect went on to say that he could have misplaced Daisy in his house. This was a substantial departure from his earlier responses, which were more in line with the witness's testimony. The forensic evidence and these admissions made the case against him stronger. One of the suspects admitted that he appeared guilty and might be found guilty in court. He acknowledged that a damning picture was formed by the growing body of evidence, his association with the box, the scene of the murder, and his friendship with Daisy. Even while he insisted he was being framed, his own words had unintentionally cemented his place as Daisy's primary suspect. As they piece together the chronology of events leading up to Daisy's death, detectives are working to strengthen their case. They carefully examined the suspect's past, looking for any indications of aggressive conduct or other possible reasons. The case against the suspect became stronger in light of the newly discovered evidence and his partially confessed statements. The prosecution readied itself to deliver a detailed account that included the testimony of the witness, forensic discoveries, and the statements made by the suspect that implicated him. The intention was to present Daisy Shelton with a compelling case that would result in a conviction and ultimate justice. The grand jury hearing witness gave testimony, but he passed away before the culprit could face charges. The unidentified suspect died in September 2022 at the age of 92. Even after his passing, the grand jury proceedings yielded important new information about the case. They made clear the breadth of the inquiry and the strong evidence that had been gathered against him. Daisy Shelton's story would not be forgotten thanks to the thorough documentation of the suspect's testimony and the investigation's conclusions. Legal professionals and law enforcement officers examined the material that had been gathered as well as the suspect's statement. They made an effort to put up a thorough narrative of the crime. The eyewitness's bravery in coming forward after all these years was crucial in rekindling the case. Along with the suspect's grudging admissions, his thorough confession cemented the story of Daisy Shelton's tragic demise. The community found some comfort in the investigation's transparency, even though the suspect's death prevented a formal trial. Detectives have confirmed in public remarks that every attempt has been taken to find the truth and bring justice to light. On March 29, 2024, the Miami County Sheriff's Office finally declared that Daisy Shelton's case had been resolved, 60 years after prosecutor Anthony Kendall's initial findings. They came at this conclusion based on additional evidence and the confession of the now deceased suspect. Maria Walling, Daisy's granddaughter, stated that her father Rodney also died before finding out what had happened to his mother. Maria claimed that even though all the body parts were discovered, the slayer was never located, which severely damaged him. She is aware of the men's names who killed her grandmother, but deputies won't give them to her. I feel like they finally located the criminals. 3 were present. Upon learning how they killed my grandmother, I will feel awful for the families involved. Furthermore, although the family knows who killed Daisy, the authorities have not yet established a motive. Daisy Shelton's case may never reach a courtroom decision, but thanks to the bravery of an eyewitness and the modern forensics community's unwavering pursuit of justice, her tale will live on. Moving on to the next case. Dorothy Thomas. What makes an apparently normal person carry out a heinous act of violence? How does a community come to terms with the terrible death of one of its own members? The terrifying tale of Dorothy Thomas, a cherished 27-year-old worker at New Way Cleaners in Tallahassee, Florida during the 1950s, revolves around these questions. In a horrific case that has confused detectives and plagued the local community for decades, her life was tragically cut short. Dorothy Thomas, a stunning brunette who was 27 years old, was described as a kind, compassionate, and diligent woman. She was well respected in her community and well known for her devotion and kind disposition. But on September 6, 1957, Dorothy's life took an unexpected turn. Clarence Rames, the Coca-Cola delivery man, found her in a dry cleaner's washroom at 9:04 a.m. After discovering the building to be unoccupied, Clarence looked closer and noticed Dorothy's legs poking through the open bathroom door. He thought she had fainted at first, but then he noticed she was laying in a pool of blood. Dorothy suffered nearly 20 knife wounds to her head and neck, which resulted in deadly blood loss according to an autopsy. The first focus of the investigation was her husband, Kenneth Thomas. His whereabouts on the morning of the killing were described in his alibi, which was substantiated by numerous credible witnesses. After his dry cleaning was discovered on the dry cleaner's counter, Harry Barth was elevated to the status of prime suspect. Barth's name was crossed out in the cleaner's master log, a sign that he had already picked up his garments. There was no cash missing from the open register, indicating that Dorothy was likely in the middle of a transaction when she was attacked. Footprints were discovered in the mud at the back of the establishment, and drag marks traced from the front counter to the restroom. Harry Barth said he had a terrible headache and was unable to get out of bed when the police initially attempted to speak with him. When they went back a few days later, they found a pair of white sneakers with mud on them under his bed, but Barth denied ever possessing them. Barth said that he had used the restroom the day before, so his fingerprints might be in there. He also offered an alibi for the morning of September 6, 1957. Barth made a number of damning remarks during his interviews, including the possibility that he killed Dorothy and the fact that he frequently has blackouts or loses his temper because of excruciating migraines. He hinted that he could confess and urged the cops not to question his wife. Barth's alibi could not be verified by witnesses. There appeared to be an attempt to sway the investigation when the babysitter disclosed that Barth had instructed her to fabricate the time he picked up his child. Barth remained the major suspect even though there was insufficient proof to establish a direct connection between him and the crime. Barth was the subject of a July 1974 investigation by the Nebraska-Lincoln Police Department. This came after it was discovered that she had been with Blanche Claus just before her death by drowning. Despite Barth's denial, there was strong circumstantial evidence to suggest otherwise. The Tallahassee Police Department, TPD, received assistance from the FBI in 1997 for more investigations. Regretfully, no solid proof was discovered to connect Barth to either crime. Senior Assistant State Attorney Robert Cummings wrote Chief Assistant State Attorney Warren Goodwin a memo in 1999 about Harry Barth's role in the case. Cummings suggested that the case be closed because prosecution was not possible in the absence of a complete confession. Furthermore, it would be pointless to look for witnesses to the events on September 6, 1957. Chief ASA Goodwin, however, insisted that the investigation continue until the death of the key suspect. It has been verified by recent investigations that Harry Barth died in Cary, North Carolina, on October 23, 2019, from thyroid cancer. He worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture for many years as a chemist responsible for quality assurance and food safety. His certificate and an interview with his daughter, Lynn Fisher, served as proof of this information. Detectives established probable cause to believe that Barth was responsible for Dorothy's death after the task team reviewed the case. It is now appropriate to close the matter in light of the information at hand, Chief Asa Goodwin's prior recommendation, and Barth's passing in 2019. Her town has been plagued by Dorothy Thomas's terrible death for many years. In-depth investigations were conducted, yet justice was never done. Following the death of the main suspect, Harry Barth, in 2019, the investigation was declared closed as of 2024. Dorothy was a light that went out too soon, but her generosity and devotion will live on. Detective Mark Ray then made 2 different phone calls after the TPD ultimately closed the case. He was able to inform Dorothy's great-nephew, who resides out of state, that his aunt's case has been closed over the phone. The phone call, he claimed, was relieving. It's always a nice thing to offer some closure. He also gave Barth's daughter a call, to which she answered more incredulously. He gave her a call-back option in case she had any questions, but he hasn't received a response. With the news we delivered, I hope the family finds the best possible healing. Moving on to the next case. Gregor and Irma Pul. In 1999, Gregor Pul, then 73 years old, and Irma Pul, then 72, lived in Canberra, Australia. Around 9:30 p.m. on November 6, 1999, 2 males wearing masks broke into the Pulaski family's Grover Crescent residence. The attacker viciously battered and shackled the couple with wire ties before robbing their home of money and jewelry. Irma drowned on her own blood and died at the scene. But Gregor was able to release himself and contact the police. Sergeant Craig Marriott, a detective, remembered the incident. They suffered severe beatings. The house was looted, and they were restrained with telephone cords, duct tape, and cable ties. Once Mr. Pulasics, who had been in and out of consciousness, managed to release himself from his shackles, he discovered his wife face down in the hallway after what is thought to have taken an hour or so. She was dead when he turned her over and took off her shackles. With a shattered nose, she'd virtually drowned in her own blood. The Pulaskics were also the victims of aggravated burglaries in 1997 and 1998, which are believed to be connected to the third fatal break-in. Detectives who began looking into the case discovered. Authorities stated that they thought someone in the Hungarian community in Melbourne would have important information about who was behind Irma Pulaskic's ordeal. DNA evidence was discovered by investigators at the crime scene. But there wasn't much they could do in 1999 because DNA technology wasn't as developed. A $500,000 prize was put out in 2012 for anyone who could assist the authorities in getting the right person convicted in this case. Investigators made the decision to re-examine the matter in 2019. Now, DNA technology was far more sophisticated. A DNA match was found almost instantly using the National Crime Investigation DNA database. Investigators found Steve Fabrizi through DNA testing. It took some time to locate Fabrizi. On September 8, 2023, during an interrogation by detectives, Fabrizi gave some indications about his role in the incident. He acknowledged that he was there to carry out the break-in. He revealed further information on the break-in that was not widely known. Following his arrest, 68-year-old Steve Fabrizi of Rowville, Melbourne, was accused with killing Irma Pulasic. On September 21, 2023, Fabrizi appeared before the Dandenong Magistrates Court and requested to be released on bond. Due to his dual citizenship with Hungary, Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott expressed grave worries to the court police about Fabrizi, also known as Istvan Fabrizi, possibly leaving the country if he were to be released on bond. Marriott stated that they were also concerned that the 68-year-old whose suspected co-offender was still at large may obstruct witnesses. Fabrizi has no relatives in Australia. Despite having his own house there, the court was informed. He intended to retire and go back to Hungary, where he owns land, knowing that the police would be informed. According to Marriott, Fabrizio also has savings of roughly $250,000, raising more doubts about his ability to flee Australia. I also know that while he was being held by Victoria police, he told them he wanted to hurt himself. He said he had made the same claim to us. He requested that we shoot him. Although the 68-year-old has never before been convicted of a crime involving the failure to appear in court, the court heard that he was incarcerated from 2010 to 2012 for his involvement in a plot to steal a truckload of cigarettes. In the end, Magistrate Jason Ong denied Fabrizi bail and mandated that he appear in Canberra Magistrates Court at a later time. The Pulaschak family claimed in a statement that they had never given up hope of identifying the perpetrator of this horrible deed, even after over 24 years of suffering, doubt, and confusion. What befell our grandparents was not something they deserved. They say that night not only did Gregor's life all but end, but Irma was taken from us as well, and ours was never the same. Detective Superintendent Scott Mahler of the ACT Police stated outside of court that investigators were extremely satisfied with this arrest. According to him, the family of Irma Pulasch never gave up, never stopped requesting help from the community, and always worked to keep the issue in the public eye. According to Mahler, authorities are still looking for and charging a second person and think this will happen soon. Mahler expressed confidence that they will soon be able to offer the family and the Canberra community complete closure. The $500,000 reward offer is still open, and submissions of information may still be eligible for it. In addition, authorities made public a picture of a man who they think could know more about Irma Pulaschik's fate. Moving on to the next case. J.B. Beasley and Tracy Holla. Two vibrant 17-year-olds from Dothan, Alabama, named J.B. Beasley and Tracy Holla, had a close connection and lofty goals that were brutally dashed on the fatal summer night of July 31, 1999. During the summer of 1982, J.B. Hilton Green Beasley was born. Her name was a combination of her father, Hilton Lanier Beasley, and his buddy, J.B. Green. J.B. was described as a boisterous, gregarious youngster in her early years who was not hesitant to engage and connect with others around her. As J.B. approached puberty, she developed into a stunning and perceptive young lady. Popular at Dothan's Northview High School, she dreamed of becoming a pediatrician in addition to being a talented dancer, hoping to earn a dance scholarship for college. J.B. faced difficulties during her adolescence, such as a brief falling out with her mother and a custody battle, but she overcame them. Tracy Jean Hallett was her family's eldest child. Tracy, who is well known for her compassionate demeanor, went by the moniker Dee Dee since she would frequently act as her friend's designated driver. She was a majorette at Northview High School, where she excelled academically and frequently made the presidential honor list. Tracy had applied to Florida State University with a buddy because she had always wanted to be a doctor since she was 3 years old. Beyond their academic pursuits, the two young women had a strong friendship. On the final Saturday before her senior year began, J.B. asked Tracy to a birthday celebration. That night's terrible events started when the girls got lost traveling to the Headland party in J.B.'s Mazda 929. In Ozark, asking for directions signaled the start of an unexplainable and catastrophic chain of events. On July 31, 1999, the two adolescents decided to celebrate by going to a field party in Headland in J.B.'s automobile. The occasion was J.B.'s impending birthday. Starting at 10:05 p.m., J.B. and Tracy set off to travel to the nearby town. They got lost navigating the winding back roads and eventually arrived in Ozark, which is located 20 miles north of Dothan. They stopped at an Ozark Big Little store that was closed at 11:30 p.m. to ask for directions. After receiving advice from a mother and her daughter, Tracy called her parents on the payphone and assured them that they would be home shortly. Sadly, the two girls' call would be their last exchange of words. Carol Roberts, Tracy's mother, went to sleep and woke up at 4:45 a.m. to discover that the daughters were gone. The motionless remains of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett, who were both killed with a single 9mm gunshot to the head, were found packed indiscriminately into a car trunk. Given the intact possessions in the car, police ruled out robbery as a motive. important jigsaw piece was the lost automobile keys with the unique block-lettered keychain that said, "Hard to get." Law enforcement initially struggled with few leads in the ensuing investigation, which was characterized by zeal and thoroughness. The girls were completely clothed and muddied, and there were no obvious evidence of struggle, which added to the mystery surrounding their death. A few weeks later, a critical development occurred when the state lab found evidence of male DNA on JB's skin, pants, and bra. This DNA evidence proved to be the key to unlocking the case. A month after the crime was committed, a twist emerged despite the first leads being fruitless. In a confession, a guy by the name of Johnny Barentine stated that he had seen a black truck rush away from the scene of the crime. Barentine's confession was called into question due to discrepancies that emerged from his near proximity to the site of the victim's discovery. The male DNA discovered at the crime scene did not match the neighbor he accused, and the neighbor had an alibi. Barentine was quickly placed under custody as the main suspect. Later on, he would admit to a grand jury that he had made up the whole story in order to receive the prize money. For 20 years, the case remained unresolved despite several theories regarding the culprits. Motivated by the Golden State offender's successful capture, investigators stepped up their efforts in 2018. After the evidence was sent to Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic profile and an innovative identification were created. When Ozark Chief of Police Marlos Walker made the decision to turn over the evidence gathered from J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett's crime scene to Virginia-based forensic technology business Parabon Nano Labs, he found himself in a critical situation. The goal was obvious: identify the suspect in the crime that has plagued the neighborhood since July 31, 1999. Parabon Nanolabs used cutting-edge genetic analysis to create a thorough genetic profile and used the free DNA resource GED Match to follow family ties that would have led to a suspect. The breakthrough arrived months later. There was a match discovered. The 45-year-old Coley McCraney's identity was linked to the DNA profile, a discovery that complicated the case further. Remarkably, Marlos Walker, the chief of police, knew the name from his high school days. It was a student he had used to share the basketball court. The investigation's conclusion resulted in McCraney's arrest on March 17, 2019, during a routine traffic stop. The startling revelation was that McCraney had appeared to have a modest and quiet life. He was a truck driver, a bishop in a nearby church, and had served in the military for a short time. He didn't seem to be connected to the horrible acts he was accused of. The awaited trial presented its own set of difficulties. September 2020 was the original date, but the global pandemic caused a postponement. The family endured more grief in the following months as a result of the trial's delayed August 2022 date due to a dearth of qualified jurors. The setback made the emotional load bearing justice for Tracy and JB much heavier. At last, the trial started at the Dale County Courthouse on April 17, 2023. A parade of forensic experts testified in court, providing vital information. A forensic scientist's discovery that McCraney's DNA was found in Beasley's corpse when it was recovered in 1999 was one of the incriminating pieces of evidence that left no possibility of the criminal's guilt. Throughout the trial, McCraney, who had steadfastly maintained his innocence since his detention, had an unexpected metamorphosis. Suddenly, he gave a different account of what had happened that evening. In contrast to the prosecution's story, he stated in his testimony that he and J.B. Beasley had made plans to meet at an Ozark petrol station on July 31, 1999, at 10 p.m. McCraney claims that because Beasley did not show up at the agreed-upon meeting place, he ended up running into her and Tracy Hallett later that evening while they were disoriented. He offered to help and suggested that they follow him back to Route 231, which brought up an unexpected situation. According to McCraney's evidence, Beasley and he had consensual sexual relations inside his long-haul truck while Tracy stayed inside the vehicle. This story stood in stark contrast to the state's theory, which said that McCraney had led the girls into a marshy area where he assaulted Beasley before killing both of them and hiding their bodies in the car trunk after threatening them with a 9mm handgun. Despite the divergent accounts, on April 26, 2023, the jury rendered a decision following a brief discussion. All of the accusations made against Coley McCraney were judged to be true. The quick decision resulted in a life sentence without the chance of release. After hearing his sentence, McCraney was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs, marking the end of the protracted tale of Tracy Hullett and J.B. Beasley's terrible deaths. Moving on to the next case. Noel Ruso. On June 27, 1983, Renard Park, a medium-sized planned city located around 50 miles north of San Francisco, California, had an unincorporated region designated for the use of sheriff's officers. A female body was discovered by a 7-year-old boy behind a real estate company near the intersection of East Cotati Avenue and Petaluma Hill Road. Police found the woman had been fatally battered with planks from a nearby stack of wood when they arrived. From the crime site, evidence was gathered and preserved for potential use at a later time. The woman was immediately recognized by investigators as 37-year-old Noel Ruso. Before her body was discovered on June 24, 1983, she had not been seen in 3 days. Noel's acquaintances claimed that she had broken up with her boyfriend and moved in with a friend in Santa Rosa, California. That evening, Noel was going to take a Golden Gate Transit bus back to her Rohnert Park apartment, so a friend was driving her to Courthouse Square. She vanished after that. Investigators started assembling Noel's life. She was born and raised in San Mateo County, and her title as Miss Burlingame brought her local notoriety in 1962. The 16-year-old told the San Mateo Times that performing the twist was her favorite sport and that her aim was to become a model. "I was astonished beyond belief," the vivacious teenager exclaimed. "I had the utmost doubt that I would prevail. I came in only to make my mother happy." An accompanying shot of Noel holding a bunch of flowers in her arms shows her grinning. She had a son and got married and divorced twice in the next 20 years. She had previously been employed in Colorado as a trainee forest ranger. After that, she went back to her native Bay Area and resumed her studies at Santa Rosa Junior College, where she was killed. She and her 18-year-old son resided in an apartment on Avraham Avenue in Rohnert Park. Her intention was to relocate to Boys Hot Springs. Noel liked exploring the town on her bike. Friends were concerned that she was overly reliant on strangers because she had a history of hitchhiking. It is believed by detectives that Noel never took a bus back to Rohnert Park. It appeared that she had met someone before to its arrival. Investigators employed a sketch artist to recreate Noel in the attire she was wearing on June 24, 1983, and they distributed the image in the days following the murder in an attempt to gather information. Throughout the investigation, deputies and detectives gathered a substantial amount of evidence and spoke with many people. Over the years, detectives identified a few people of interest, but the case remained unsolved and no arrests were made. In 2010, the investigation was reopened by the sheriff's office. Over the course of the following 12 years, investigators started using DNA analysis technologies, sending many pieces of evidence to the Serological Research Center and the Santa Clara County Crime Lab. Ultimately, authorities declared in a press statement that Alfredo Carretero Jr., 65, had been taken into custody on October 2, 2023. He was accused of killing Noel Ruso. Ruso's family has been informed of the arrest and would like privacy, according to Deputy Rob Dillon. The sheriff's office stated that Carretero Jr. was one of the initial suspects in the case. When the crime was committed, he was 25 years old. Based on evidence including DNA, he was conclusively identified as the person who caused Noel's condition. Carretero Jr. is being held without bond at the Adult Correctional Facility located in Sonoma County, Maine. Deputy Rob Dillon added that detectives collaborated closely with the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office throughout the course of the investigation. whether the case is recent or ancient. The Sonoma County District Attorney's Office and the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office are committed to achieving justice for victims. The VCI team never stops looking into cold cases and fighting for the victims of violent crimes to receive justice. The current scheduled date of Alfredo Carretero Jr.'s court appearance is October 18, 2023. Whether Noel knew him or not is still unknown. It's being considered by investigators that he might be one of her former boyfriends. Other than his earlier convictions in Sonoma County in 1995 and 2001 for possession of stolen property and possession of prohibited narcotics, respectively, authorities have not disclosed much information about Carretero. Additionally, according to court documents, in September 1985, roughly 2 years after Noel's death, he was a party to a civil action involving domestic abuse. One of Noel's closest friend's mother recounted their time spent together in San Francisco. Like everybody else in the region, they like a little bit of bar hopping and lightheartedness. And that's just what they were doing the evening before she vanished. They parted ways. Although she didn't think it was him that she went out with, she did say that Noel might have been speaking to an ex-boyfriend. However, for some reason, they parted ways that evening, and she was unable to contact her the entire following day. Naturally, that's when they discovered her. She added that the discovery that followed and the grief it caused stayed with her mother for years, to the point that she kept a journal and frequently wrote about her dead companion. I believe that as she glanced at her, her eyes sparkled. She was simply a lovely person, and my mother's words made it clear that she truly cared about her and was devastated that she had lost her. Moving on to the next case. Revell Balmain. Revell Sabine Balmain was born on July 11, 1972, and her loved ones characterized her as stunning, gifted, and endowed with all good things in life. Her sudden disappearance in the mid-1990s caused much distress for her family. Revell was getting ready for her fourth cabaret tour as a hostess in November 1994. She will spend 6 weeks in Japan during this trip, and she was reportedly quite excited about it. The 22-year-old was living in Sydney at the time, working part-time as a high-end escort and part-time as a model. She went as Misha and was employed by select companions and VIP escorts. However, she intended to resign from both positions in the upcoming weeks in order to concentrate entirely on her profession in show business. It was well known that she loved to dance. Jan, Revell's mother, was waiting for her at Newcastle Station on November 5th. The 22-year-old was scheduled to have lunch with the other before he left for Japan, but she never did appear. Why Revell didn't get in touch with Jan to inform her that she wouldn't be attending is unknown. Rather, Revell met a client in southeast Kingsford, a Sydney suburb, at about 4 p.m. She planned to go out for drinks with a friend of hers, Kate Brentnell. She was just heading to her client's house when she called Kate at 7:15 p.m. and proposed they meet up at the Royal Hotel in Paddington. However, Revell failed to show up for the planned meeting once more. Piers Fisher Poland, a film industry professional who had been seeing the 22-year-old for 6 weeks, reported her missing that evening. Her mother, Jan, also submitted a missing persons report the next morning. Revell's purse, cosmetics, journal, keys, and credit cards were discovered strewn all over the nearby Kingsford streets on November 6th. One of her shell-studded wedge heels was discovered in a public trash can, and the other one was discovered on a different street. The 26-year-old man named Gavin Owen Samer, who was Revell's last known customer, caught the attention of investigators right away. After the appointment ended at 6 p.m., Samer claims that he and Revell had a private arrangement and that she stayed with him for an additional hour. He dropped her off at the Red Tomato Inn, which was close by, at 7 p.m., and went home by himself. At this moment, none of the two individuals was seen by any witnesses. It was also mentioned that on November 6th, early in the morning, Revell's passport and airline ticket were discovered close to his residence. Michelle Oswald Seeley, Seymour's then-girlfriend, told police that she contacted her boyfriend multiple times that evening, but he didn't pick up until 9:22 p.m. Seeley was in Brisbane on November 5th. 2 days later, he picked her up from the Sydney airport, his fingers, chest, and neck all scratched up. On one finger, he even had a bite mark. She also saw that the couple's bed linens had been washed and hung up to dry, and that his automobile had been thoroughly cleaned. Afterwards, Seymour admitted to investigators that he had partially paid Revell with a check, but he was unable to provide the checkbook stub, claiming it had vanished. Although they were questioned, Zoran Stanojevic and his spouse, the proprietors of Select's Companions, were never seen as potential subjects. Even though Zoran provided the authorities with conflicting information on his movements, he denied any involvement in Revell's disappearance. Gavin Seymour, the 22-year-old's final known client, was the primary person of interest and had the chance to murder her, according to the Deputy State Coroner John Abernathy, who made this observation during the inquest. But there was no recognized reason for it. Even after 27 years, Seymour for his part continues to claim innocence. In addition, the inquiry looked into the possibility that Revell's employers had something to do with her disappearance. It also took into consideration a submission from 3 males regarding drug-fueled parties they had with the 22-year-old. However, this later allegation was found to be untrustworthy. In the end, Zoran and his spouse were excluded from the inquiry. Another candidate that was cleared out was Revell's boyfriend, who had no idea that she was an escort. According to a 1999 statement received by The Good Weekend, one of Revell's client's friends allegedly said the following: "No one will find her body even though she is 10 feet under. That's what you get for working 2 jobs, taking advantage of the brothel she was employed by, drugging customers, and taking all of their money." In essence, the brothel owner wanted her loan returned since she was ruining his company. Although Jeremy Coughlin made the statement, his friend Mark Colton is claimed to have stated it. Revell's client Colton rejected the claim as total nonsense, saying that he had only heard a rumor and that no one knew the truth about what had actually happened to Revell. The 1999 inquest found that Revell was killed by an unidentified individual or people. After that, the matter was put on hold for almost 10 years. Investigators started looking into the case again in 2008, and finally they reopened it. After gathering forensic evidence from the incident, a cold case crew visited Seymour's former residence, where Revell was last seen. This gave the relatives of the 22-year-old the impression that there were significant errors in the first inquiry and that they were correct. Seymour's automobile wasn't searched in 1994 until 9 days after Revell vanished. Moreover, his house wasn't searched until November 8th, and investigators never requested the clothes he wore on November 5th. When police eventually broke into the residence in 1994, they used their own eyes to find signs of scuff marks, blood, and hair, rather than calling in forensic experts. Interestingly, Seymour's run-in with the law wasn't his last. After Revell vanished, he moved to Tasmania and became reclusive. However, in 2018, he returned to New South Wales to enter a guilty plea to theft charges brought by his own sister. Seymour was found guilty in 2019 of abusing Rosa Rosenberg, an elderly person he was supposed to be taking care of. Even so, in 2020, this conviction was reversed. In addition, he was charged with having committed sexual offenses against her. However, the allegations were dropped after Rosa passed away. An explosion that occurred at the house they had lived in Bondi in January 2020 claimed her life. An EMS spokeswoman for New South Wales claimed at the time that the explosion was being investigated as a possible intentional explosion. More subsequently, Seymour has shown little interest in discussing Revell's case and has not to respond to the accusations made against him by Rosa. After his 2018 court appearance, he did, however, tell Daily Mail Australia, quote, "I'm one of the softest, nicest blokes on the planet. I'm calm and firmly opposed to violence." In 2021, after it was announced that a $1,000 reward would be given to anyone providing information that resulted in Revell's conviction, An anonymous sender supplied information to authorities along with a picture of an unidentified male. Investigators think the man may know anything about the 22-year-old's most recent whereabouts, and they think the photo was shot in the middle of the 2000s. They need the public's assistance to identify the man. Ravel's body has never been found, and anyone with information leading to a conviction can still be eligible for a $1,000 reward. Ravel's parents sadly passed away, but her sister is still searching for answers, claiming that it felt as though a piece of her heart had been torn from her chest when her sibling vanished. You can anonymously report information about either of the cases we discussed today by calling Crime Stoppers at 1800-333-3000. Moving on to the next case. Tammy Sue Aldridge. 20-year-old Tammy Sue Aldridge was a lively college student. Her contagious smile and her love of jogging won her a lot of recognition. Tammy's life, full of hopes and aspirations for the future, embodied the purity and promise of youth. Her friends and family knew she was a serious fitness enthusiast. They frequently witnessed her running across the neighborhood with an unshakable resolve and joy. While jogging on June 30, 1979, Tammy was kidnapped in Burlington, North Carolina, close to Jim Barnwell Road. Tammy had walked this peaceful tree-lined path many times, but now it was the scene of a terrifying crime. When she abruptly vanished, concerned members of the community and local law police launched a quick and thorough search. But as the hours passed and Tammy was nowhere to be seen, hope soon gave way to fear. In a terrifying turn of events, Tammy was able to contact home the day after she was abducted. Her family felt a brief sense of comfort as she spoke, despite her dread. The next day, she managed to make another call home, this time sounding eerily desperate and hopeful at the same time. She assured her family, according to investigator Dan Denton, that everything was well and that she would hopefully be returning home. Her family held on to the slim chance that she was still alive and could be saved because of these calls. Law enforcement organizations stepped up their efforts and organized a thorough investigation and search. Her loved ones suffered greatly because they didn't know what would happen to her. The neighborhood came together as one, determined to track down Tammy and securely return her home. Sadly, Tammy's brief but heartbreaking communication with everyone would be the last before her untimely death. On July 3rd, she was discovered. Her lifeless form rested in the center of Highway 54, an eerie sight that would leave a lasting impression on those who came across her. Tammy's hands and neck had been bound with a rope, as evidenced by burns on her ankles. Her shirt was upside down and her shorts were on backwards, suggesting that her clothing had been placed on after she passed away. It was clear how horrible her last moments had been. Someone had attacked her. Her body was still warm when she was discovered, suggesting that she had not expired too long before being discovered. She was strangled to death, according to an autopsy. Her family was devastated and horrified by the graphic details of the killing, which stunned the neighborhood. In Tammy's case, despite a thorough investigation, no one was ever charged or taken into custody. The case was abandoned due to a dearth of leads and solid evidence. The prospect of identifying her attacker appeared to dwindle as the years stretched into decades. Police from North Carolina visited a Whiteford Township cemetery in August 2007 in order to exhume the remains of a man who was thought to be the murderer. Larry Chappelle, who was 51 years old when he passed away in 1989, had DNA samples obtained from his bones. Although Chappelle, who was then residing in that region of North Carolina, was thought to be a suspect, no charges could be brought against him at the time. The DNA samples and the ones extracted from Tammy's body did not match. Once more, the case was unsolved. But the agency made the decision to look into the matter again in 2021. They were motivated by newfound resolve to provide Tammy's family closure as well as advancements in forensic technology. It was possible to find hints that had previously remained hidden, thanks to advancements in DNA analysis and evidence processing procedures. With any luck, these developments would lead to Tammy's killer's identity being identified and the case permanently closed. And fresh spirit of urgency and hope resulted from the reinvestigation. A new detective began going through old records. According to Sheriff Terry Johnson, the individual was able to locate a name on a single piece of paper that no one else had seen in the file. The investigation was then reopened by Sergeant Dan Denton. Finding this name, he said, was the most important thing because if you have a name, a lead, or something to work with, that's kind of what motivates you to keep researching. An important announcement was issued by the Alamance County Sheriff's Office on Thursday, April 4, 2024. Tammy, the person who killed Sue Aldridge, was Gary Lane Laframboise. It was discovered that Laframboise, who died in 2020, was most likely the one who committed the horrifying act. When Tammy died, he was about 19 years old. He was a resident of Graham, a tiny community a few miles from the scene of Tammy's death. His criminal past, combined with his close proximity to the crime site, created an unsettling image. 3 months after Tammy passed away, Laframboise was taken into custody for a separate kidnapping and posing as an officer. His aggressive tendencies were reinforced when he seriously assaulted a detention officer when he was under arrest. He was incarcerated from 1980 to 1982. Years prior, DNA evidence had pointed to Laframboise as a possible suspect, but investigators had to overcome a major obstacle. In order to collect a DNA sample from Laframboise's daughter, they had to get in touch with the Laframboise family. Her DNA was compared to the evidence gathered from Tammy Sue Aldridge's body, and the results were definitive. The revelation was a crucial bit of proof that established Laframboise's role in the offense. The following was stated by Sheriff Johnson at a tearful press conference. "I'm hoping that this turn of events and this development will provide some closure for the family. Although Tammy's family is relieved that the investigation is over, they still have unanswered issues. We would like to thank you for all that you have done," her uncle said. "Everybody will have a distinct experience with closure. We are very appreciative of your work. I'm grateful." Moving on to the next case. Barbara Fay Villarreal. The community of Garland, Texas, saw a negative transformation in November 1986. Her husband discovered Barbara Fay Villarreal's lifeless body. Despite extensive inquiry, no clues were found, and the case was closed. Before someone Barbara knew well was arrested in this case, more than 3 decades would pass. Barbara Fay Villarreal was raised in the rural areas of Indiana as a member of a large, close-knit family. She enjoyed a straightforward and contented upbringing, swimming in the neighboring lake and riding her bicycle to her grandparents' corner store to buy lollipops. She is described as perfect, intelligent, compassionate, and sweet by a close friend. From her mother's marriage to her father, who died when she was only a few years old, she was the youngest of 4 children. After divorcing, her mother had 2 additional children. With so many relatives, Barbara's large family was her home for most Sundays and holidays. She enjoyed spending time with her Pomeranian, Cammy, and sharing recipes with her family. Officers from the Garland Police Department responded to a disturbance report at a residence in the 36th 100 block of Colbath Street on November 7, 1986. When they got there, they discovered 27-year-old Barbara Fay Villarreal's lifeless body in one of her home's back rooms. Her several stab wounds claimed her life. The big kitchen knife was discovered close to her body, according to police. Domingo Diaz Villarreal, her 32-year-old spouse, was taken into custody on suspicion of killing that evening. Following their interrogation, the police declared him not to be a suspect in the crime. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. There was something wrong with his wife, he told the neighbors, and he had found her body. He requested them to call the police. After being removed from the scene, DNA evidence was added to the CODIS database. 2 years later, in 1988, her husband was shot and killed in Mexico. Then the cops found out that Jesus Canales was truly his real name. The FBI and Garland police investigators pursued a number of leads over the years in both the U.S. and Mexico, but the case was unsolved for many years. The suspect was identified in 2023 by the Garland Police Department using cutting-edge technology, such as DNA genealogy. The 85-year-old brother of Barbara Canales, Liberio Canales, had DNA that matched that taken from the site. One Canales family member's DNA was found in an open database. Canales was known to reside at a house in the city, according to the Lovington Police Department in New Mexico. According to the agency, Canales entered New Mexico after crossing the border from Mexico to spend his birthday with family. On July 18, 2023, Lovington Police Department put Canales into jail without any problems. After that, he was charged with taking someone's life and placed under arrest at the Lea County Detention Center on a federal warrant. Detectives claim that Canales confessed to killing Barbara because of a family argument while he was being held. A $1,000 bond has been posted for him. Canales was extradited back to Texas and deposited into the Dallas County Jail on August 18th, according to documents that were purchased. In a statement, the police department expressed gratitude to the Lovington, New Mexico Police Department, the Lea County Sheriff's Office, and the Dallas FBI Violent Crimes Task Force for their assistance in resolving the cold case and providing closure for Barbara Fay's family. Now that Barbara's death was unexpected, her family can finally come to terms with what happened and start the healing process. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as a powerful reminder of the intricacies of family relationships and the long-lasting effects of unsolved fatalities. It also emphasizes how crucial it is to keep going after justice, no matter how much time has gone. Not only is Barbara's lawsuit resolved, but her legacy lives on in the affection and memories of those she left behind. Canales was given a 20-year prison sentence in a Texas prison on March 12, 2024. Barbara's family delivered a powerful letter shortly before Canales was taken away, saying that they would never again allow him to consume their thoughts and that they should always view his existence as a blessing. Inside the courtroom, Canales was admonished by Jennifer Dunderman, Barbara's sister-in-law, "You spent 37 years living your life as if nothing had happened. You not only stole Barb's life, but also a small portion of everyone she was acquainted with." Mark Dunneman, Barbara's brother, stated the following: "Still, nothing truly changes as a result. Even though our sister is still missing, it's good to have closure." According to Leighton D'Antoni, the head prosecutor for Dallas County, they might have committed some evil deeds in the past. They are aware that they will eventually meet their maker. That does, in my opinion, assist people in admitting guilt and accepting responsibility. At 93, Barbara's mother is still living. She placed a great deal of importance on living to witness the day when her daughter's killer is found guilty. Moving on to the next case. Brandy Hannah. The 32-year-old Brandy Hannah worked as a kind and well-trained waiter at a family-run cafe in North Charleston, South Carolina. She was incredibly devoted to her career and had never missed a day of work. She enjoyed working with her mother, Donna Parent. She could only afford a prepaid phone, so her main means of communication were friends and relatives. Her mother wanted to stay in constant communication with her, so she recently bought a paid phone subscription. Brandy's mother had scheduled her for the evening shift on the day she vanished. Usually, a current client who used to be a police officer would give Brandy a ride after work. He offered $5 rides to Brandy and the other residents of North Charleston wherever in the little town, and he picked her up from work at 3 p.m. and dropped her off at her house again, just like he regularly did. He claims that as he watched her enter the house, she said, "See you Monday," before leaving. Brandy was seen as a homebody who avoided going out to clubs or pubs. Rather, she preferred to watch TV while curled up on the couch with her phone plugged in to charge. That evening, Brandy was on both phonies. At 5:30 p.m., she talked over the phone with her mother about the possibility of her new boyfriend, Zieke, dropping by. Next time her mother called on her new phone, Brandy would let it go to voicemail. At around 8 o'clock at night, Brandy texted a friend to discuss plans to get a bathing suit for an impending occasion. A little before 9, she checked her voicemail. Around 10 o'clock at night, she texted Zeke later that night. At 10:30, her coworker thought Brandy had gone to sleep because the lights were off but the television was on when she arrived at her apartment to go shopping, possibly at a Walmart-style superstore with extended hours. Brandy's final words were tested on Monday. She told her rider on Friday afternoon, the last day anyone had seen her before her 7 a.m. reporting to work, that she would see her on Monday. When Donna got the call at 7:20 a.m., informing her that Brandy had not arrived, she realized immediately that something was very wrong. Donna would keep trying to reach Brandy on her phone all weekend. She would repeatedly leave messages, and since Brandy was persistent in returning her calls, she realized something was up. Days after her family began to believe anything was amiss, police would eventually examine Brandy's apartment and discover all of her possessions to be present and accounted for, including cash in her wallet and her prepaid cell phone still charged. There was no sign of Brandy's new phone. Ray McAdams and Zeke Lanford, two of Brandy's ex-lovers, were the subjects of police interest. When Ray McAdams, Brandy's 6-year boyfriend, let his friend Garland Eugene Langford, sometimes known as Zeke, reside at their home, they were living happily together. Because Zeke needed a somewhere to stay after recently divorcing his wife and children. But in a cruel turn of events that shows no good act goes unpunished, Brandy fell in love with Zeke, the newcomer, and she told Ray about their liaison without delay. Remarkably, given her behavior, Ray offered Brandy the option to either end their relationship with Zeke and stay with him or leave. So, Brandy left. She and Zeke searched for a new apartment, which they discovered in a less affluent area near Brandy's place of employment, Alex's. But Zeke lost his cool and brawled with Brandy in public. During a fight, Zeke allegedly threatened to make Brandy vanish, according to Brandy's mother. He went on, "I could kill your daughter and get away with it. You would never know if I made her vanish." "That's a very crazy thing to say to a girl's mother," Donna shot back at him, recalling that Zeke had to ask Brandy's mother to borrow the money in order to pay the security deposit for their small apartment. This should have raised yet another red flag, according to Brandy's mother. Not surprisingly, Zeke abruptly departed Brandy, likely to return to his wife and children, less than a month after moving into the new apartment and making no financial contributions. Zeke's mother, Donna, called him after Brandy vanished, knowing he still had the apartment key. She told him to meet her outside the house, but not to go inside. But as they got to the house, Zeke was just getting out and shutting the front door. He pretended not to want to frighten Donna by saying he was personally looking for a dead body. The weeks that followed Brandy's disappearance would see Donna's claim given more weight by the authorities. However, Donna formed neighborhood search groups, and a local missing persons operation was started in the gap between her actual disappearance and the time an official investigation was established. Zeke morbidly asked one police officer if the dogs would be able to detect Brandy if she were buried when police eventually brought out cadaver hounds to look for the remains as they began to take the inquiry more seriously. When questioned, Zeke argued that although he had intended to visit Brandy, he had been obliged to stay late at a job site. Thus, those plans had fallen through. Zeke said in a sworn document that he hadn't seen Brandy all day and that his work schedule had changed, which prevented him from visiting her house. Detectives later discovered the story to be untrue, though, as signed work time files show he had left work at 4 p.m. that night and wasn't working late. Zeke claimed not to have talked to anybody else about Brandy's abduction, but according to city records, he called City Hall 3 times while posing as a worried neighbor and reporting that he saw Brandy get into a car with her boyfriend, Ray McAdams. There wouldn't have been any neighbors who could have made this call because Brandy was relatively unknown and new to the community. A neighbor observed Brandy get into a red pickup vehicle with a white hockey mask in the manner of Jason attached to the front bumper, and she told her family and friends about it. But the fact that Zeke and Ray both drove red pickup trucks and were employed by the same plumbing company presented a challenge for the cops. Even though Ray was the one who set his truck apart with the hockey mask, that detail is easily copied. The witness neighbor, who was driven to Ray's house for identification purposes, identified Ray at his front door after unofficial and improper questioning by family friend and fellow police officer. However, she later claimed to have seen Zeke on the night of Brandy's disappearance. Aside from the improper witnessing method, her error was understandable given that both guys had round faces, light beards, and disheveled brown hair. Zeke Langford was imprisoned in December 2016, over 11 years after Brandy went missing, for the sexual abuse of his 7-year-old cousin. His story had evolved since police had more time and opportunity to question him while he was detained. The probability that he was in her apartment on the night of May 20th, 2005, when Brandy vanished, was now reflected in his sworn statement. Due to this alteration in the narrative, Zeke was charged with obstruction of justice and required a $1,000 bond. In addition, he has not paid his child support and will receive separate sentences for the assault of a minor accusation. It was 11 months after Brandy went missing that Ray McAdams suddenly passed away from a heart attack. Both he and Zeke passed a polygraph test before he went away. Zeke, though, took 3 months to agree to it. Ray had no further information, and authorities are searching for Zeke's and Ray's work truck's location. When Brandy's case was reopened years later, a shoe that fit the description of the blue and white Nike trainer tennis shoes she was wearing the day she vanished was discovered. The serial number indicates that it was created in January 2005, barely 5 months before Brandy vanished, even though no DNA could be recovered. Moving on to the next case. Chrisanne Baxter. Workers for a power company found a woman's motionless body next to power lines in October 1978. In Spokane, Washington, the discovery was made between Division Street and Whitworth Drive. To start the inquiry, Spokane County sheriffs, deputies, and detectives were dispatched to the scene. With the help of forensic experts, the scene was recorded and examined for evidence. A variety of evidence was gathered during the investigation and autopsy, including potential DNA samples. The 16-year-old victim was identified as Chrisanne Baxter, who on September 30th, 1978, had been reported by her mother as a runaway. Tests on the evidence were conducted at the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory. Investigators thought the materials contained DNA, despite the fact that 1978 DNA testing capabilities were quite limited. However, these constraints precluded the completion of an analysis. The evidence was kept safe for upcoming analysis. Major crimes investigator D. Marsk sent the samples to the crime lab of the Washington State Police in August 2006, aware of the progress made in DNA testing. DNA consistent with Chrisanne Baxter and an unidentified male was found in the test findings. The combined DNA indexing system received the male profile, but no match was discovered. The profile was updated in CODIS and added to the National DNA Indexing System in 2014. From there, it was examined on a rotating basis for all DNA entries in the country, but no match was found. Major crimes investigator Michael Drapeau sent the samples to the crime lab of the Washington State Police once more in 2020 for further analysis. A portion of the forensic evidence was transported to Othram's facility in the Woodlands, Texas, in early 2021 so that it could undergo sophisticated DNA testing. Forensic-grade genome sequencing was utilized by Othram scientists to generate a thorough DNA profile of the unidentified male contributor. Potential kin of the unidentified man were found by Othram's internal genealogical team, including a direct descendant of the deceased. Detective Michael Drapeau of the Spokane County Sheriff's Office received these leads and utilized the fresh data to carry out a follow-up investigation. By Othram experts, leading to further research endeavors aimed at identifying the unidentified male contributor. After more research, Keith D. Lindblom was identified as a potential person of interest. 1949 was his birth year. After looking through law enforcement records, Detective Drapeau discovered that Lindblom had been charged and arrested in Spokane County in 1975 for the brutal attack on a 16-year-old female victim close to the scene of Chrisanne Baxter's body discovery. Lindblom entered a guilty plea to first-degree assault and acknowledged having sex with the minor victim. The ongoing inquiry revealed that Lindblom was not in custody when Chrisanne Baxter was beaten and killed on August 7, 1978, and that she had been released from prison on that date. Additionally, Detective Drapeau found Lindblom's child in Louisiana. Additionally, it was discovered that the suspect's 1978 DNA sample, which was obtained by the Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, had a 320-fold higher chance of matching Lindblom and his known child than it would have if it had been compared to an unrelated person chosen at random from the U.S. population. The male DNA gathered in 1978 did, in fact, belong to Lindblom, as revealed by later relationship tests conducted at Othram, which suggested a parent-child tie between Lindblom's child and the offender. Lindblom died before DNA was entered into the CODIS and NDIS databases, which explains why a match with his DNA was not discovered sooner. Regarding the case, Detective Drapeau conferred with the Spokane County Attorney's Office. And based on this evidence, they concluded that if Lindblom had been alive, charges and his arrest would have been appropriate. On April 11, 1981, Keith D. Lindblom died in a fire. The cause of death was listed on the certificate as an accident. While he will not be prosecuted for killing and abusing Chrisanne Baxter, the Spokane County Sheriff's Office and its cooperating agencies hope that this will provide much-needed clarity for Chrisanne's family and friends, or, at the very least, some solace that the suspect was identified through DNA testing. The Washington State Police Crime Lab, the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, Lindblom's family members who assisted with the investigation, Othram, and most importantly, Chrisanne Baxter's family were thanked by the Spokane County Sheriff's Office for their patience and help during this protracted and challenging search for the culprit. Moving on to the next case. Debbie Lyn Randall. In 1972, Debbie Lyn Randall, then 9 years old, resided in Cobb County, Georgia. Juanita and John Randall were her parents. Melvin was the name of her elder brother. Debbie was making her way home from the laundromat across the street late on January 13th. She never returned to her house. 4,000 individuals went in search of her. The Worried Citizens Committee, Marietta civil defense workers, a local radio group, and students from the nearby college who had heard the story and wanted to lend a hand were all there. 16 days later, her body was discovered close to the Windy Hill and Powers Ferry Road intersection. A college student who had willingly joined the search team discovered her body. She had been beaten and strangled according to an autopsy. Investigators kept two important bits of evidence, a hair and a piece of cloth with a floral pattern. Authorities were contacted by two teenage locals who noticed a dark pickup truck backed up in a parking area close to Debbie's house before it swiftly took off. Laundry detergent was the only item remaining in the parking lot. Despite their painstaking efforts, investigators were unable to identify a culprit despite following up on every lead. Eventually, the case was closed. The FBI's 2001 test on hair recovered from the crime scene greatly reduced the number of potential candidates. When the piece of cloth was delivered to a lab in 2015, DNA testing was able to provide an unknown man's DNA profile. Researchers got further closer to answers in 2019 thanks to DNA testing made feasible by additional funding and a reanalysis of the cloth in 2022. Subsequent DNA testing in 2022 then put detectives in contact with individuals who were most likely linked to the offender. These relatives helped the authorities by providing DNA samples. After additional testing, it was discovered in 2023 that William B. Rose, who was 24 years old in 1972 and resided in the same apartment building as Debbie's family, was present. 2 years after he destroyed Debbie's life, Rose committed suicide. In September 2023, investigators declared that Rose was the one at fault. Flynn Brody, the district attorney for Cobb County, stated that although it would take some time, his office will make every effort to solve cold cases and ensure that those responsible are held accountable. She won't return with the response we are offering today. The offender must account to a higher power, yet we are unable to bring him to justice. Although Rose was not a suspect at the time, Ron Alter, a district attorney's office cold case investigator, claimed that Rose had been arrested before for events involving alcohol and that he may have killed himself out of fear of being apprehended by the authorities. I'm positive he spotted her if he drove past. That was, in my opinion, an opportunity crime. Alter said that he abducted her after seeing her by herself. The investigator acknowledged that they restricted their suspect list by using ancestry websites to uncover family matches between Rose and distant relatives. Lyn Randall, Debbie's brother, also gave a speech at the press conference. Over the years, I've come to see that harboring hatred or resentment never helps. The only surviving family member who was informed of the news is Melvin. While Debbie's father died in 2022, her mother went away in 2018. Though I know my mother is in heaven now that it's all over, I still want she could be here. Melvin continued, and we just want to say we thank you all for what you have done to make this day come to pass. Being her older brother made me feel guilty for it after a while, and I struggled with it. However, I soon came to the realization that I had no control over the situation. It just happened and wasn't my fault. All I can say is, thank you, community. The fact that it wasn't anybody we knew is a comfort, and it's wonderful that it's gone. It has been a burden on us for a while. Lyn Randall claimed he was not resentful of Rose or his family in spite of the losses he had experienced and the difficult circumstances surrounding them all. I'm aware that they are also having difficulties. It was hard on us, and I have no doubt that it is equally hard on them. I have nothing but love and blessings for each and every one of them. I harbor no ill will toward them. Technology never gets old, according to Morris Nix, a veteran Cobb County Sheriff's Office detective who worked the case. It doesn't go into retirement. It never gets sick and it never gives up. William Rose was being pursued by technology, and it eventually discovered him buried. Moving on to the next case. Leonard James Irving. In 2011, Leonard James Irving, then 34 years old, resided in Portland, Oregon. He went by LJ with his friends and family. His children were 5, 6, and 7 years old. On June 25, 2011, LJ went out to celebrate the 21st birthday of his nephew, dressed in dark jeans and a lime green shirt. After working as a produce buyer at Winco Foods until 9:30 p.m., he had to report by 7 a.m. the following day to his part-time position as a chef at the Courtyard Marriott in Lloyd Center. However, he explained to his girlfriend that family was vital and that he had to go to Season Inn Sports Bar and Lounge on Northeast 82nd Avenue to see his nephew. After midnight, his nephew Lamar Lovett Hill and another man were arguing outside the tavern when LJ intervened to defuse the tension. After that, LJ and his nephew crossed the street to get to his minivan in the parking lot of the brand-new Happy Fortune Chinese restaurant. However, someone shot Lamar in the neck and killed LJ 4 times in the back before they could escape. Owner of Season Inn restaurant Samuel Thompson claimed he was in the rear lounge where Benson High School graduates were having their 10th reunion and did not hear the gunfire. However, Thompson realized something was seriously off at 12:30 a.m. when a group of strangers barged into his establishment. Running across the street, Thompson discovered LJ on his back with his right arm resting on his chest next to his van, which had the driver's door open. At 12:37 a.m., Thompson made sure he was breathing and called 911. I took a seat beside him on the ground. Thompson said, "I had my hand on his arm." When LJ's aunt learned that he could have been shot, she went to his mother, Lucy Macchio's house, and the two of them drove to the scene of the murder. Lucy discovered there that LJ had passed away. She said, "My son was an innocent bystander. He was shot by a coward." Adrienne Milam, LJ's girlfriend, stated that initially she believed it to be a nightmare. While taking care of LJ's 3 small children and her own 4-year-old daughter at home, she received word. Adrienne recalled, "I kind of cried to myself in the pillow. Why do individuals act in this way? Why is it so simple for people to obtain firearms? It still seems unreal. It occurs to me that he might still be at work. Perhaps he has not truly vanished. How he can be there one day and not the next is absurd. They were blind to the man's approach. The fact that it was impulsive and cold-blooded hurts so much." Although LJ was raised in Portland, he visited his father in Seattle for a short while in high school. According to his family, he was a devoted father who hoped to become a full-time chef and saw his kids on the weekends and on his days off. His favorites: hot dishes, Christmas prime rib, and jambalaya. LJ was placed under federal surveillance in June 2009 after being found guilty of supplying illegal narcotics in 2005 and given a 60-month prison sentence. His sister added, "I felt like my heart was broken at that moment." However, she was pleased that LJ accepted accountability for his deeds and completed his sentence without placing blame elsewhere. According to his family, he gained maturity, earned his GD, and worked hard to support his children by working 2 jobs since his release. There were not many leads for investigators to pursue, and sadly, the case quickly became unsolved. Then, in January 2023, Joanne Martin Polk, 37, was taken into custody in relation to LJ Irving's incident. Since May 2022, Polk has been incarcerated in Multnomah County Jail due to charges that are comparable to those in another case. In that case, he entered a not guilty plea. Chuck Lovell, the chief of the Portland Police Bureau, expressed his excitement at the arrest. Lovell said in a statement, "I spoke with LJ's mother today, and she passed along her appreciation for the work of the detectives. I concur. The investigators' nearly 12-year-long, painstaking work has culminated in this arrest, and I am appreciative of their unwavering efforts to bring LJ to justice." The date of the trial has not yet been announced. One of the first witnesses at the scene of the incident was Samuel Johnson, a former employee of Self-Enhancement Inc., a nonprofit that assists young people who are at danger. He left SEI to create his own company, but not before starting Reclaim the Village, a personal initiative to encourage the community to get involved in the fight against violence of this kind, following the unsolved shooting death of Andre Payton, a 19-year-old client of his at SEI. Thompson said Portland has to wake up. Ultimately, it must be a request for action. It is time for the community to once again promote love. Far too many lives have been lost due to foolishness. It must be comprehended. In LJ, a decent man went to sleep. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Kahan. Pamela Kahan was born in 1958 in the sleepy Minnesotan town of Stillwater into a close-knit family on a dairy farm. Pamela, the second youngest of 8 siblings, was surrounded by affection and the straightforward joys of farm life as a child. As she grew older, Pamela experienced a growing desire for adventure outside of her comfort zone. She made the profound decision to enlist in the U.S. Navy at 25. Driven by her desire to travel and serve her nation. After traveling from the center of Minnesota to central Florida, Pamela started a new chapter in her life in May 1984 at the Orlando Naval Training Center. Her family farm upbringing had given her a strong work ethic and a sense of discipline, which came in handy throughout the demanding Navy training. After 2 successful months of training, Pamela graduated with pride from the Naval Training Facility on August 3, 1984. But the joy over her accomplishment didn't last long. On August 4, 1984, Pamela's bright future turned terrible the next day. Her last known location was the Fashion Square Mall in Orlando, where she bought toiletries and makeup from a Kmart. Investigators subsequently found a transaction with a timestamp of 3:18 p.m., which provided vital information about her last known activity. Later that evening, between 6:30 and 7 p.m., Pamela was seen strolling close to the Naval Training Complex with an unidentified male. It was recorded that they were present at the Navy base pub, Club Mariner. The mystery surrounding the unnamed individual continued to elude detectives, further complicating the tragic events. On August 5, 1984, Pamela Kahan's body was found half-naked and unresponsive in front of an abandoned house on Riverview Avenue in Sanford. Her death was terrible, indicating that her life had been snatched and then mercilessly abandoned somewhere else. The case took an extremely terrifying turn when a generic receipt without identifying information was discovered at the crime scene. This enigmatic transaction from 1:09 a.m. was found to be a purchase from a Chinese restaurant. Her family was rocked by Pamela Kahan's sudden death and struggled for 34 long years with grief and unresolved issues. The initial investigation was complex, and the authorities could not identify a culprit or determine the purpose of the horrible act. Due to its proximity to the Naval Training Center, authorities surmised that the offender may have been affiliated with the military base. The Seminole County Sheriff's Department worked hard. Still, they could not track down any vital leads, and the case went unsolved for many years. The years did not lessen Pamela's family's resolve to pursue justice for their cherished sister. They encountered dead ends and depressing moments in their search for answers, but they never gave up hope. Finally, there was a breakthrough in the development of forensic technology. In an unexpected turn of events, Pamela's family was contacted by a Seminole County Sheriff's Department detective who set up a face-to-face encounter in Minnesota. The family assembled, not knowing the historic discovery that awaited them, expecting regular updates on the case. The detective played a video of Thomas Lewis Garner, one of the suspects, being taken into custody by the family. A first-degree homicide allegation was brought against the 59-year-old dental hygienist who had worked with Pamela Kahan at the Orlando Naval Training Center. Garner had been living in Jacksonville for several years when the arrest occurred. For Pamela Kahan's family, the arrest signaled the start of a new chapter. Still, it also raised a lot of unanswered questions. The reason for the crime was never revealed, and it was never made apparent how Garner and Pamela were connected to the naval training environment. After appearing in court, Garner was confronted with the seriousness of the accusations made against him and the possibility of serving out the rest of his life in prison. The creative application of genealogical databases and DNA analysis led to the case's breakthrough. By building a DNA family tree with the help of the Open Access Genealogy Database GEDmatch, investigators were able to identify Thomas Lewis Garner. Detectives were able to match Garner's DNA with evidence that had been preserved from the 1984 crime scene, thanks to further surveillance of him and the discovery of a personal item. After decades of uncertainty, the Kahan's family finally felt hopeful again after Thomas Garner's arrest in 2019. This marked a turning point in the cold case. Thomas Gardner testified on his behalf during the trial. He acknowledged that he might have had a brief sexual contact with Pamela a few years before. Still, he flatly denied having anything to do with her horrific death. Garner's defense team presented an alternate story to disassociate himself from the crime and cast doubt on the prosecution's case. In the much-anticipated resolution of the unsolved case, a jury found Thomas Garner guilty. After being found guilty, Garner was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole, which put an end to a drawn-out court case that lasted almost 40 years. Immediately following the announcement of the verdict, Pamela Kahan's sister, speaking on behalf of the family, gave a powerful speech in public. She conveyed a range of feelings, highlighting her wish that Garner would consider the time he had to himself while her family was grieving. Although the sentence brings some closure, it will never be able to undo the years of agony completely the family went through due to the lack of justice. Thomas Gardner is being investigated as a possible suspect in another unsolved crime, detectives subsequently revealed. According to reports, his DNA matched items discovered at the scene of a Honolulu murder in 1982 that involved a 25-year-old woman. Prosecutors have made hints that Garner might have more victims, even though he hasn't been charged in this case. There was conjecture that Garner might be a repeat offender, which led to more investigation into his possible connection to unresolved crimes. The arrest and conviction of Thomas Lewis Garner in the horrific case of Pamela Kahan is evidence of the tenacity of justice seekers as well as the advancement of forensic science. The narrative of Pamela starts with a young woman seeking adventure and giving back to her nation. However, things tragically change, leaving a lasting impact on her family. The terrible case serves as a reminder that even the most difficult cold cases can be solved with the help of committed investigators and advances in forensic technology. Pamela Kahan's legacy may come to represent tenacity and willpower in adversity. Moving on to the next case. Rachel Zendejas. Two newspaper delivery boys, ages 9 and 14, discovered a female body in Camarillo, California on January 18, 1981. The body was discovered in a carport and belonged to Rachel Zendejas, a 20-year-old. Her apartment, which she shared with her brother and his two young girls, aged 12, was directly across the street from the carport. Rachel attended a community college. She had been beaten and strangled according to an autopsy. It was discovered by investigators that she had hired a couple of babysitters to watch her girls while she went out for the evening. Rachel drove the babysitter home after returning from an evening out. Authorities declared that they thought Rachel was killed after she came back and tried to get out of her car. The sheriff's office detectives worked the case until they ran out of leads and it was declared cold. A very similar incident happened not distant from Rachel's home 11 months after she lost her life. Lisa Gondek, a 21-year-old retail employee from Oxnard, California, about 10 miles west of Camarillo, went to a club at the Port Hueneme Naval Base on the evening of December 11, 1981. Around 1:30 a.m., Lisa's pals dropped her off at her house after they went to a disco. Lisa's neighbor reported a fire coming from her apartment to the police around 3 in the morning. Following the dousing of these embers by Oxnard Fire Department personnel, Lisa's corpse was found in the bathtub. She had been beaten and strangled, much like Rachel. Up until 2002, when a fresh examination of the suspect's DNA from Rachel's crime scene was submitted to the FBI's combined DNA index system, the cases were looked at independently of one another. Although the search produced no findings, Lisa's case detectives alerted the Ventura County Sheriff's Office in 2004 that they had used DNA testing to connect both cases to a single suspect. However, regrettably, the DNA test produced no results for a suspect, and the investigation was abandoned. The Cold Case Unit of Ventura County intervened in December 2019 and initiated an investigation utilizing genetic genealogy, which is the currently widespread method of determining potential biological relatives through sophisticated DNA testing. New leads were found during the inquiry. Additional DNA testing verified that Oxnard resident Tony Garcia was the person who killed Lisa Gondek and Rachel Zendejas. On February 7, 2023, Tony Garcia, 68, was taken into custody in Oxnard, California. Garcia was born in Roswell, New Mexico, but joined the U.S. Navy and was stationed in Point Mugu, which is close to Oxnard according to Sheriff Jim Freihoff. Despite being released in 1980, he stayed in the region and spent several years learning and teaching karate. Sheriff Freihoff stated that the suspect had actually been hidden in plain sight for more than 40 years. Chief Benitez stated that they had found some similarities between the suspect and the victims, but he would not specify which ones. According to Benitez, Lisa traveled from Connecticut to Oxnard for a scheduled 2-week stay with a buddy who was serving in the U.S. Navy. She ultimately made the decision to relocate to Oxnard a few months before she passed away. It's still unknown, though, if Lisa and Garcia were acquainted and whether Garcia was the acquaintance Lisa had come to see. After more than 40 years, according to Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nazarenko, justice is at last being served to the families of Lisa Gondek and Rachel Zendejas. There is no statute of limitations and charges can be brought at any time, as this case illustrates. We extend our gratitude to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the Oxnard Police Department, and the District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation for their unwavering efforts in their search for Rachel and Lisa Slayer. Garcia may be connected to further crimes, so investigators are looking into the possibilities and asking for assistance from the public. If you have any information, please email coldcaseofventura.org to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Bureau at 1-805-383-8704. Moving on to the next case. Renee Blackmore. Renee Blackmore was a 20-year-old private in the Army. In April of 1982, she was assigned to Fort Benning in Georgia. She was last observed going from her quarters. Renee's wallet and sweater were found by the side of the road a few miles from the Army base 1 month later in May 1982. Then, a few miles away on a logging road, Renee's body was discovered in June. Investigators found that she had been shot and killed. It took several decades for police to identify the culprit in spite of a thorough probe. Subsequently, investigators declared in April 2022 that Marcellus McCluster, 64, had been taken into custody in relation to the crime. For a separate killing, he is already serving a life term. This is what Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit Assistant District Attorney Kimberly Schwartz had to say. It is known that she was unable to celebrate turning 21. We have no idea who she may have loved, what connections she may have made, or what dreams she may have come true for. 40 years ago, a shot fired from a cheap shotgun about 2 miles out in the middle of nowhere in South Chattahoochee County put an end to all of those things. That kind of wickedness has no time limit. In a statement, Renee's mother, Donna Reitman, described her daughter as a determined young lady who enjoyed laughing and having a good time with friends. Reitman remarked, "I have lived these 40 years always feeling the pain her absence causes, believing no one outside of her family and friends even cared." We are appreciative that this belief was proven to be false on March 28, 2022. McCluster was always a suspect according to investigators, though they haven't revealed exactly what prompted the arrest. Simply put, they never had enough proof. When the Georgia Bureau of Inquiry established a cold case section comprised of retired agents in 2020, the inquiry was given new life. McCluster is awaiting trial at this time. Moving on to the next case. Ricardo Sepulveda and Michael Sepulveda. Police were called to Blissfield Township, Michigan on November 19, 1997, after the caller's cornfield contained human remains that had been found. Approximately 75 miles southwest of Detroit is Blissfield Township. North of Carroll Highway and west of Quarry Highway is where you'll find the cornfield. The majority of the body was covered in a coating of snow. Police found the body of an unnamed naked man who was missing his head and both hands when they arrived to investigate the remains. It seemed like the hands were severed somewhat above the wrist. Additionally, officers noticed what seemed like irritated striations on the ends of the bones. The body looked to be that of a Hispanic male with light skin. The man was tattoo-free and scar-free. His height was 5 feet 8 inches. The Michigan State Police were never able to obtain a definitive identification because the head and hands were removed. Roberto was one probable name given by a witness. The witness claimed to be a married father of 3 who lived between McAllen and Weslaco, Texas, and kept hens at his home. Roberto was only meant to go to Chicago and back when he left his house. The victim's description did not match any missing Roberto that the investigators were able to locate. Based on what the witness informed detectives, the National Missing and Identified Persons System issued a sketch of Roberto on November 8, 2016, but no one came forward to identify the man. Ultimately, U.S. Marshals detained 51-year-old Ricardo Sepulveda. and 49-year-old Michael Sepulveda in Ohio on January 24, 2023. They're siblings. They were both accused of killing the unidentified man. They were additionally accused of tampering with evidence, assault with intent to maim, and conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence. Michael and Ricardo Sepulveda face a life sentence without the chance of parole if found guilty. Authorities did not provide a motive or explain how the suspects were related to the incident. It was Michigan lawyer Dana Nessel who made the announcement about the arrests. No matter how long it takes to get justice, all victims of crime should be given it, according to Nestle. I value the diligent efforts of the Michigan State Police, the numerous state, municipal, and federal law enforcement organizations, as well as the tenacity of my criminal trial prosecutors. Regretfully, authorities stated that while the name of the John Doe is still unknown, he is thought to be a 32-year-old Corpus Christi, Texas resident. Additional charges against anyone who helped with the actual crime or its cover-up could happen, according to the police. Detective Sergeant Larry Rothman's number to report any information is 313-407-9379. Moving on to the next case. Richard Dick Hansen. In San Jose, California, on February 23, 1955, Richard Dick Hansen was born. He was a popular guy who was also a gifted athlete who played football for Santa Clara University. After reaching adulthood, Dick got married and had 2 kids. However, by 1991, he had received alcohol treatment and was divorced. According to all accounts, he had triumphed over his challenges and was a joyful and satisfied individual, eager for the future. On April 29, 1991, Dick gave Jean, his erratic lover, a call. After his time in treatment, he wanted to give the couple's relationship another go. Thus, the two made plans to eat dinner at 10 p.m. at the original Joe's restaurant in San Jose. The two then borrowed Jean's car and headed to a nightclub. Dick parked his pickup truck in the restaurant's lot. At approximately 1:45 on April 30th, the pair eventually departed the club and made their way back to the parking lot. A second car approached from behind them while they conversed inside Jean's car. According to Jean's memory, I looked and I didn't even think it was too strange because there was a mailbox on the sidewalk there. This automobile draws up behind us. The man did nothing except sit. He took no action. Dick dismissed Jean's concern over the couple's relocation, saying the man had enough space to get to the mailbox. Then, as she didn't know San Jose well, Dick informed her he'd get into his car and she could follow him as they decided to return to Jean's apartment. Dick took the lead as they left the parking lot. But not long after they departed, Jean sensed something strange. The identical vehicle from the parking lot was following her around from behind. The motorist would always change lanes at the same moment as her. The man kept following them as they turned onto Interstate 280. At one point, Jean slammed on her brakes in an attempt to startle him, but he wasn't fazed. Despite applying severe braking pressure, the motorist pursued her after that. She recommended they go to a police station when she drew up next to Dick, but he didn't hear her. Jean was told by Dick to accompany him out the next exit. The two made a left onto Highway 85. In Sunnyvale, Dick pulled over to the side of the road, and the man who was following them did the same. Dick got out of his car and approached the man while Jean stayed in hers. Unsolved mysteries were later related by Jean. Dick simply stopped his car at the side of the road. I can't even begin to imagine why, but I drove up behind Dick. I had a feeling that this guy would pass by without saying anything. Maybe a wave. He arrived directly behind us. And I'm not sure if I or Dick am more shocked. Dick turned to face the man again and gave him a slight bow of his head, asking him what he wanted or what he was doing. His words were a bit hard for me to hear, and the man addressed him in some way. And Dick asks himself, "What?" The man continued talking to him after that, pointing to the back of my car. Following this back and forth, Dick moved away from the car and lifted his arm. Even though he allegedly cursed and got upset, he told the man to go. Abruptly, 2 gunshots were heard. The man gave Jean a long look and then left the area. Jean raced out of her car and came to Dick's side after the shooting. Even though he was unconscious, she could still feel his pulse, so she started CPR. She called 911 to ask for assistance, but Dick was declared dead when they got to the hospital. That evening, a white man in his late 30s or early 40s with a dark complexion and big, black-framed glasses was spotted tailing the two. His car is reported to have light gray or blue paint that makes it resemble a 1970 Pontiac GTO Le Mans. Given that it seemed to be an act of random violence, investigators were able to immediately rule out Jean as a potential suspect in the murder, but were unable to learn much more. The prevailing assumption in Dick's case is that his athletic career had something to do with the crime. This was proposed because the attacker pointed at Jean's license plates, which featured the 49 ER Hugs, a reference to the San Francisco 49ers football team, during his altercation with Dick. Investigators were informed by Jean that earlier that night, two individuals had confused Dick for a 40-year-old player who was believed to be Harris Barton. Investigators believe that a crazy fan who thought Dick was Harris Barton stalked Dick that evening with the goal of hurting him over a championship game that was lost. According to reports, Dick's father believes the man was upset because he couldn't use the mailbox. Online detectives have questioned whether Jean had a stalker who was angry that she was seeing Dick, though. In 1991, the case went cold fast, and it hasn't been solved since. Moving on to the next case. Rosemarie Laurier. Rosemarie Laurier, 68, a former hospital laundry worker, abandoned her home on Inverness Street, Brunswick, Victoria, in the afternoon of October 9, 2006. She announced her intention to go errands in Coburg to her sister Natalie, who lived next door with her husband, at about 2:00 p.m. "I'll see you tonight," she added before she departed. Natalie last saw her sibling alive at that point. Firefighters were alerted to a horrifying fire at a coastal reserve in Frankston, around 43 miles from Rosemarie's residence, 5 hours later at around 7 p.m. A week later, Rosemarie's body was found at the center of the fire. Her sister was in disbelief and couldn't comprehend what had happened. The 68-year-old had traveled to Frankston, but why? It was unknown if she had any friends or business there. Rosemarie, by all accounts, led a fairly solitary life. She had taken care of her mother, who was elderly, until her death. Her sister was the only person she saw outside of that. Rosemarie was discovered in an area notorious for drug selling and other criminal activity in the community. Furthermore, it's not apparent why the old woman had chosen to travel to such a seedy area of town. At first, the authorities believed she had been kidnapped. It appeared to be the only explanation for how she had wound up in a seedy neighborhood so far from home. Speaking about her demise, Sergeant Kanye Josephs, the homicide investigator, observed that although there was, quote, some degree of scorching from the tea tree above the deceased, it was evidently concentrated on her body. Rosemarie was not in an unintentional fire of any kind. Someone had targeted her. However, why is the question? Investigators also disclosed that she was alive when the fire was started and that soot was discovered within her nasal cavity. She most likely perished from poisonous fumes from her burned clothing or from breathing in smoke. After Rosemarie's body was identified, detectives started going through countless hours of CCTV footage in an effort to determine when she last moved. It was found that she left her house, took the tram from Brunswick to Flinders Street Station, and boarded the train to Frankston. Then she was captured on camera at Frankston Station. The 68-year-old is thought to have unintentionally boarded the incorrect train. However, it's not apparent how she accomplished it. Rosemarie was still able to use all of her faculties and was lucid, according to her sister. At approximately 4:30 p.m., a witness at Frankston Station came forward to report to the authorities that Rosemarie had asked for her assistance. The 68-year-old reportedly seemed upset and said in their talk that she had boarded the incorrect train. She inquired about directions to the bus station. Why she didn't just find a train to return to Flinders Street Station is a mystery. Rosemarie and the witness separated after this exchange. After that, she proceeded to the Pier Hotel to use the slot machines there. She was used to frequenting the slot machines in a local hotel back home, so this was somewhat typical behavior for her. However, since she was so upset about being away from home, internet detectives have questioned why she stopped to play the machines. Some have theorized that she might have wanted a nap or that she took a time to soothe herself by doing something familiar. Rosemarie didn't talk to anybody else for an hour and a half while she was near the casino machines. At 6:30 p.m., she departed the motel. She had two options from here, either to the foreshore or Frankston Township. She went with the second option. At the time, witnesses reported seeing a group of males close to the 68-year-old's later found body. They also recalled hearing a scream from a woman. Investigators claim to have witnessed one of the men pretend to start a fire in some manner and another man leave the area immediately after. When two men realized that others were staring at them, they turned to face away. Authorities postulated that Rosa Maria was attacked for her jewelry or money because she was a simple and defenseless target. Detectives are still perplexed by the crime's savagery, though, with one officer remarking that there's no true explanation for why someone would burn someone to that extent. 6 days later, an individual who was aware of various elements about the incident that the public was unaware of called Frankston Police. He asked to be picked up by authorities from a shopping mall in Dandenong, indicating that he wanted to continue the interview and seemed to have more information. The phone call was placed from an open phone booth. Officers were then sent to pick up the individual, who was later captured on camera sporting a unique bright red sweater. But when the cops showed there, he wasn't there. The same video film showed him fleeing the area before police arrived at the center. Authorities think that, as he was waiting to be collected, he panicked and had second thoughts. The investigation has ruled out both accidents and suicide. Rosemarie's story was highlighted on Channel 7's $1,000 Cold Story program in 2017. The way the show shows cold cases in the hopes that someone watching would have a lead or clue that could help solve the crime makes it comparable to the UK's Crime Watch series. A prize of $1 million Australian dollars is also available for information that results in a conviction through $1,000 cold case. But even with this prize, Rosemarie's case is still unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Terrence Backhead. Terrence Backhead arrived at the Little Champ food store in Orlando, Florida, between 5 and 6 a.m. in February 1996 to prepare for its 6 a.m. opening. An unknown assailant took Terrence Backhead's life during his shift. Terrence suffered an astounding 73 stab wounds. Terrence had recently moved to Orlando, worked 60 hours a week, and had few acquaintances. Given the lack of witnesses to the crime, investigators expeditiously explored every potential scenario to pinpoint the individual or individuals responsible for Terrence's tragic demise. The Orange County Sheriff's Office reviewed the case in 2003 and looked for new leads. They created a DNA profile from the crime scene evidence to make some exclusions, but the offender remained unidentified. Once again, the case had petered out. In the fall of 2019, the Orange County Sheriff's Office brought in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to assist with the investigation. The government hired Othram to create a thorough genealogical profile using cutting-edge DNA testing, which could lead to fresh leads and the identification of a suspect. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile using forensic-grade genome sequencing. Othram successfully created the profile, then sent it back to law enforcement, where its detectives used forensic genetic genealogy to identify potential suspects. With the use of these new genealogy leads, detectives were able to identify 54-year-old Eustis resident Kenneth Robert Staff Jr. as the suspect in Terrence Paquette's case. Detectives are currently holding him without bond, suspecting him of first-degree murder and armed robbery. The court found Kenneth Stowe Jr. guilty on all charges in August 2023, and he is currently awaiting his sentencing. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.